Chapter 176, Mystery of the Divine Dao. Mainline Task. Unexpectedly, there is another mainline task. Sunan was shocked and delighted. Mainline tasks are not so easy to trigger. They can even be quite difficult. Apart from completing the mainline task brought on by the novice task, he has only received 3 mainline tasks so far, including one that was obtained with Chi Luck and one that was obtained with a main quest replication card. The only accidental ones had been the Demonic Emperor's Bloodline task, and now this was the second one. Main quest, Mystery of Divine Dao. Through the diary of the previous chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau, you discovered that he was investigating the secrets of the Divine Dao, and you happen to have knowledge about it, as well as knowing that City God Temple in Tianyun City is a product left by the Divine Dao. Divine Dao is mysterious and strange, filled with too many unknowns. But the power it brings makes countless people go mad. You also want to figure out the secrets of Divine Dao, but don't know how to start. Perhaps you can start with the Divine Dao artifact in the City God Temples. Task Phase 1, obtain a Divine Dao artifact within the City God Temple. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, Spirit Grade Demon Technique, Spirit Grade Bloodline, 4.5 Demon Power Points, Refining Method of Divine Dao Ritual Artifact. It's another 4-star task. Sunan took a deep breath, only slightly surprised, but not too astonished. No way, everything he encountered was too ahead of its time. Demon beasts, auspicious beasts, demon kings, demonic emperors, every single one of them, if taken alone, would scare people to death. Now he even came into contact with Divine Dao, something unheard of by other players. When he saw the task requirements, he couldn't help but think. Divine Dao Ritual Artifact. Is it that incense burner? He instinctively thought of the incense burner in the courtyard of the City God Temple, which was worshipped by the paper puppet demon. If that thing is the so-called Divine Dao Ritual Artifact, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to steal it. The City God Temple is safe during the daytime, so he can completely move the incense burner during the day. He just didn't know what kind of changes it would bring if he did. It's nighttime now. I'll try when it's daytime. Sunan made up his mind. The first phase of the task is 4-star, but there is no time limit. He can complete it whenever he wants to. On the other hand, the task reward made him frown. Refining Method of Divine Dao Ritual Artifact. What do I want with that? I'm not planning to walk the path of Divine Dao. Although the path of Divine Dao sounds powerful, it only took 100 years for mankind to go from the depths of the valley to its peak. However, the drawbacks are too obvious. Even though integrating demon essence and blood also has problems, at least ancient demon essence blood can minimize the conflict to the greatest extent. Leaving the Demon Hunting Bureau, Sunan looked at the tasks of the 3 characters again. Lang 13 hadn't done a single task, Wang Nan only had one task left to hunt down the paper puppet demon, and Zhang Yang's mission to fulfill the last wish of the Demon Hunting Bureau chief could not be completed. Only 2 demon hunting tasks are left. He decided to go ahead and do these 2 tasks first. Over 10 minutes later, he arrived at the southern city's horse field. The demon beast capable of using the power of divine soul that Zhu Chen and the others mentioned was hiding here. To his surprise, there was a small team of more than 50 people hunting down a mortal-level demon. Sunan listened to the conversations of the crowd and found out that these players were from the Club of World Suppression led by Li Yet. That's convenient, saving me the trouble of looking for them. Sunan was happy, saying, there are players coming to the door for me to kill. Wolf, wolf demon. Everyone, run. The wolf demon is coming. As soon as Sunan's transformed wolf demon appeared, the players who were originally cooperating orderly and methodically in hunting demons instantly panicked. Some ran away, and some quit the game. Sunan acted quickly, and in just over 10 breaths, the task completed prompts appeared one after another. Congratulations! Completed daily task hunt 5 outsiders, 5 demon power points have been issued. Congratulations, completed daily task hunt 30 outsiders, 15 demon power points have been issued. After dealing with the players, Sunan switched roles and also took care of the mortal level demon. Afterward, he searched the horse field for more than 10 minutes and finally found the hidden spirit level demon beast. Congratulations, completed daily task clean up any 1 mortal level monster in Tianyun City. 5 demon power points have been issued. Congratulations, completed daily task clean up any one spirit level monster in Tianyun City, 15 demon power points have been issued. In just over 10 minutes, 4.0 points of demon power were credited to his account. Usable demon power, 66 points. After I complete the task of hunting down the paper puppet demon, there will be another 30 demon power points on the account, and by then, I will be able to complete Wang Nan's last bloodline. This rate of improvement is too fast. After today, Wang Nan will have 4 bloodlines fulfilled. And among the ranking list's current top 10 players, only Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng have integrated their second spirit grade bloodline. Among the two, Qian Yu is moving fast, already at a second bloodline grade accomplishment, while Zhou Cheng is only a beginner. As for the others, it's even worse. Li Ye, who was originally ranked 6th, has dropped out of the top 10 due to his relegation after being killed by him last time. Out of the other top 10 players, most are stuck between great accomplishment and perfection of the first spirit level Demon Sutra. At this rate, even if I don't log into the game for a week in a row, I doubt anyone could catch up to any of my characters. Sunan was exhilarated. This was the advantage of having 3 characters. In theory, although he had 6 more tasks than others, his consumption was 3 times that of other players. So, logically, his game progress should be on par with other players, with no significant difference. But, in reality, that wasn't the case. As his 3 characters were simultaneously upgraded, his strength far exceeded that of his peers. As a result, his task completion efficiency naturally improved significantly. While others were still struggling to hunt a single spirit level monster, he could easily hunt Xian level demons. One must know that a Xian level demon was worth a whole 30 demon points. Now, it was as if he was rolling a snowball, with the initial momentum already formed, and the gap between him and ordinary players would only grow larger. Until one day, his strength alone could surpass the combined strength of countless players. And that day was not far away. It's only 11 o'clock in reality, it's still early in the game before dawn, and the task of hunting paper puppet demons cannot be done yet. Let's condense today's life essence blood first. After finding a safe place, Sunan began to condense his life essence blood. It took 6 hours to condense the life essence blood every day. During this time, Sunan took the dragon turtle out of the cosmic ring. As soon as the little guy left the cosmic ring, it quickly crawled towards Sunan, even faster than many early-stage mortal level physique series demons. When the little guy came to Sunan's feet, its small eyes looked at Sunan, opening its mouth as if it was begging for food. Sunan naturally realized that the little guy wanted to eat. Dragon turtles eat items containing water-controlling power, but Sunan didn't have any such items on him. After pondering for a bit, he tried to feed the little guy some mortal-grade essence blood from mortal-level monsters he had. Unexpectedly, the little guy actually ate them. Sunan carefully observed that the essence blood the little guy swallowed was from monsters possessing water power, which matched the dragon turtle's dietary characteristics. Not until it had swallowed more than 50 drops of mortal-level monster essence blood did the little guy appear satisfied. Sunan sensed the changes in the little guy but found that after swallowing more than 50 drops of essence blood, the aura on the little guy's body had only grown slightly. He didn't know how far it was from reaching the spirit level. Goodness, it's like I'm raising a gold-eating beast. Sunan lamented. 50 drops of mortal-grade essence blood were equivalent to 50 early-stage mortal-level demons. Ordinary players probably wouldn't be able to come up with that much essence blood. But, feeding these essence blood to the dragon turtle had little effect. At this rate, it would be a question if he could raise it to the Xian level within a month. With such a big appetite, I wonder about its strength. Sunan was curious. Since the dragon turtle could eat so much, its strength should not be weak in theory. However, he was just curious to see the strength of this ancient auspicious beast, not expecting the dragon turtle to help him out. No matter how strong the dragon turtle was, could it be stronger than him? The reason he was willing to cultivate the dragon turtle was not just for the task, but also for chi luck. I wonder how I can learn the cultivation method from this little guy. Sunan picked up the little guy and examined it carefully. From now on, I'll call you Little Dragon. A pet should have a name, after all. Putting the dragon turtle away, Sunan continued to focus on condensing his life essence blood. 6 hours later. By the time the life essence blood condensation ended, it was already past 5 AM in the game. Looking east, he could faintly see a glimmer of red light rising. It's about time, I can go hunting for paper puppet demons now. Sunan made his way towards the city god temple. Once again, arriving at the city god temple, you faintly see flickering firelight and moving shadows in the temple. 4 paper puppet demons are worshipping around the incense burner. You summon the Li Fire Essence to deal with the 4 demons. The Li Fire Essence communicates with your intentions and suddenly shoots towards the paper puppet demons. The 4 demons sense danger and immediately launch a Divine Soul attack on the Li Fire, but their power of Divine Soul has no effect on the Li Fire Essence. As the Li Fire Essence falls on one of the demons, it screams in an instant, and its body is quickly ignited, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. However, before you can retrieve the Li Fire Essence, the doors of the 3 halls in the city god temple open simultaneously, and 3 terrifying figures appear in your sight. You are attacked and lose consciousness instantly. 2 minutes later, you wake up in pain, and you are shocked to see yourself lying on a red divine case. 3 differently shaped demons are devouring your internal organs, limbs, and brain. Your fresh blood flows down from the divine case. You are dead. Have I been targeted? Sunan's face darkens. In yesterday's foreknowledge, he was eaten by 1 demon, but today he is simultaneously eaten by 3 demons. Moreover, he had barely made a move, and the 3 demons appeared simultaneously, which was a significant difference from yesterday. It seems killing the paper puppet demon yesterday angered the 3 demons, and I was watched as soon as I acted today. He had early speculated that if he hunted down paper puppet demons in succession, it would definitely bring the targeting of the 3 demon kings. But he didn't expect that he had only hunted down 1 paper puppet demon, and he was already targeted. Those 3 demons obviously identified him as the murderer through the Li Fire Essence. If he didn't use the Li Fire Essence, he might not be targeted. However, without using the Li Fire Essence, he had no other means to kill the paper puppet demon. Now it's difficult. The demons acted too quickly. I couldn't even retrieve the Li Fire Essence. Even if I kill the paper puppet demon, it's like picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Li Fire Essence was one of his strongest means, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Now, if I want to hunt the paper puppet demon and retrieve the Li Fire Essence, I seem to have to try to lure a few paper puppet demons out of the city god temple before making a move. When the foreknowledge cooled down, he started it again. Once again, you come to the city god temple, where you faintly see the fire flickering and figures moving inside. 4 paper puppet demons are worshipping around the incense burner. You know that if you act now, you will definitely draw out the 3 king-level demons inside the city god temple, so you plan to lure the 4 paper puppet demons out of the city god temple before acting. You come to the entrance of the city god temple and try to knock on the door. Your actions attract the attention of the 4 paper puppet demons, and you are attacked by the power of Divine Soul. You are dead. Dead. The paper puppet demon's power of Divine Soul is too strong. With my current strength, I can't resist it at all. The task of hunting down paper puppet demon is only 3 stars, which means the realm of paper puppet demon is only Xian level. However, looking at the intensity of the Divine Soul power, the 4 paper puppet demons didn't seem like Xian level at all. I wonder if I will still be killed by the paper puppet demons instantly after using the Berserk Netherworld body to add all my essence power and primordial chi power onto the power of Divine Soul. Foreknowledge starts again. Using racial talent Berserk Netherworld body, you add all the primordial chi power and essence power to the power of Divine Soul, and your power of Divine Soul soars, already comparable to the mid-stage Xian level. You come to the city god temple and try to knock on the door. The demons inside the courtyard discover you, and you are attacked by the power of Divine Soul, losing consciousness instantly. 2 minutes later, you wake up in pain, and you are shocked to see yourself lying on a red divine case. 3 differently shaped demons are devouring your internal organs, limbs, and brain. Your fresh blood flows down from the divine case. You are dead. Still couldn't stop it. Under the enhancement of the Berserk Netherworld body, the power of the Divine Soul was already comparable to the mid-stage Xian level. However, under the Divine Soul attack of the demons, he still lost consciousness in an instant, unable to imagine how strong the power of Divine Soul of the 4 demons was. Continue. Sunan doesn't give up and continues to search for other ways. You stand 100 meters away from the city god temple and use a fireball to attack the temple, trying to lure the demons inside out. Your actions anger the demons inside the temple, and a green-faced fanged monster appears in your sight. You are dead. again. Chapter 177, The Artifact Space. Using the Li Fire Essence will immediately attract the attention of 3 terrifying demon kings. Faced with this situation, Sunan repeatedly used his foreknowledge to try and find a way to hunt a paper puppet demon while avoiding the 3 king-level great demons. In a blink of an eye, he had used his foreknowledge 4 or 5 times. He had tried various methods during this time, but all ended in failure. Not until he saw the content of the 6th prediction did he finally understand where the problem lied. You don't understand that the city god temple at night and during the day may appear the same, but they are completely different. What you see isn't the real city god temple, but a product formed by the divine Dao ritual artifact. Paper puppet demons, being subsidiary entities here, cannot leave the city god temple. It's not the real city god temple? A product constructed by the divine Dao ritual artifact. Sunan was surprised. This was the first time he had encountered something like this, and his heart sank. If the paper puppet demons can't leave the city god temple, that means he has to hunt them inside the temple. Yet, once he enters the temple, he's bound to face 3 terrifying king-level great demons and his fate will undoubtedly be to be devoured. Today's Across the Heavens shift count has been used up. If not, I might be able to try to use Li Fire Essence to hunt the paper puppet demons, then shift into the temple at an instant to retrieve the Li Fire Essence and quit the game. The challenge is not the hunting of the paper puppet demons, but how to retrieve the Li Fire Essence after the hunt. The time required to retrieve Li Fire Essence is very short, but however short this time is, it's still not as quick as the reaction speed of the 3 demon kings. The power of the fire is still a bit weaker. If it could be a little stronger, its power alone could turn the paper puppet demon to ashes. In his previous forecast, he tried using the Berserk Netherworld body to enhance the fire power with all primordial chi and essence power. The effect was significant and it could ignite the paper puppet demon. However, compared to the Li Fire Essence, the raw fire power couldn't instantly turn the paper puppet demon into ashes. The result was, he died and the fire on the paper puppet demon extinguished as well. It seems that I won't be able to complete the task of hunting the paper puppet demon today. I'll have to wait till daytime and try to figure something out by removing the divine Dao ritual artifact. Sunan was unwilling, yet helpless. Checking the time, he quit the game. 2 hours later. Night had already fallen in reality as he logged into the game again. In the game, the sun was shining brightly. Appearing hundreds of meters away from the city god temple, from far away he could see many incense guests entering the temple one after another. It seemed that due to the recent increased frequency of demon appearances, these ordinary people sensed changes coming and many of them came to the city god temple to pray for safety. Sunan disguised himself as an ordinary player and started to use his foreknowledge again. This time, he attempted to move the incense burner. There is an object related to the divine way hidden in the city god temple of Tianyun City, and you plan to take it for research. The city god temple during the day is very safe and the flow of incense guests is continuous. You pretend to be an ordinary guest and enter the city god temple with the other guests. You arrive in front of the incense burner placed in the temple courtyard. At this time, there is a guest inserting incense into the burner. You don't act rashly and observe for a moment. After ensuring that there is no danger, you attempt to move the incense burner. The incense burner is heavy, but it's not a problem for you. You easily pick up the incense burner. Your actions immediately attract the attention of other guests. Many of them are angry at your behavior, accusing you of disrespecting the city god, and even berate you loudly. You ignore them and directly put the incense burner into the cosmic ring. Contrary to your expectations, the incense burner is smoothly placed in the cosmic ring without any accident. You quickly leave the city god temple with the incense burner. 2 minutes later, you have left the city god temple far behind and nothing unusual has happened. You take out the incense burner to study it carefully. 3 minutes later, looking at the shattered incense burner, you are positive that the incense burner you've gotten was just ordinary, without any peculiar power. End of the first prediction. Do you wish to continue? Just an ordinary incense burner. Sunan's brows furrowed, his joy at successfully retrieving the incense burner disappeared instantly. He previously saw the paper puppet demon worshipping the incense burner, making him think that it might be the divine Dao ritual artifact he was looking for. Now it seems that he had overthought. What the paper puppet demon was probably worshipping was not the incense burner, but something offered opposite to it. If it's not the incense burner, what could it be? Ritual artifact, by literal understanding, is a tool for worship. In the city god temple, it seems like the only thing that could be called a ritual artifact is the incense burner. If it's not the incense burner, then what could it be? Sunan pondered in his thoughts. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. No, there are more than one incense burners in the city god temple. Apart from the large one placed in the middle of the courtyard, there are 3 smaller ones in front of the statues. Maybe that could be it. He hadn't physically entered the city god temple, but the previous foreknowledge had mentioned that there was a small incense burner in front of each statue, used for offering incense to the 3 statues specifically. Not sure if it's right, but another prediction will tell. The city god temple during the day is very safe, and the flow of incense guests is continuous. You pretend to be an ordinary guest and enter the city god temple with other guests. You head straight for the main hall. Enshrined here is a deity with white hair and youthful looks, smiling kindly. There are currently 2 guests worshipping there. At the foot of the old man's statue, a bronze incense burner the size of a human head emits wisps of smoke. You walk up to it, intending to pick up the incense burner. Noticing your movement, one of the worshippers pales in fright and immediately tells you that touching the incense burner is blasphemy against the city god and will be punished by the city god. Hearing the worshipper's words, your interest is piqued, and you ask what kind of punishment will befall those who touch the incense burner. The worshipper tells you that the taboo here is to not touch the incense burner. Even when offering incense, one must not touch it. Anyone who does touch it will be seen as disrespectful by the city god and will be punished, and they will die on the spot. Upon hearing this, you are not scared but delighted, realizing that the incense burner dedicated to the city god may very well be the object you have been searching for. This time it should be right. Sunan's eyes light up, finding it reasonable that those who touch the incense burner die. You muster all your concentration and attempt to touch the incense burner. However, the moment you touch it, you suddenly discover that the light before your eyes changes drastically, the daytime instantly turns into nighttime. The 2 worshippers in the main hall vanish, and the old man's statue before you transforms into a green-faced, fanged monster. Before you can react, an old man's voice suddenly resounds, questioning why you would blaspheme against the divine spirit. You are attacked and lose consciousness. 2 minutes later, you are jolted awake by severe pain. Opening your eyes, you see yourself lying on a red divine table. A green-faced, fanged demon is feasting on your insides, and your fresh blood flows down from the divine table. You are dead. You have no idea that the moment you touched the incense burner, your divine soul was already pulled into another space, a space meant for divine souls. Another space. A space for divine souls. Sunan is amazed and shocked by the contents of his foreknowledge. It dawns on him when he considers the previous foreknowledge that said, the city god temple at nighttime is not the real city god temple, it's a product constructed by a divine Deo ritual artifact. He now understands that the entire city god temple at night is an illusion, created by the mysterious space constructed by the divine Deo ritual artifact. If touching the incense burner will pull my divine soul into the space created by the burner, I'll try not to touch it directly. Sunan quickly thinks of a solution. You know that once you touch the incense burner, your divine soul will be pulled into another space created by a divine Deo ritual artifact. Instead of using your hands to touch the incense burner, you find 2 sticks and try to pick up the incense burner using them. Sadly, you are disappointed. The moment you move the incense burner, an even stronger power of divine soul pulls you into the space created by the divine Deo ritual artifact. An old man's voice suddenly resounds, questioning why you would blaspheme against the divine spirit. You are attacked and lose consciousness. 2 minutes later, you are jolted awake by severe pain. Opening your eyes, you see yourself lying on a red divine table. A green-faced, fanged demon is feasting on your insides, and your fresh blood flows down from the divine table. You are dead. Before death, you realize that not only should you not touch the incense burner, but you should also not move it. How am I supposed to pick it up if I can't even move it? Sunan's face darkens. He could solve not directly touching the incense burner. However, if he could not move it, he really would be out of options. No wonder this is a 4-star task, it's impossible to complete. Even when he saw the task's star level, he guessed that it might not be as simple as he imagined. But it was only after actually trying the task that he thoroughly understood its difficulty. In order to get the incense burner, I either have to find an entity without a divine soul or it's practically impossible to succeed. Divine souls can be said to exist in every living being with flesh and blood, just differing in strength. Even the bone demons in the bone cave definitely have divine souls. Completing this task seems quite difficult. Perhaps only after my power of divine soul becomes strong enough to resist the 3 demon kings will I have a chance. Sunan doesn't use foreknowledge again. He takes a deep look at the city god temple and decisively turns to leave. Continuing to use foreknowledge without finding a solution would just be a waste of effort. There are only a little over 3 hours left before today's tasks end. Walking on the increasingly bustling street, Sunan checked the tasks of the 3 characters again today. Out of the 4 3-star tasks, only Zhang Yang's task to avenge the former chief of Demon Hunting Bureau has been completed. The subsequent tasks to fulfill the former chief of Demon Hunting Bureau's dying wish and Wang Nan's task to hunt down a paper puppet demon are both impossible to complete. Now, the only task he can try to complete seems to be Lang 13's task of the Green Wolf Demon King's troubles. After some thought, he heads towards Li Mansion, where the Green Wolf Demon King resides. He plans to use foreknowledge to see what troubles the Demon King is experiencing. If it's something he can complete, he doesn't mind helping. 7 days have passed since the Great Princess fell unconscious. I don't know how long it will take for the bloodline coexistence technique to take effect or if there is any related information in the Tiangong Pavilion. Feeling the intangible connection with the Great Princess, Sunan ponders in silence. Originally, due to his suicide and resurrection, as well as the Great Princess's severe backlash, the bloodline coexistence technique not only failed to be lifted but also turned him from the caster into the subject of the spell. According to the information given in the initial foreknowledge, the caster would slowly gain control over the individual as time passed, but Sunan had no idea how long this process would take. Now, there were only a few days left before the Great Princess would wake up, so he had to prepare in advance. Although the Great Princess was currently in the cosmic ring, as long as he didn't release her, even if she woke up, she might not necessarily be able to leave. However, the cosmic ring belonged to the Great Princess, and he couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't have a way to leave it once she woke up. I will use foreknowledge again in 3 days. If the Great Princess can't leave the cosmic ring even after waking up, that would be for the best, otherwise, I will have to prepare for the worst. While pondering countermeasures, he continued walking forward. Unknowingly, he had arrived at Li Mansion. Li Mansion was neither too big nor too small. From afar, Sunan saw an ancient-looking residence. Not daring to get any closer, he immediately began using foreknowledge. You arrive at Li Mansion, which, to ordinary people, is home to a wealthy Li family merchant, but you know that this is actually the residence of the Green Wolf Demon King, one of the 2 great demon kings in Tianyun City. You transform into a wolf demon's appearance and knock on the door of Li Mansion. After several breaths, an old man opens the gate. You examine the old man and find that he doesn't seem to look like a demon, but from his aura, you can be sure that he is a demon, a Xuan-level demon. The old man also looks you up and down, and as if thinking of something, asks if you are the new brother of the demonic emperor. You nod your head in agreement. The old man then asks for the purpose of your visit, and you respond with a desire to meet the Green Wolf Demon King. Upon hearing this, the old man does not allow you to enter, telling you that the Green Wolf Demon King is not accepting any visitors, and then closes the door, leaving you outside. You don't give up and continue knocking on the door. After a minute, no one pays attention to you, and you continue. 2 minutes later, your behavior finally angers the Green Wolf Demon King. The Green Wolf Demon King appears and, without waiting for you to say anything, you are knocked unconscious. 3 minutes later, you wake up in a small river. The cold river water instantly sobers you up. End of first prediction. Do you wish to continue? I was actually thrown into a river. Sunan was speechless. It was not the Green Wolf Demon King's fault. In his foreknowledge, he had dared to knock incessantly at the gate of a Demon King's residence. Fortunately, he was a member of the Sky Wolf clan and, moreover, the acknowledged younger brother of Hu Xiaotian, or else he might have died as another demon would have. If visiting doesn't work, then I'll try another reason. In order to find out what troubles the Green Wolf Demon King, he first needed to enter Li Mansion and meet the Green Wolf Demon King. Currently, he couldn't even enter Li Mansion, let alone complete his task. You transform into a wolf demon's appearance and knock on the door of Li Mansion. Soon, an old man opens the gate. You know that it would be difficult to meet the Green Wolf Demon King using your own identity, so you plan to use Hu Xiaoshan's identity. You tell the old man that the Tiger Emperor sent you to visit the Green Wolf Demon King on his behalf. The name of Hu Xiaotian proves useful, and the old man does not immediately refuse you. After looking you up and down, he asks you to wait outside the door. After several breaths, the old man returns and tells you that the Green Wolf Demon King is resting and is not seeing anyone. He asks you to come back tomorrow, then closes the gate, leaving you outside. You don't give up and continue knocking on the door. After a minute, no one pays attention to you. 2 minutes later, your behavior finally angers the Green Wolf Demon King. The Green Wolf Demon King appears, and before you can say anything, you are knocked unconscious again. 3 minutes later, you wake up in a small river. The cold river water instantly sobers you up. Chapter 178, Short Sword and Treasure Map. Rejected again. Though the situation was slightly better than last time, not immediately rejected, the outcome did not change. Initially, he thought about seeing what bothered the Green Wolf Demon King in his premonition first. If he could accomplish it, he would perform the task, if not, he would give up. Now, he was stuck at the first step. Seemingly, I need to find a reason that will catch the Green Wolf Demon King's attention. Since the Green Wolf Demon King is the sister of the Great Princess, I may start from the Great Princess, Sunan speculated. The disappearance of the Great Princess was well known among the demon clans in Tianyun County. He could use this to possibly grab the Green Wolf Demon King's attention. You transformed into the appearance of a wolf demon and knocked on the door of the Li mansion. Soon an old man opened the courtyard gate. You directly tell the old man that you have information related to the Sky Wolf clan princess. Hearing your words, the old man's eyes lit up with delight, swiftly inviting you into the courtyard. Finally got in. Sunan sighed with relief. The first step was successful. As for what followed, he needed to figure out how to get the Green Wolf Demon King to reveal her worries. Following the old man to a small courtyard, you noticed the Green Wolf Demon King, clad in white, sitting in contemplation while sipping tea. The Green Wolf Demon King glanced at you, instructing you to spill everything you knew about the Great Princess. You didn't tell the truth, instead informing them that after the Great Princess was severely injured by a powerful person from the Dianxing sect, she returned to Sky Wolf Valley. However, she faced a demon beast and after the huge battle, she vanished in the Sky Wolf Valley. Hearing your message, the Green Wolf Demon King was disappointed and without saying much, had the old man escort you out. Naturally, you did not want to leave. You asked directly if Green Wolf had any problems and declared your willingness to help resolve them. The Green Wolf Demon King ignored you, and you were forcibly grasped by the elderly and dragged out of the small courtyard. You refused to leave empty-handed, breaking free from the constraints of the old man. Your actions finally angered the Green Wolf Demon King. On being attacked by her, you passed out. 3 minutes later, you woke up in a small river. The frigid water made you snap wide awake instantly. End of first prediction, continue. Well, I've managed to meet the Green Wolf Demon King, but it's still impossible to know what troubles her. So the task isn't about helping Green Wolf Demon King to resolve a problem, it's clearly about me being an errand boy. He was having a tough time with this errand boy thing, in fact, for the first time in his life. The most outrageous part was that the other party did not even need his help. For the demon power, it's worth it. Sunan consoled himself. Once the premonition cooldown was over, he began predicting again. Hearing your information, the Green Wolf Demon King remained expressionless without saying much, directly having the old man escort you out. Naturally, you did not want to leave. You immediately told the Green Wolf Demon King that Hu Xiaotian knew about her troubles was specially sent to assist her. The Green Wolf Demon King, surprised, asked you how Hu Xiaotian found out. Knowing that any answer would give you away, you chose not to answer this question. The Green Wolf Demon King gave you a deep, thoughtful look. After pondering for a moment, she admitted that she had been worried about something recently. It worked. Joy flashed in Sunan's eyes. Apparently, mentioning Hu Xiaotian at that crucial moment was effective. 3 minutes later, you found out that the Green Wolf Demon King and her sister, the Sky Wolf clan princess, had a special senses, enabling them to detect each other's presence within a particular range. Not long ago, the Green Wolf Demon King sensed her sister's presence near Tianyun City. However, it was so faint to the point of being ambiguous that the Green Wolf Demon King could not ascertain her sister's exact location. Moreover, the sense was intermittent, not continuous, as if the Great Princess was alternating between approaching Tianyun City and leaving. This left the Green Wolf Demon King puzzled. The Green Wolf Demon King suspected that her sister might be in trouble, trapped somewhere and in danger. End of second prediction, continue. This is related to the Great Princess. The Green Wolf Demon King can sense the Great Princess near Tianyun City. Sunan was taken aback for a moment. He was relieved that he had not shown the Great Princess since he arrived in Tianyun City, or it would have been troublesome. Obviously, the cosmic ring blocked the senses between the Green Wolf Demon King and the Great Princess. While the Green Wolf Demon King's intermittent senses were likely due to his leaving Tianyun City, or because he logged off the game. Good thing this task came up, or else the next time I unknowingly let out the Great Princess, I would probably not know how I died. Sunan felt fortunate. Looking at the task, without a second thought, he turned around and left. He decisively gave up this 3-star task. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Walking down the street, a tavern ahead caught Sunan's attention. He instantaneously thought of the short sword he had on him. Qian Yu posted on the forum to meet him, appointing this place as the rendezvous point. The Drunken Wind Pavilion used to be Bear Rock's lair, but now it was his territory. Just in time, let's see what secret that short sword holds. Sunan's mind raced, turning to his precognition. As you disguise yourself as Wang Nan and head towards Drunken Wind Pavilion, you know that a group of outsiders is waiting especially for you there. Sure enough, as you approach the Chasing Wind Tower, a few glances instantly focus on you. Many people recognize you, some of them come directly to you, expressing their willingness to follow you. You ignore them, heading straight into the Drunken Wind Pavilion. As you enter, 5 outsiders immediately welcome you, the leading youth telling you they've been waiting for you. You understand that these people are the ones you're supposed to find. The leading youth invites you into a private room, while the other 4 outsiders guard the door outside. The youth tells you that he is a member of a guild from the outer 9 heavens, and represents their president in negotiations with you. After some communication with the youth, you find out that the short sword you had bought not long ago actually has a connection with the treasure map you just obtained. The short sword used to belong to the cave dwelling of an ancient powerhouse indicated on the map. What a coincidence! It's related to the treasure map. Looking at the contents of the foreknowledge, Sunan is surprised. He can't help but feel that he has a strong connection to that ancient cave dwelling. As soon as he gets the treasure map for entering the ancient powerhouse cave dwelling, he also gets a related short sword. Like you, the other party has also obtained a key to enter the cave dwelling. They have already explored the cave for more than 10 days and, by chance, discovered an unexplored secret land. A secret land? Sunan's eyes brighten. Without a doubt, a secret land undiscovered by others must be filled with opportunities. In an instant, he decides that he must visit that cave dwelling. You learn from the other party that the short sword in your hand and another item are the tokens needed to enter the secret land. The secret land can only be opened when both items are present. The other party's guild has obtained the other item. This time, they're looking for you to invite you to explore the secret land together. As long as you agree to explore together, they promise to tell you a little secret about you. End of first prediction. Would you like to continue? Something about me. Interesting, I'd like to see what you know about me. Sunan chooses to continue the foreknowledge. The other party tells you that this matter is very urgent. The secret land does not always exist, but can only be entered at specific times. You only have 2 days left to enter before it disappears. They require you to go with them as soon as possible. After some consideration, you agree to the other party's request and decide to explore the cave dwelling together. You then ask them what they know about you. They inform you that just yesterday, 3 players claiming to be from the Destiny Society sought out their president, wanting him to help them deal with you and stop your growth in the game. Those people claim to have roped in several other top-ranking players, and have offered substantial rewards, including technique seeds and ancient scriptures. Destiny Society. They've finally extended their reach into the game. Sunan's face darkens. After their last move, he knew the people of the Destiny Society wouldn't give up on his bracelet and would definitely come after him again. He didn't expect that they would not make a move in the real world, but instead start looking for opportunities in the game. People of the Destiny Society come from another space, so they cannot enter the game. Therefore, the people of the Destiny Society in the game are not real Destiny Society members. They are just puppets cultivated by the Destiny Society in reality. They're really generous. In order to deal with me, they even take out ancient scriptures and technique seeds. If the Destiny Society had tried to deal with him from within the game when he first entered, they might have managed to hinder his growth. Unfortunately, he has already grown, and even if the Destiny Society finds many more players, they will only be giving him chi luck. Well, if the Destiny Society really can find a group of spirit-level players, Lang 13's mainline task will be settled. Sunan is not afraid but instead looks forward to it. Without rushing to see the people of the Nine Heavens Guild, he turns around and leaves. There are still 2 days before the secret land disappears, so there's no hurry. It's almost time for the task refresh, and I can't refresh the tasks in Tianyun City anymore. Today, his 3 roles have a total of 4 3-star level tasks, but he has only completed 1. If he continues to stay in Tianyun City, there is a high probability that he will refresh the same tasks, which he does not want to see. After giving it some thought, he heads west and eventually arrives at a place 30 li away from Tianyun City. This place is an abandoned village called Dayang Village. The reason for the abandonment is the same as in other villages, due to the increase in demons. The villagers have no choice but to move to nearby towns or cities. In order to refresh the task of hunting Xian-level demons, Sunan takes out the demon named Go Lian from his cosmic ring. Go Lian is still unconscious, unable to wake up for a while. After doing all of this, he patiently waits. Before long, the real-world time reaches midnight. The game refreshes. He immediately checks the tasks of his 3 roles. Daily Task 1, Hunt a Mortal Level Demon. Daily Task 2, Hunt down 2 Mortal Level Demons. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Xian Level Demon. As he expected, the task of hunting the paper puppet demon didn't appear, and instead, there were missions for Xian level monsters. What was strange to him was that the first 2 of the 3 tasks he got this time were all 1-star tasks, and no 2-star tasks appeared. Looking at Zhang Yang's tasks, he couldn't help but frown. Daily Task 1, Hunt a demon in Yang Family Village. Daily Task 2, Hunt 2 demons in Yang Family Village. Daily Task 3, Hunt 3 demons in Yang Family Village. All 3 tasks were 1-star. Not even a 2-star task appeared. This was the first time he had encountered this since entering the game. Looking at Lang 13's tasks, they weren't any better. Daily Task 1, Hunt an outsider. Daily Task 2, Hunt 2 outsiders. Daily Task 3, Hunt 3 outsiders. Still 3 1-star tasks, not even a 2-star task, not to mention a 3-star task. Is this because there are no powerful demons in the area where I am? He had refreshed tasks outside of the city before, but he had never encountered anything like this. After pondering for a moment, Sunan could only attribute the cause to the sharp decline in the number of demons in Tianyun County due to the incident the day before. Most of the spirit-level monsters were killed by him, and now all that was left in the wilderness were mortal-level demons. It would be difficult to find a spirit-level monster. Big loss. Next time I refresh tasks, I'll have to find a place with more demons. For ordinary players, a decrease in task difficulty would be absolutely a good thing. They wouldn't be able to complete a high-level task, which would only occupy their task quota. With an additional low-level task, they would have 1 more task they could complete. But for Sunan, it's tantamount to a decrease in the demon power he acquires. Forget it, let's do these tasks first and see if I should use a task refresh card when I return to Tianyun City. The tasks of the 3 roles were too simple, posing no challenge to him at all. Even Lang 13's hunting player's task was completed on his way back to Tianyun City. It has to be said that this was the fastest time for all 3 characters to complete their tasks. Fortunately, with the 30 demon points contributed by a Xian-level great monster, he had a total of 70 demon points, which was not bad at all. He had a total of 136 usable demon points. I have enough demon power, but I'm missing a demon sutra of physique. Originally, he had left the last bloodline slot for the fusion of the ancient demon bloodline. Now that the giant divine ant bloodline has reached the level of the ancient demon bloodline due to the bloodline spirit fruit, he doesn't need to continue to fuse the ancient demon bloodline. He only needs to buy an ordinary bloodline. He returned to Tianyun City. He found a safe place and logged out of the game. The next day, Sunan was woken up by the ringing of his phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Chong calling. "Brother Nan, how's your game been the past few days?" "Not bad, I'm at Taishan now, and I'll be going to Mount Hung in a couple of days." He was now traveling in broad daylight, so there was no need to hide his itinerary. Wang Chong said enviously, "I really envy you. Unfortunately, Miss Bai won't allow it, otherwise, I would want to go with you. You just enjoy your game, I'll be counting on you to fly me around in the future." "Hehe, don't worry, Brother Nan. I have already reached great perfection in 3 bloodlines." Wang Chong said proudly, quite pleased with himself. "Speaking of which," he bragged, "and Brother Nan, let me tell you some good news. Yesterday, under Miss Bai's recommendation, I joined the Dian sect. Now with the disciples of Dian sect helping me with tasks, the speed of gaining demon power is skyrocketing. I got 25 demon power points just yesterday, far surpassing other players." 25 demon power points? That's quite good, already catching up with him when he was in Kuntian prison. "Congratulations." Sunan sincerely congratulated him, and then changed the subject, "Where is the Dian sect located?" "Brother Nan, you really don't care about the game at all. The Dian sect is in the center of Dongchen State, Zhongtian County, where everyone from our dream guild is." "Zhongtian County? Isn't that where the royal capital of the Great Yu dynasty is?" Sunan took note of that. Afterward, he chatted casually with Wang Chong for a while. After hanging up the phone, he casually ate some breakfast and logged into the game again. In the game, he appeared where he had logged out. "No rush to fuse the bloodline now, let's concentrate on condensing my life essence blood first." Chapter 79, Avatar Formation. Compared to integrating bloodlines, he was more looking forward to externalizing the body. As long as he cultivates for another 6 hours today, his life essence blood will be fully condensed. The process of condensing essence blood was tedious and lengthy. During this time, Sunan didn't idle, taking out dragon turtle and feeding it again. Just like yesterday, more than 40 drops of mortal level monster essence blood were consumed. Fortunately, he had thousands of drops of mortal grade essence blood on him, otherwise, it would be difficult to find so many demon essence blood containing water controlling power. If it's only this much essence blood every day, it's not a big deal, but the dragon turtle's growth rate will be too slow if it only relies on this mortal grade essence blood. Looking at the dragon turtle, which still hadn't changed much, Sunan contemplated whether he should feed it spirit grade essence blood instead. 6 hours later. With a drop of blood completely different from ordinary essence blood condensing in his body, Sunan took a deep breath. Success! With a thought, the blood was forced out from his body, floating in his hand. This drop of blood was red with a faint hint of gold. Even without careful observation, one could sense the immense power contained within the essence blood. It wasn't easy. This took 5 bottles of life-extending pills to condense. Condensing life essence blood is too exhausting for the spirit, energy, and mind strength. Fortunately, he could constantly transform vitality, the cost of which was that half of the 10 life-extending pills he had exchanged from the Governor Mansion's treasure vault last time had already been consumed. He flipped his hand, and a Qingjin stone the size of a human head appeared in his hand. It was the so-called ancient divine gold Qingjin stone. Originally, the Qingjin stone was used to repair the heavenly dome divine prohibition, but the demon clan's actions now had completely disrupted the plans of the Great Yu dynasty. Now it seemed that the Great Yu dynasty and the other 9 great powers couldn't even protect the heavenly dome divine prohibition, let alone repair it. The main material required to condense the externalized body must contain unusual power. This Qingjin stone contains the immortal power, which should meet the requirements. Sunan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the information flashing on the panel. You have obtained a technique called externalizing the body, and according to the requirements of the technique, you condensed a drop of life essence blood. You plan to use Qingjin stone as material to condense the avatar. In your opinion, the Qingjin stone contains immortal power, which meets the requirements for the condensation of your externalized body. Following the method in the technique, you drop your life essence blood onto the Qingjin stone, then, you start to cast the technique to condense the avatar. As you perform the technique, your life essence blood rapidly seeps into the Qingjin stone, simultaneously establishing an invisible connection between you and the stone. The 3 bloodline powers belonging to Zhongyang in your body are extracted, rushing towards the Qingjin stone, while your Qi luck is also being withdrawn and poured into the Qingjin stone. With the influx of bloodline power and Qi luck, the Qingjin stone begins to change, its original hardness twisting and gradually transforming into the shape of a baby. 1 minute later, half of the 3 bloodline powers belonging to Zhongyang have been consumed, and the Qingjin stone is now completely in the form of a baby. Your externalized body has been initially formed, and it grows visibly as your bloodline power continues to flow in. 2 minutes later, your externalized body has grown into the appearance of a 5-year-old child, and the bloodline power inside your body is about to be depleted. You quickly take out and consume life-extending pills to replenish your vitality and transform bloodline power. 3 minutes later, your externalized body has grown into the appearance of a 10-year-old child. End of first prediction. Do you wish to continue? Qingjin stone really can be the material for condensed avatars. Sunan was pleasantly surprised. The Qingjin stone was an ancient divine metal, containing the so-called immortal power and extremely hard. The price for exchanging it from personal space to reality was more than 5,000 points. Using such a treasure to condense an avatar, he couldn't imagine what kind of abilities it might possess. Continue. The emergence of an externalized body consumes a large amount of bloodline power, and you have no choice but to continuously take life-extending pills to help replenish your spirit and energy, then use your energy to transform bloodline power to maintain the consumption. 1 minute later, your avatar has grown into the appearance of a 15-year-old teenager. 2 minutes later, your avatar has grown into the appearance of a 20-year-old young man. 3 minutes later, your avatar has finally grown to the same age as you. Congratulations, you have successfully condensed an externalized body. Unfortunately, because the avatar you condensed has the control law system power, it does not fully match the undying power in the Qingjin stone and couldn't bring out its full potential. Mismatch. Sunan frowned, and after a little thought, he understood. He was currently using Zhang Yang's role, and the bloodline power extracted during the process of condensing the avatar was also Zhang Yang's bloodline power. This meant that the externalized body could only have the abilities of one of his roles. Unfortunately, the undying power contained in Qingjin stone did not match with the power of the law control system. The material used and the player's power need to be compatible. Fortunately, I have the reminder of foresight. If I had chosen the wrong role for the condensed avatar and couldn't fully utilize the power of Qingjin stone, I would have suffered a great loss. Let's try Lang 13's role. As the life wheel scripture turned, he switched his role to Lang 13 and waited for the end of the foresight cooldown. Then, he began the foresight again. Congratulations, you have successfully condensed an external avatar. Unfortunately, because you have condensed a secret power system avatar, it is not fully compatible with the undying power within the green gold stone, and can't fully utilize the strength contained in the green gold stone. It's still not fully compatible. Helpless, Sunan can only switch his roles to Wang Nan. Fortunately, it does not disappoint him this time. Congratulations, you have successfully condensed an external avatar. Since you have condensed a physique power avatar, it is fully compatible with the undying power within the green gold stone, and your avatar has successfully gained the undying characteristic. Success! Sunan's eyes lit up, hesitating no longer, taking out and directly swallowing a whole bottle of life-extending pills, then started to condense the external avatar according to the method in foresight. 5 or 6 minutes later, before him, there sat a youth who looked exactly like his original role. Is this an avatar? It seems to have no difference from my own body. Looking at the avatar before him, surprise appeared in Sunan's eyes. The avatar felt like a part of his own body, easily controlled, even more so than the connection between him and the Li Fire essence. The avatar opened its eyes and looked at him. At this moment, Sunan felt as if he had gained another pair of eyes, seeing himself. I can see and hear everything the avatar sees and hears. Congratulations, you have successfully condensed an external avatar. In case this avatar is not put away, when you quit the game, the avatar will be left in the game and unable to be operated. Only after you log into the game again, can you continue to control it. The avatar will not truly die. After each death, it can reform by expending a large amount of bloodline power. Please explore other abilities yourself. So not putting it away will leave it in the game? I have to be careful when logging out while using the avatar. After noting this down, he couldn't wait to start studying the avatar's abilities. Over 10 minutes later, he finally completed his research on the avatar's abilities. He discovered that he could control the avatar in 2 ways. The first and simplest way was to control it like controlling his own arm. If he wanted to clench his fist, the avatar would clench its fist. If he wanted to turn around, the avatar would turn around. Under this control method, the avatar was like a humanoid machine, capable of executing all his commands. Yes. It was a machine. A machine without a divine soul or consciousness. If I control the avatar to steal the divine Dao ritual artifact from the city god temple, what will happen? The moment he discovered that the avatar had no divine soul, a bold idea emerged in Sunan's heart, making his breathing become rapid. Once someone touches or moves the ritual artifact, the toucher's divine soul will be pulled into the strange space formed by the divine Dao ritual artifact. He had once thought that if he could find something without a divine soul, he could touch the divine Dao ritual artifact. Now, the appearance of the external avatar seems to fulfill this requirement. This method can be tried, but whether the result will be the same as using a stick to move the incense burner is unknown. Compared to the first control method, the second way was much more magical. He found that he could separate a part of his consciousness to enter the avatar's body, enabling multitasking. When his consciousness entered the avatar's body, more abilities could be utilized. He could even open his personal information panel, task list, and even personal space in the avatar's body. Unfortunately, the avatar could not fuse with the bloodline, nor could it activate the Demon Sutra. Everything that can be used belongs to Wang Nan. While in the avatar's body, he could not use the life wheel scripture, nor could he switch roles. The role was fixed on Wang Nan, and he could not use the strength of Zhongyang or Lang 13. Fortunately, foreseeing the future and the across the heavens shift and bone shifting techniques could still be used. However, the number of times they could be used was shared between him and his main body. Moreover, due to the material used for condensing the avatar, the strength of the avatar's physique exceeded his expectations. His full force attack couldn't even wound the avatar. It was only with great difficulty that he managed to create a wound on the avatar, but it healed and disappeared instantly. It's the immortal power. It's definitely because of the immortal power. Sunan was both surprised and delighted. Who could resist having an avatar with such a powerful body and regenerative abilities? This was like a humanoid tank. With this, even if I can't use Zhongyang and Lang 13's abilities, relying on the avatar's physique and recovery abilities, I can still fight against mid-stage Xian level, or even late-stage, great monsters. Overall, the formation of the avatar didn't greatly increase his strength. But with 2 bodies, he could do more things. For example, he could send his avatar to Red Mountain Prefecture and enter the cave dwelling with the treasure map in hand. Thinking of this, Sunan's eyes lit up again. I wonder if I can use the externalizing the body in reality. With a thought, the avatar disappeared in front of him and he put it away. Inside his body, at the position of his heart, appeared a bean-sized blue dot, which was the condensed core of the externalizing the body, very mystical. Quit game. Getting up from the game warehouse, he had a thought, and the next moment, the avatar appeared before his eyes. It can be used in reality as well. Now my real identity has an extra layer of protection. Storing away the avatar, he logged into the game again. Demon Hunting Bureau. As usual, Sunan would come to the Demon Hunting Bureau every day. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he returned to the Demon Hunting Bureau with Zhang Yang's identity, someone came to find him. They were 3 outsiders. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are members of the Destiny Society. God Zhang Yang might not have heard of us, but that's okay. You just need to know that our Destiny Society has a strong power in reality. We're here to invite you to join us in dealing with Wang Nan. They found me so quickly? Sunan looked at the 3, and found that they were not weak, and they had all reached the great perfection of the 4 mortal level bloodlines, and could enter the spirit level at any time. With such strength, they were definitely among the top 2 players. You want to deal with the top-ranked Wang Nan with just you? You're not even at the spirit level. Even if you were, there's no difference between you and mortal level in front of Wang Nan. Sunan looked at the 3 with undisguised ridicule in his eyes. The 3 remained expressionless, saying, "We know our strength is not enough, but we know you can do it, and we've already invited some other players. Why do you think I would make a move? What's the benefit for me in becoming an enemy of the top-ranked great god? Sunan indifferently replied, as if the issue under discussion had nothing to do with him. We have ancient scriptures. We have technique seeds. As the third-ranked player, Zhang Yang should know something about these two things, right? As long as you can successfully kill Wang Nan once, we will give you a technique seed. Oh? You'll give me a technique seed if I kill Wang Nan once? Sunan was surprised. He thought Destiny Society would want him to kill Wang Nan many times or inflict substantial damage on him in exchange for technique seeds and ancient scriptures. But he didn't expect that they only wanted him to kill Wang Nan once. That was strange. What's the point of killing Wang Nan once? A single death shouldn't hurt someone like him, should it? Sunan asked. You don't have to worry about that. We have our own ways to deal with it. The three were very confident, as if they could achieve their goal as long as Wang Nan died once. Sunan couldn't help but wonder in secret. Could it be that the Destiny Society had a way for a player to not be revived after dying once? Sunan considered whether to agree or not in secret. Since his avatar was already formed, he could stage a fake death by cooperating with other players to kill his avatar in front of everyone. Of course, it would be the avatar that would be killed. Trading one death of his avatar for a technique seed was a bargain no matter how he looked at it. Thinking about it, he made up his mind. Fine, when will you make your move? Sunan agreed. Upon hearing this, the three rejoiced. We need some time to prepare. Don't worry, it won't take long. Having completed their task, the three left satisfied. After they left, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. With players delivering the task to him and technique seeds to take, why wouldn't he enjoy it? Moreover, he wanted to take this opportunity to see what measures the Destiny Society had prepared to deal with him. Now it's time to meet those guys from the Nine Heavens Guild. Chapter 180, Exploring the City God Temple again. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Several members of the Nine Heavens Guild are visibly anxious. They've been waiting here for a day without seeing any sign of Wang Nan. What should we do? If he keeps delaying, we can't just wait around like this. That Wang Nan is too mysterious. I've already hired hundreds of players to help search for him, but if he's still in Tianyun City, he should have been found by now. But there's absolutely no news. We only have 2 more days left before that secret spot disappears. If he doesn't show up soon, all of our efforts these past few days will go to waste. 5 players from the Nine Heavens Guild stand in front of the window of a private booth on the 2nd floor of Drunken Wind Pavilion, searching the streets below for any sign of Wang Nan. At that moment, one of them suddenly squints as his face lights up with joy. Wang Nan. It's Wang Nan. He's here. Upon hearing this, the others immediately turn toward the direction of his gaze. Sure enough, Wang Nan is walking towards them on the street. He's finally here. Wonderful. Overjoyed, the group immediately rushes downstairs to welcome him. Several minutes later. Back inside the private room, Sunan sits opposite a young man. Of course, the one who has arrived is not his actual body, but his avatar Wang Nan. At the moment, his real body is headed for Tiangong Pavilion, preparing to buy the last bloodline and demon sutra that Wang Nan needs. What is it that you want from me? Sunan feigned ignorance. The reason he did this was simple, to throw them off. If he revealed that he knew everything, he would only make himself suspicious. As expected, his act stunned the young man, who stammered, "Great God, don't you know?" They had assumed that Sunan knew the secret of the short sword, but now it appeared that he may have noticed the uniqueness of the short sword, but didn't fully understand its specific use. The young man quickly composed himself and secretly relayed the news to his boss, Qian Yu. "Sir Wang Nan, are you the one who bought that short sword at the Tiangong Pavilion by offering 70 drops of spirit-level monster essence blood? Right, why? Are you interested in that short sword? If the great god is willing to part with it, we'd be more than willing to take it off your hands." Sunan scoffed, "If I'm not mistaken, that short sword holds a trace of obsession from some ancient powerhouse. I might not know what you want with the sword, but once something is in my hands, I don't easily part with it." Just as I thought, he doesn't know. Upon hearing Sunan's words, the young man felt a sense of relief rather than anxiety. He didn't know how Sunan had come to the conclusion that the short sword contained an ancient powerhouse's obsession, but that didn't matter. All he needed to know was that Sunan was oblivious to the ancient cave dwelling and the secret spot. And that was enough. With this knowledge, even if they took Sunan into the secret spot, whatever he acquired would still be less than theirs. The young man's thoughts raced. Little did he know, this was all part of Sunan's act. No longer intending to hide anything, the young man recounted everything related to the short sword, the cave dwelling, and the secret spot. After listening, Sunan feigned surprise. "Oh? You're saying that the short sword is a token to access that secret place?" "Exactly." The young man nodded. "As long as the great god agrees to come with us to the secret spot, we can also reveal something about your own self. Since you're willing to bring me along, I should be grateful. Why would I decline this offer?" Sunan said with a smile. He then added, "But not now. You still have to wait a few more hours." This time, he intended to go personally and leave his avatar in Tianyun City. His avatar could not use the life wheel scripture, meaning it could not use the ability related to chi luck. Therefore, if there were indeed treasures in the cave dwelling, the avatar might miss out. Before leaving, he wanted to see if he could get the incense burner from the city god temple using his avatar. A few hours are no issue. Seeing Sunan's agreement, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, both parties discussed some specifics. A short while later, Avatar Wang Nan left Drunken Wind Pavilion. Watching Sunan's retreating figure, the people in the pavilion exchanged knowing smiles. "Seems like we were overthinking." He bought the short sword simply because he detected the obsession contained within it somehow. He doesn't know anything about the cave dwelling. That makes sense. We spent a lot of resources to find the cave dwelling. He could not possibly know about it, let alone the secret spot. This actually works out better. This cave dwelling is crucial to our boss's task and we can't afford any loss. Wang Nan is too powerful for us to handle. Now that he doesn't know anything, this actually works in our favor. Moreover, to enter the cave dwelling, one needs a key. We have the key. Whether he can leave or not is solely up to us. Exactly, we must never let him know about the key. Otherwise, he'll definitely become skeptical and change his mind. Golden Bone Ox Bloodline. Elsewhere, Sunan leaves the Tiangong Pavilion holding a bloodline, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He found a place where no one was around and immediately fused the bloodline. Once the bloodline successfully fused, with the cost of 80 demon power, Wang Nan's fourth bloodline reached great perfection. The number of foreknowledge times increased, reaching a total of 54 uses per day. At the moment when Wang Nan's fourth bloodline reached great perfection, other players became restless. Many people noticed the changes in the rankings for the first time and could not help but be shocked. 4 bloodlines have achieved great perfection. Deity Wang Nan has achieved great perfection in 4 bloodlines. Unbelievable. It is said that for each spirit level bloodline, one needs a full 80 points of demon power. Where did Deity Wang Nan get so much demon power? He's too strong. It hasn't been long since Deity Wang Nan became the first to break through the spirit level, and now he's about to become the first to break through the Xian level. I wonder if Deity Wang Nan's breakthrough this time will be like last time, and the public beta test will be opened again. Wang Nan's fourth bloodline achieving great perfection caused a huge shock to the other players. It should be known that currently, mainstream players are still in the late mortal stage or at the peak of mortal level, and those who can step into the spirit level are few and far between. Now, with Wang Nan's fourth bloodline achieving great perfection, the players see him as only one step away from entering the Xian level. Such speed is beyond astonishing. Some celebrate, while others worry. For those who have not yet qualified for the game, they naturally hope Wang Nan will break through as soon as possible. If the game can open again for public beta test like last time when Wang Nan breaks through, it is undoubtedly a good thing for them. However, for those who have already qualified for the game, it is not such a good thing. Especially the players who hold high rankings on the list. Damn it! I should have been the first. In the Dianxing sect, Zhou Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. He couldn't understand how his once good start ended up like this. Looking at his own ranking, he had already achieved minor accomplishment in the second spirit level bloodline, not too far from Qian Yu, who was fourth. As long as he had time, he was confident that he could surpass Qian Yu quickly. However, compared with Wang Nan, the gap was too significant. Without any opportunities, it would be nearly impossible for him to surpass Wang Nan in a short time. Nevertheless, he thought of something and revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Destiny Society, I hope you won't disappoint me. Yesterday, the Destiny Society had also approached him. If it were against someone else, he might have hesitated, but the target was Wang Nan, and he agreed without a second thought. Meanwhile, several members of the Nine Heavens Guild who had just formed a partnership with Sun Nan were dumbfounded. How did he do it? Just minutes ago, Wang Nan was still in front of them, and now, in such a short time, not only did he fuse with the bloodline, but he also raised it to perfection. Boss, what should we do? His strength has increased again. Will it affect our operation? The young man at the forefront immediately asked Qian Yu through private chat. Qian Yu remained silent for a moment and replied, "Don't worry, that place is full of dangers. We have sacrificed many players and their death counts to finally get a clear grasp of that place. His strength may be stronger than ours, but it won't make much of a splash there." At the same time, in reality, several people in black looked grim. His strength has increased again, and it's only been a few days? We can't let him keep growing like this. We must speed up our operations and make sure to take care of him before the next branch task for the human crisis starts. Otherwise, once he acquires a large number of contribution points again, his strength will undoubtedly surge. We've already pulled Zhang Yang to our side, and with his current strength, he should be able to deal with Wang Nan. However, if we let Wang Nan continue growing, Zhang Yang might not be a match. It's a pity we haven't found Lang 13 yet, otherwise, the success rate of our plan would be even higher. Do you want to consume 160 demon power points and upgrade to Xian level? Looking at the personal information panel, Sun Nan revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. 160 demon power points? It takes that many. It takes 40 demon power points to break through from mortal stage to spirit level, which is exactly the sum of one mortal level demon technique from beginner to great perfection. He originally thought that breaking through from spirit level to Xian level would also require the sum of one spirit level demon technique from beginner to great perfection, which would be 80 demon power points. But now it requires 160 points, twice as much as he had anticipated. If the increase continues like this, won't it mean that to break through from Xian level to King level, the required demon power might be 3 times or even 4 times the total amount needed for one Xian level bloodline to achieve great perfection? 160 demon power points wouldn't be a problem for him, at most, it would take 2 to 3 days to accumulate for his 3 roles. However, for ordinary players, this is definitely a huge hurdle. Moreover, at this stage, breaking through and fusing bloodlines is no longer absolutely safe, there will be risks of bloodline conflict and loss of control, which is why many martial artists are stuck at the spirit level peak and cannot break through for years. And that's not all, immediately after, 2 more prompts popped up. Tip: your life wheel scripture is at the 2nd layer, and to upgrade spirit level to Xian level, 3 roles with 4 bloodlines achieving great perfection are needed. Your role Zhang Yang lacks 1 bloodline, and your role Lang 13 is missing 1 bloodline, they do not meet the upgrade requirements for now. I actually need all 4 bloodlines of the 3 roles to be at great perfection in order to break through. There was no such restriction when I advanced from mortal level to spirit level last time. It seems that it was because my life wheel scripture was upgraded to the 2nd layer. Now, if I want to break through from spirit level to Xian level, I either need to upgrade my life wheel scripture to the 3rd layer or complete the 4 bloodlines for all 3 roles. Collecting his thoughts, Sun Nan followed the plan and headed towards the direction of the city god temple. At this time, it was nighttime in the game. City god temple became eerie and mysterious again. Sun Nan released his avatar and began to try for knowledge. Once again near the city god temple, you know that the city god temple before you is not the real city god temple, but a bizarre space constructed by the divine Dao ritual artifact. With the power of externalizing the body, you have found a way to counter the divine Dao ritual artifact. You plan to control an avatar completely constructed from technique strength without a divine soul to enter the city god temple and take out the divine Dao ritual artifact inside. You stand a kilometer away from the city god temple, controlling the avatar heading towards the city god temple. The main gate of the city god temple is still unlocked. You control the avatar to come to the gate and see the 4 paper puppet demons in the courtyard again through the gap in the door. Without any hesitation, you push the gate and walk in. Your arrival immediately catches the attention of the 4 paper puppet demons, who launch divine soul attacks at you simultaneously. Unfortunately, your externalized avatar is a product of magic. Although it appears to be flesh and blood, in reality, its essence is nothing more than a green gold stone infused with immortal power, with no divine soul or consciousness. A divine soul attack has no effect on it. You quickly attempt to grab one paper puppet demon, which fails to dodge, and is caught and torn in half by the avatar you control. This avatar is the nemesis of soul power. Even when he discovered that the avatar had no divine soul, he already knew that using the avatar, he could easily kill the paper puppet demons. So now, seeing how powerful the avatar is in foreknowledge, he still felt pleasantly surprised. The remaining 3 paper puppet demons, knowing they are no match for you, flash into the 3 halls respectively. Your actions anger the demons in the Grand Hall. The main entrance of the city temple main hall opens, and a green-faced fanged monster appears before you, seemingly noticing something off about you and revealing confusion in its eyes. You don't wait for the monster to make a move, taking the initiative to attack the monster, attempting to kill it. The monster becomes furious, and with a low roar, a great sword shoots out from the monster's forehead, slashing at you. The sword is completely condensed from the power of the divine soul. With the king-level great demon's divine soul power turning from intangible to tangible, your avatar can withstand divine soul attacks but cannot be immune to substantial damage. The soul power transformed into a great sword slashes into your avatar, instantly piercing through its chest. Soul power turns from intangible to tangible. Sunan gasped. Divine soul power was already bizarre enough, and now reaching the king level, it can change from intangible to tangible, changing from an invisible and untouchable spiritual attack to a physical attack. Moreover, based on the situation in the foreknowledge, the great sword formed from divine soul power is not ordinary strength, and it could actually penetrate the avatar's body. If that were to fall on his original body, wouldn't he be split in half directly? With the blow from the green-faced fanged monster, your avatar is severely injured. Fortunately, your avatar contains immortal power. As your body's bloodline power is rapidly extracted invisibly, the wound on the avatar heals quickly. While controlling the avatar using the technique across the heavens shift, you instantly arrive beside the monster. Your racial talent one force breaking the sky is used, gathering all your strength into one punch towards the monster. Faced with your sudden appearance, the monster fails to react swiftly and was hit by your punch, its body instantly shattering like broken porcelain, scattering into countless fragments on the ground. Did it work? Seeing this, Sunan couldn't help but hold his breath. Chapter 181, Getting the Incense Burner. That's a demon king. If he could kill a demon king, it would be of great significance to him. Unfortunately, the following foreknowledge disappointed him. The body of the green-faced fanged monster is shattered by your full-strength blow, but immediately after, you're shocked to find that an identical monster emerges from the main hall. The monster has revived, or rather, it hasn't truly died. It's tough to kill a monster within the space created by the Divine Deo ritual artifact. The revived monster becomes furious, and your actions enrage the monsters in the other 2 grand halls. The doors open, and the monsters appear before you, launching attacks simultaneously. After using your full strength, your bloodline power is nearly exhausted, and your avatar is unable to withstand the combined attacks of the 3 monsters. Your avatar is severely damaged, unable to control it further, and it reverts back to your body's origin. The monsters discover you, a blade formed by the power of divine soul shoots out from the city god temple, and before you can react, it pierces your body. You're dead. No wonder it's a king-level great monster, its methods are far beyond ordinary monsters, it can even revive. The first attempt with his externalized body ended in failure. Sunan wasn't disappointed, not because his externalized body wasn't strong. On the contrary, this foresight had already proven the strength of his externalized body. You should know that his opponent wasn't an ordinary monster, it was a king-level great monster. If it had been Sunan's main body, he would have died countless times already. But the avatar, with the advantage of not having a divine soul, managed to kill a king-level great monster once. No. I can't face the monster head-on, I must find another way. My main target is the incense burner, so I shouldn't get entangled in battle. I must obtain the incense burner first. After re-establishing his plan, Sunan used the foresight again. Returning to the vicinity of the city god temple, you know that the temple you see is not the real city god temple, but a bizarre space created by the divine Dao ritual artifact. With your externalized body, you find a way to counter the divine Dao ritual artifact. You plan to control the soulless avatar constructed by the technique strength and enter the city god temple to retrieve the divine Dao ritual artifact. Using the across the heavens shift, you directly enter the main hall of the city god temple. Your appearance immediately attracts the attention of the paper puppet demons in the courtyard. 4 paper puppet demons quickly head towards the hall you're in. Ignoring the monsters, you reach straight for the incense burner placed under the divine statue in the grand hall. Just as you touch the incense burner, the green-faced fanged monster it holds suddenly comes to life. With a furious roar, a divine soul-concentrated greatsword slashes at you. You know that the monster's blow isn't enough to kill your avatar completely, so you ignore its attack and continue to reach for the incense burner. The monster's greatsword infused with the power of divine soul falls on your avatar's body, piercing it. Fortunately, as you guessed, your avatar isn't killed in one blow. At that moment, you finally touch the incense burner. In an instant, a terrifying pulling force surges out of it. The force is transmitted through the connection between the avatar and your real body. Even at a distance of kilometers, your main body is still affected, and your divine soul is pulled into the space created by the incense burner. You're dead. Failed again. Sunan initially thought that as long as he didn't attack personally, he wouldn't be pulled into the space formed by the incense burner. It seems he was wrong. The power of the incense burner can be transmitted through the connection between my avatar and me. Surely it can't pull my divine soul no matter where I'm stationed. He pondered in secret. If that were the case, getting the incense burner would be even more challenging than he anticipated. Let's give it a try. A few minutes later, he left Tianyun City. Standing outside Tianyun City, he started the foresight again. The first time, nothing interesting happened while he was on the move. As soon as the 3 minutes passed in the foresight, Sunan immediately began the second attempt. Using the across the heavens shift, you directly enter the main hall of the city god temple. Your appearance immediately attracts the attention of the paper puppet demons in the courtyard, and the 4 paper puppet demons quickly head towards the hall you're in. You know that the monster's blow isn't enough to destroy your avatar completely, so you ignore its attack and continue to reach for the incense burner. The monster's greatsword infused with power of divine soul falls on your avatar's body, piercing it. Fortunately, as you guessed, your avatar isn't killed in one blow. At that moment, you finally touch the incense burner. In an instant, a terrifying pulling force surges out of it. Here it comes. Sunan couldn't help but hold his breath and focus, paying attention to the difference between this foresight and the last one. The force is transmitted through the connection between the avatar and your MAM body. Although the distance between your main body and the avatar is far, it's not far enough to ignore the force, and your main body is still affected. Your divine soul is pulled, and in an instant, it enters the space created by the incense burner. You're dead. Another death in the foresight. However, this time Sunan laughed. The foresight clearly stated that although the distance between him and his avatar was far, it wasn't far enough to disregard the power of the divine Dao ritual artifact. What does this mean? It means that as long as the distance is enough, he can indeed ignore the spiritual pull of the incense burner. This time, he still died because the distance wasn't far enough. Since that's the case, I will go even further. Sunan went straight to the west. Over 20 minutes later, he stopped at a distance of 60 to 70 miles from Tianyun City, and started his foreknowledge again. The next 7 foreknowledge events passed whilst traveling. At the end of the 7th foreknowledge event, he finally returned to a spot near the city god temple in Tianyun City. You use across the heavens shift to directly enter the main hall of the city god temple. Your appearance immediately attracts the attention of the paper puppet demon in the courtyard. 4 paper puppet demons are rapidly approaching the grand hall where you are. You know that a strike from the demon is not enough to obliterate your avatar. You ignore the attack of the demon and continue to grab the incense burner. The power of divine soul of the demon is transformed into a great sword that pierces your avatar's body. As you expected, your avatar is not killed in one hit. At this moment, you finally touch the incense burner. Instantly, a terrifying pulling force emerges from the incense burner. Fortunately, your true body is far enough from your avatar. The power of the incense burner is not enough to pull your main divine soul, and you successfully evade a disaster. I did it! Sunan exclaimed happily. Although he wasted more than 10 foreknowledge opportunities, the result satisfied him. As long as he can successfully get the incense burner, he can complete his 4-star, first phase Mystery of the Divine Dao mission. You have grabbed the incense burner with your avatar. Your actions have not only thoroughly enraged the green-faced fanged monster but also triggered the wrath of the demons in the other 2 grand halls. The doors of the 2 grand halls open, and 2 demons appeared before your sight. You react swiftly, grab the incense burner, and use across the heavens shift to leave again. The moment you take the incense burner and leave the city god temple, the mysterious space constructed by the incense burner loses its power support and automatically retracts. The green-faced fanged monster, as the entity incubated by the Divine Dao ritual artifact, is also retracted by the incense burner at the same time. Discovering that you have fled, the other 2 demons are furious. Unfortunately, as the products of the Divine Dao ritual artifact, they cannot leave the artifact too far and can only roar angrily in the city god temple constructed by the Divine Dao ritual artifact. Congratulations on successfully getting a Divine Dao ritual artifact. So that's how it is, both the paper puppet demon and the 3 demon kings are products of the incense burner's incubation. They cannot leave the space constructed by the incense burner. And the incense burner, in turn, has a close connection with the city god temple and cannot leave the temple. Once someone takes the incense burner out of the city god temple, the space constructed by the incense burner will retract its incubated demons. A flash of understanding appeared in Sunan's eyes as he finally realized why the governor, despite the presence of 3 demon kings in the city god temple, would turn a blind eye to them. It wasn't that the governor didn't want to manage them, he simply couldn't. And there was no need to. The 3 demons, being immortal within the space constructed by the Divine Dao ritual artifact, leave the Emperor-level powerhouse with no choice but to stay his hand against them, as they're both powerful and hard to kill. The foreknowledge hadn't ended, and Sunan chose to continue. He wanted to see whether or not the incense burner would still pull his divine soul at close range after leaving the city god temple. After wasting several other foreknowledge opportunities, his true body and avatar reunited during the foreknowledge event. He was relieved to find that after leaving the city god temple, the incense burner seemed to have lost all its power, and it didn't try to pull his divine soul again. Even when Sunan himself held it, there were no issues. That should be enough. It's time to take action. An avatar appeared before him, ready to start the operation. After thinking for a bit, he pulled out a daily task refresh card with a flip of his hand. He planned to use the refresh card to refresh Wang Nan's daily tasks. That way, if the task to hunt down the paper puppet demon comes up again, he can conveniently complete a 3-star daily task. Of course, the refresh card can't be used now. He needs to wait until the avatar is about to reach the city god temple and use the avatar to use it through spirit descent. His current location, far from the city god temple, was too far away. If he refreshed the tasks here, there would be a high chance that a pile of 1-star tasks would come up again. After confirming that everything was fine, he started controlling the avatar to take action. About 10 minutes later, the avatar arrived at a spot several hundred meters away from the city god temple. Once there, Sunan didn't control the avatar in the simplest way. Instead, he used the method of spirit descent. Only in this way would the avatar have a character panel and be able to use the task refresh card. Do you want to use a task refresh card to refresh today's daily tasks? Yes. You have successfully used the daily task refresh card, and your daily tasks have been refreshed. Daily Task 1, Hunt a mortal level demon. Daily Task 2, Hunt a spirit level monster. Daily Task 3, Hunt a paper puppet demon. The familiar tasks appeared again, and Sunan retracted his divine soul, continuing to control his avatar to head to the city god temple. 2 minutes later, a paper puppet demon was killed by him. 30 demon power points credited. Outside Tianyun City, Sunan immediately operates the life wheel scripture to switch roles to Zhang Yang. The Mystery of the Divine Dao mainline task belongs to Zhang Yang, so naturally, he has to complete it using Zhang Yang's identity. Without the Divine Soul's descent, the avatar is essentially a tool, and this tool can be used by all 3 of Sunan's roles. In such a situation, the tasks completed by the avatar naturally belong to the controlling role. Only when the Divine Soul descends does the avatar's role become fixed as Wang Nan. In that case, the demon hunted down by the avatar and the task completed would only count as Wang Nan's. After the paper puppet demon was killed by the avatar, a demon appeared in the main hall of the city god temple. The avatar was no match for the demon and naturally would not engage with it. As planned, he manipulated the avatar to use the across the heavens shift, directly arriving in front of the incense burner in the main hall, and grabbed at the incense burner. The situation that followed was completely the same as in the foreknowledge. The avatar boldly endured a hit from the demon, grabbed the incense burner from the divine case, and then, before the other two demons could act, used the across the heavens shift to leave the city god temple again. Roar! The remaining two demons roared in anger, echoing throughout Tianyun city. The sound was piercing, and many people were awakened from their dreams. Who has provoked those ghosts again? In the governor's mansion, the county magistrate of Tianyun County suddenly got up and quickly headed for the city god temple. In a breath, he arrived at the city god temple. At this time, the city god temple was in chaos because one of the divine Deo ritual artifacts was taken, and the remaining two demons went berserk. The two demons seemed to have used some method, and the strange space originally formed by the divine Deo ritual artifact rapidly expanded. In an instant, nearly a kilometer radius was engulfed. Seeing this, the county magistrate was astonished. He quickly realized that one demon was missing, and he wondered who had done this. "You two ghost things, dare to disturb my Tianyun city. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the mystery of the divine Deo, do you want your rewards immediately?" Just as the avatar left the city god temple with the incense burner, a prompt for task completion popped up in front of Sunan. Claim it. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit-level bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit-level demon technique. Congratulations, you have obtained 45 demon power points. Congratulations, you have obtained the refining method of divine Deo ritual artifact. The second phase of the mystery of the divine Deo task has been activated, please go to the task list to check. Without a chance to check the task rewards, he immediately controlled his avatar to quickly leave Tianyun city. Over 10 minutes later, the avatar returned to Sunan with the incense burner. Retracting his avatar, Sunan took the incense burner to examine it. Incense ritual burner, a divine Deo ritual artifact, one of the key instruments required for the cultivation of the fragrant fire spiritual path in the Duxuan dynasty. Having experienced 1,000 years of incense offerings, a peculiar space has formed inside it and even bred a king-level sacrificial demon. Due to its removal from its place of worship and the loss of the power of incense to support it, the incense ritual burner temporarily loses its due ability. A prosperous incense site can be found again to restore its ability. A sacrificial demon? So those three demons are called sacrifice god demons. Sunan was amazed, he had not expected such an exotic demon. After inspecting the incense burner for a while and discovering nothing else, he finally took out the refining method of the ritual artifact of the divine Deo that he had just rewarded to check. Chapter 182, The Function of the Offering Refining Method. Just from the literal meaning, this so-called method for refining the divine Deo ritual artifact should be a method for refining divine Deo ritual artifacts. But when Sunan got the method, he realized he was wrong. This so-called method for refining the divine Deo ritual artifact is not just a method for refining divine Deo ritual artifacts but also a cultivation method similar to the Demon Sutra. Method for refining the divine Deo ritual artifact, one of the three divine Deo techniques of the Duxuan dynasty, requires the use of divine Deo ritual artifacts for cultivation. Your divine soul will grow after cultivation. Growth of divine soul's power. This cultivation method can actually increase the power of divine soul. Sunan was both shocked and overjoyed. The divine soul, whether for demons or martial artists, is extremely important. If a martial artist wants to strengthen his divine soul, apart from raising his realm, he can only integrate a bloodline that controls the divine soul in the secret power system, and this method can only be used by martial artists in the secret power system. This is just one of the three divine Deo techniques. No wonder the Duxuan dynasty was able to rise rapidly through the so-called divine Deo. Sunan exclaimed. He understood that what he was holding now was the divine Deo cultivation method he wanted to buy in his foreknowledge but didn't manage to purchase. However, this is just a part of it. Looking at the cultivation method, he hesitated a bit, unsure whether or not to cultivate it. Although the method for refining the divine Deo ritual artifact can increase divine soul power, it also requires the assistance of divine Deo ritual artifacts. By involving divine Deo ritual artifacts, it undoubtedly embarks on the fragrant fire spiritual path. If he didn't know the problem with the fragrant fire spiritual path, he might willingly cultivate it, but the information from the Tiangong Pavilion made him hesitant to touch the divine Dao. The drawbacks of the fragrant fire spiritual path are too great, one mistake, and the outcome will be even more terrifying than bloodline conflicts getting out of control. Sunan has an instinctive repulsion to it. Let me see what the second phase of the mission is. After hesitating for a moment, Sunan still didn't decide whether to cultivate or not. The task panel opened, and the second phase of the Divine Dao secret mission appeared before him. Mainline task, Divine Dao secret. Second phase of the mission, offering refining Divine Dao ritual artifact. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, Spirit Grade Bloodline, Spirit Grade Demon Technique, 45 Demon Power Points Divine Dao Wish Spirit Cohesion Method. Task countdown, 15 days. Let me refine this incense burner. Looking at the incense burner in his hand, Sunan frowned. Doesn't this mean he has to actively cultivate the offering refining method? This task is 4-star, so is there a danger in refining the incense burner? Noticing the difficulty of the task, he frowned again. A refining task should be simple in principle since the object is already in hand and the corresponding refining method is also available. He just needs to follow the steps to refine it, and there seems to be no difficulty. But this task is 4-star, which indicates that the process of refining the Divine Dao ritual artifact is not as simple as he thought. Is it the offering god demon inside the incense burner? Sunan thought of one possibility. Only by involving that king-level existence can the task reach a 4-star level. After some thought, he used the method for refining the Divine Dao ritual artifact. He wanted to see how exactly this so-called refining method is cultivated. All the information about the method for refining the Divine Dao ritual artifact exploded in his mind, and Sunan instantly gained all the information about the refining method. After carefully studying the refining method in his mind, he finally understood what was going on. As he thought, if he wants to refine the incense burner, he must deal with the king-level sacrificial demon inside the incense burner. Refining the Divine Dao ritual artifact is, to put it simply, turning an ownerless Divine Dao ritual artifact into your own and leaving your mark. During this process, if no offering god demon is born inside the Divine Dao ritual artifact, then the refining process won't have any danger, but if that's the case, the divine soul power won't gain any growth either. But if an offering god demon has already been born inside the ritual artifact, then refining the Divine Dao ritual artifact will inevitably be hindered by the offering demon in the incense burner. Although the incense burner loses its power temporarily when it leaves the place of worship and loses the incense fire power, the situation is different when actively refining the artifact. Refining the Divine Dao artifact requires killing the offering god demon in the artifact repeatedly. Every time an offering demon is killed, some of its divine soul power will be gained, and when the offering demon is killed completely, it means the successful cultivation of the refining method. Robbing the offering demon's divine soul power to enhance one's own divine soul power? This cultivation method is undoubtedly incredibly strange. But it can't be denied that if successful, the resulting effects would be truly amazing. Robbing a king-level great demon's divine soul power, I can't imagine how high it will enhance the cultivator's divine soul power. If I only cultivate this offering refining method and don't touch other Divine Dao techniques, it seems that there will be no other problems. After considering it, Sunan still decided to cultivate. The temptation of robbing a king-level demonic beast's divine soul power was too great for him. Divine soul power is mysterious and unpredictable, and the difference in strength between having it and not having it is vast. Sunan's current strength relies heavily on the power of his divine soul. To cultivate an offering refining method, my divine soul needs to actively enter the incense burner and kill that offering god demon every day. During this process, my avatar won't be able to help at all, which means I have to face that offering god demon personally. Studying the offering refining method carefully in his mind, Sunan's expression became solemn. If he were in the middle or later stages of the Xian level or even at the King level, using the surge of the divine soul of Berserk Netherworld body, it isn't impossible to confront the offering god demons head-on. But he is only at spirit level now, so the difficulty of completing the task can be imagined. There is a 15-day deadline for the task, so it should be possible to complete. Back in Tianyun City, Sunan releases his avatar again, using bone shifting, transforming it into the appearance of Zhongyang and then controlled it to go to the Demon Hunting Bureau. He plans to leave the avatar as Zhongyang in the Demon Hunting Bureau while his main body goes to the cave dwelling in Red Mountain Prefecture. After all, the avatar is from the physique series, and Zhongyang is from the law controlling class, so the avatar should never have to take action in front of others if possible. According to his plan, the trip will take at most 3 days, or just 1 day at the least, and won't waste too much time. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Sunan transforms into the appearance of Wang Nan and finds the 9 Heavens Guild players. Let's go. We can leave now. Great, finally, we can set off. The players couldn't wait any longer and immediately headed towards Red Mountain Prefecture. Red Mountain Prefecture is in the northeast of Tianyuan. To reach the nearest town in Red Mountain Prefecture from Tianyuan City, they have to pass through 6 bigger towns in between. The distance is as long as 400 to 500 miles. For ordinary players to traverse such a long distance, it can't be said not to be difficult. Last time a few people traveled from Red Mountain Prefecture to Tianyuan County City, it took them a full 3 days, carefully avoiding any side quests and being cautious all the way. Fortunately, because most of the demons had gathered near Tianyuan City due to the demon monarch's command to attack the Heaven's Dome God, they didn't encounter too many demons and had a smooth journey. With Sunan around this time, the players were not worried at all. No player is unaware of Sunan's strength, a presence that can kill in and out of an army composed of hundreds of spirit-level demons. In order to reach Red Mountain Prefecture as soon as possible, the players do not quit the game midway, always traveling. In an instant, 4 or 5 hours passed. Now, in reality, night falls. During this period, they encountered a spirit-level early stage and a few mortal-level demons, which were casually solved by Sunan and completed Wang Nan's second refreshed task. 20 more demon points to the account. Together with the previous hunting of paper puppet demons and completion of the first phase reward of the Mystery of Divine Dao task, his usable demon power reached 151 points. Great God Wang Nan, how did you achieve great perfection in 4 bloodline powers so quickly? A few 9 Heavens Guild players were shocked by Sunan casually eliminating the demon's strength and couldn't help but ask. It's simple. Just kill a few more high-level demons. Sunan said lightly. Hearing this, the players looked at each other and were momentarily lost for words. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Although they encountered some demons, they were all mortal-level demons. Time passed, and another 4 or 5 hours had gone by. The group finally arrived at the border between Tianyuan County and Red Mountain Prefecture. All in all, it took more than 10 hours. At this point, it was midnight in the game. Daily tasks were refreshed. Sunan took a quick look, and the results were similar to yesterday's refresh outside of Tianyuan City. All 3 roles had the simplest 1-star task. Out of the 9 1-star tasks, except for Lang 13's 3 hunting players tasks which were temporarily impossible to complete, Sunan quickly found several demons and finished the remaining 6 tasks. They received a total of 30 demon points. The usable demon power reached an unprecedented 181 points. It was already enough to upgrade Wang Nan to Xian level, but Zhongyang and Lang 13's bloodlines were still not settled, so they could not be promoted temporarily. Great God Wang Nan, let's head straight to Angshi Town. Our president is waiting for you there. Angshi Town is on the east side of Red Mountain Prefecture, 200 to 300 miles away from the central county city of Red Mountain Prefecture. The cave dwelling of the ancient stronghold lies there. Without resting, the group continued traveling. Along the way, Sunan learned about the influences in Red Mountain Prefecture from the players. The players' influence in Red Mountain Prefecture was not small, the largest of which was undoubtedly the 9 Heavens Guild. Nearly half of the players in the entire Red Mountain Prefecture joined the 9 Heavens Guild. The number of players reached an astonishing number of more than 50,000, spread throughout the towns in the entire Red Mountain Prefecture. It was even stronger than Zhou Cheng's deification guild. As for the martial artists' influence, apart from the Great Yu dynasty, another influence was Qinkan sect. Hearing Qinkan sect, Sunan couldn't help but think of Zhou Lingyan. At the time when Dianxing sect attacked Sky Wolf Valley, Kun Tian prison was taken away by the emperor-level powerhouse from Dianxing sect, and Zhou Lingyan did not leave Kun Tian prison at that time. However, Sunan always believed that Kun Tian prison could not hold Zhou Lingyan, and she might have left Kun Tian prison already. I wonder where the last demonic emperor's coffin went. Sunan thought of the coffin that disappeared from Skywolf Valley. Zhang Yang's mission panel appeared before his eyes, and his gaze fell on the main quest, Demon Emperor's Bloodline. Main quest, Demon Emperor's Bloodline. Second phase, open the Demon Emperor's coffin. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon points 1 random spirit item. This task is the only one among his 3 roles that currently rewards mortal level bloodline and mortal level demon sutra. However, the 4th reward made Sunan envious. Li Fire Essence was the previous spirit object reward. If he could get another spirit object similar to Li Fire Essence, it would undoubtedly be another huge boost to his strength. If there was a chance, he naturally hoped to complete this task. Unfortunately, he didn't know at all where the coffin had gone. Luckily, the second phase of this task did not have a time limit. Several hours passed. The group finally arrived at Angshi town. Red Mountain Prefecture had a peculiar landscape where most of the mountains were composed of red stones. Angshi town was a typical example. As Sunan approached Angshi town, he saw a team of players waiting from afar. At the forefront was a young man in his mid-20s, of average height, well-proportioned, and clad in white. He was refined, elegant, and amiable. Standing beside him were 2 other young men who caught Sunan's attention, one fat and one thin. At a glance, Sunan recognized that both of them were spirit-level early-stage players. Together with Qian Yu, there were a total of 3 spiritual-level players. Such a lineup ranked at the top among current player influences. "Brother Wang Nan, you've kept me waiting," the man in white said with a smile. "Qian Yu." "That's right, it's me." Speaking, Qian Yu glanced at the 2 players beside him and introduced, "These 2 are Peng Wei and Kong Mao, both vice presidents of our 9 Heavens Guild." After Sunan nodded, he got straight to the point, "I already know about the cave dwelling. What I want to know now is, what exactly is in there?" Qian Yu smiled. "I knew Brother Wang Nan would ask that. There's only 1 day left before the secret land disappears. Time is of the essence, so I'll tell you more detailed information about the cave dwelling as we walk." Under Qian Yu's guidance, the group continued to move towards their destination. On the way, Qian Yu told Sunan more detailed information about the ancient cave dwelling. Sunan had already obtained much of this information from the foreknowledge in Tiangong Pavilion. "I accidentally discovered the cave dwelling not long after I started playing the game. Although it's called a cave, it's actually a peculiar independent space. The space is vast, and many unique demons that only exist in cave dwellings inhabit it. Countless mortal-level demons, frequently encountered spirit-level monsters, and even Xian-level demons have been found in some of the more dangerous areas within. My guild members and I have been exploring it ever since, but our gains haven't been significant. Luckily, we found the secret land not long ago and obtained quite a bit of information about it from other parts of the cave dwelling." Sunan listened quietly, the corner of his eye revealing an imperceptible cold smirk. Qian Yu was withholding a lot of information. In Qian Yu's words, there were no restrictions on entering the cave dwelling, and any player could enter. Therefore, a large number of martial artists had entered it in the 500 years since its discovery, and it had already been ransacked. From beginning to end, he didn't mention anything about the key. This was interesting. No matter whether Qian Yu's intentions were deliberate or unintentional, it was enough to prove that his motives were not pure. However, Sunan was happy to cooperate, pretending not to know anything. "Based on the information we obtained, our destination is a small space within the cave dwelling consisting of 3 areas. The first area is a desert, the second area is a swamp, and the third area is an ice field. All 3 areas are dangerous, but we don't know what specific dangers they hold. Only by getting through these 3 areas can we finally reach the center of the secret land." Qian Yu finished giving a rough description of the secret land. As they were talking, the group had already reached their destination. Chapter 183, Entering the Secret Land. The ancient cave mansion was located in a place called 3 Pillars Mountain. From a distance, Sunan could see 3 mountain peaks arranged in a triangle. The stones on the mountain peaks were all red, as if they had been dyed in blood. After countless years of erosion, the 3 mountains were still towering, but compared to the peaks depicted on the treasure map, they were much shorter. Qian Yu led Wang Nan into the valley, where dozens of players were guarding. After a lot of twists and turns, the group finally arrived at a cave at the foot of one of the mountains. To enter that cave house, you need to go through a formation, and that formation is at the end of this cave. Qian Yu led Sunan to the end of the cave. There, at the end of the cave, was a huge stone plate with a diameter of 10 meters, engraved with dense patterns. And in the center of the stone plate, there was a silver longsword stuck in it. The longsword appeared out of place among the strange patterns on the stone plate. That's the key to the cave house. Sunan's heart stirred, realizing that the longsword was a key to the cave, just like the treasure map in his hand. Noticing Sunan's gaze, Qian Yu casually explained, that sword is the core of the formation and cannot be pulled out. If it's pulled out, the formation will be destroyed. Qian Yu apparently didn't want Sunan to know the real purpose of the longsword, so he made up an excuse to discourage Sunan from showing interest in it. Sunan sneered in his heart. He didn't expose it, shifting his gaze from the longsword to the information of foreknowledge on the panel. Following several outsiders, you arrive at the entrance of the ancient cave mansion recorded on the treasure map. Stepping on the array disc at the entrance, the array disc is activated by the bloodline power of one of the outsiders, and you enter the ancient powerhouse's cave mansion with them. As you learned, the location of the cave mansion is in a small space with dim light. You continue to follow the outsiders. A minute later, you encounter a mortal level demon unique to the cave mansion space and easily dispose of it. 2 minutes later, you arrive at a small hill, the territory of a spirit level demon. Without detoring, you kill the demon and pass. 3 minutes later, you kill another mortal level demon. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue predicting? No. Sunan chose not to continue. According to Qian Yu, the secret land was deep inside the cave mansion space, and after entering the cave mansion space, it would still take 20 or 30 minutes to get there. This meant that if he continued to predict, he would have to waste a dozen more prediction attempts. Although he now had as many as 54 prediction attempts, he should still save them as necessary. After all, the secret land was his primary target. The cave mansion space had been explored many times and was relatively safe. As for the secret land, it seemed that no one had ever entered it. Nobody knew what would happen inside. He could only feel at ease if he saved enough prediction attempts. Brother Wang Nan, let's go. As if to prevent Sunan from having a wary heart towards the stone plate, Qian Yu took the lead in stepping onto the huge stone plate. All right. Knowing that the prediction was safe, Sunan didn't have much to worry about and also stepped onto the stone plate. The other members of the Nine Heavens Guild quickly followed, and with Qian Yu's urging, the runes on the huge stone plate flickered. In the next instant, Sunan found himself in a dimly lit space. Is this the cave mansion space? Sunan curiously glanced around, only to find that it was quite different from the space in the bone cave. Other than having no sun, moon, or stars, it was almost the same as the outside world. Under their feet was still a huge stone plate with a diameter of 10 meters, not much different from the entrance plate. Qian Yu led the way, and the group continued to move forward. Unbeknownst to Sunan, the moment he entered the cave mansion space, people from the Destiny Society in reality received information about his movement. Qian Yu actually took Wang Nan into the ancient cave house. What does Qian Yu want to do? Wang Nan's strength is now beyond our control, and Qian Yu dares to take him into the ancient cave house. If Wang Nan benefits from it, all our plans will be disrupted. This may not be entirely a bad thing, and perhaps it's an opportunity for us. According to Qian Yu, that cave mansion space has only one exit. If we set a trap at the exit, we might gain unexpected benefits. Furthermore, if Wang Nan has no means of leaving the cave mansion space, we might be able to trap him in that space for good. We'll know if it works by trying. After all, it's an opportunity. Inside the cave mansion space, Sunan quickly moved deeper into the cave with Qian Yu's guidance. 3 minutes later, Sunan killed 2 demons. He discovered that compared to the outside world, the demons here seemed a bit dull. Qian Yu said, this space has given birth to many demons. However, for some unknown reason, these demons have little wisdom. They can be considered powerful beasts with only strength. No wisdom. Sunan was surprised. He instantly realized the importance of this place to the Nine Heavens Guild. Without wisdom, it meant that the demons here were easier to hunt than the ones in the outside world. For players, demons are the source of demon power, and having such a treasure land where demons are easier to hunt makes it hard for Nine Heavens Guild not to rise to power. No wonder your guild can cultivate so many talents, it turns out that you have such a treasure land. Sunan scanned the players brought by Qian Yu this time and exclaimed. In addition to the 2 spiritual level players, one fat and one thin, Qian Yu had brought as many as 50 mortal level players. All of them achieved the great perfection of the 4th kind of mortal level Demon Sutra. Brother Wang is kidding, in your eyes, these are probably nothing. Qian Yu said with a smile, seemingly belittling, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. This place has now been transformed into his base camp, and if it weren't for Sunan holding the essential tokens to enter the secret land, he wouldn't have let Sunan come here. Half an hour later, the group arrived in front of the so-called secret land without any danger. What surprised Sunan was that the entrance to the secret land was actually a stone. The stone was very ordinary, and no one would pay attention to it if it were placed among chaotic rocks. No wonder that even though the cave mansion has been discovered for more than 500 years, nobody has found the secret land here. Sunan sighed. It's quite a coincidence that when we were here, we encountered a spirit-level monster, and during my fight with the demon, it was discovered that this stone was exceptionally hard and completely different from other stones. After further research, it was accidentally found that this is the entrance to a secret land. Is it really such a coincidence? Hearing Qian Yu's words, Sunan didn't believe it at all. In his opinion, Qian Yu must be hiding a lot of things. However, none of this matters. With foreknowledge, he was confident that even if Qian Yu had ill intentions, he could easily break through them. Foreknowledge. With a thought, Sunan began to use foreknowledge again. You follow another outsider to the entrance of a secret land in the ancient cave mansion. You know that to enter the secret land, you need 2 tokens, and you just happen to have one of them. You and the other outsider take out the tokens. The moment you put your tokens on the stone in front of you, the entrance to the secret land appears before you. Seeing the entrance actually appear, the other outsider gets excited and agrees with you that after entering the secret land, you will explore separately without interfering with each other. After you gladly agree, the other outsider rushes in first, leading other outsiders into the secret land, and upon seeing this, you also enter the secret land without any hesitation. As the light changes in front of you, you successfully enter the secret land. You are in a vast desert, endless, with raging black winds and yellow sand filling the sky. Sure enough, the first area of the secret land is a desert. Qian Yu had already mentioned on the way that there were 3 areas in the secret land: desert, swamp, and ice field. As soon as they entered the secret land, they arrived in the desert, which meant that Qian Yu had not lied to him. The other outsiders appeared not far from you. After the leading outsider said goodbye to you, he led the others directly to the east. After a bit of hesitation, you choose not to follow the other outsiders and head south instead. The wind and sand are raging, quickly covering the traces you left behind. Your speed while walking in the desert is not very fast. You know that while there doesn't seem to be much danger in this desert, there could be hidden dangers. A minute later, you walk thousands of meters with only the sound of howling wind in your ears, no other noises. 2 minutes later, you come to a relatively high sand dune and look around, but apart from the endless yellow sand, there is nothing else. 3 minutes later, you continue forward without encountering any danger. End of first prediction. Continue. Continue. The desert is vast, endless, and its end is unknown. In the beginning of the foreknowledge, Sunan was very careful and did not walk very fast. But as time went on and he found out that there seemed to be no danger in the desert, he began to move at full speed. However, something strange happened. After the second foreknowledge, he encountered no danger. After the third foreknowledge, he encountered no danger. After the fourth foreknowledge, he encountered no danger. In addition to the first foreknowledge, he encountered no danger in 5 consecutive foreseeings. This was strange. Not to mention that this place is an ancient cave mansion space, dangers are everywhere. Even in reality, such a long time would likely lead him to encounter some danger. With his current speed, it's easy for him to cover several miles in a minute. After 15 minutes in the premonition, he should have walked at least 60-70 miles, if not out of the desert, he should have at least met some danger by now. However, he hasn't even encountered a single demon, which is clearly unusual. Could it be that I'm headed in the wrong direction? Sunan considered one possibility, in the premonition, Qian Yu went east, while he went south. If Qian Yu, like him, chose randomly, then it wouldn't matter. But if there was a purposeful choice, perhaps something could be discovered by following Qian Yu. With that in mind, Su Nan decided not to continue the premonition and instead start anew. Brother Nan, now that you have the short sword, we can open the entrance to the secret land. During the course of several premonitions, Qian Yu had already taken out his token, a knife encased in rust. All right. Su Nan didn't hesitate, with a flick of his hand, he took out the short sword. The two put the knife and sword on the stone, which instantly emitted a sudden burst of light, forming a giant light pillar that seemed to connect the heavens before them. It's opened. Seeing the light pillar, Qian Yu was overjoyed. He had been plotting this secret land for a long time. Although Su Nan's sudden intervention in the auction disrupted his original plan, he now had everything under control as long as they could enter the secret land. Suppressing his impatience, he looked at Su Nan and said, "Brother Wang Nan, once inside the secret land, we'll rely on our own abilities. There's no need for us to stick together anymore, whether we gain anything depends on our luck." Naturally. Su Nan nodded. Even if Qian Yu hadn't said anything, he would have chosen to separate anyway. After hatching the dragon turtle, his chi luck doubled. If there truly were opportunities, he couldn't believe he would miss them. Moreover, many of his means were secret, and being with Qian Yu would make it inconvenient for him to use them. Qian Yu took the lead and walked towards the light pillar. The moment his body entered the light, he vanished before everyone's eyes. The other 9 Heavens Guild members quickly followed, one by one entering the light pillar. Su Nan entered the light pillar as well, and the scene before his eyes changed. He found himself in the desert. His previous premonition had informed him that there was a dark wind blowing in the desert. Reading it in the premonition hadn't given him any vivid impression. But now that he was actually in the desert, he finally understood what the term dark wind meant. The entire space seemed gloomy, with howling winds in his ears. Looking up at the sky in the distance, it seemed like a giant mouth ready to swallow the entire desert below. It was clear that Qian Yu didn't want Su Nan to follow him. Once his own members had gathered, he immediately led them east at a rapid speed, as if worried that Su Nan would follow. Su Nan remained still, observing his surroundings as he seemed to be hesitating about which direction to choose. Seeing this, the spiritual level player beside Qian Yu said, "Boss, Wang Nan didn't follow. It's better if he doesn't follow, if he did, it would not be favorable for our next actions." Qian Yu glanced back at Su Nan without showing any emotion. Seeing that Su Nan was still at the original spot, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Little did he know. During Su Nan's premonition, he had already been following them for several kilometers. Looking at the desert before you, you know that this desert is very strange. It's difficult to leave if you walk randomly. You choose to follow another outsider team. The leader of that outsider team discovers your pursuit and is secretly angry, yet has no way to cope with it. A minute later, you followed the team of outsiders a few thousand meters away. 3 minutes later, the outsider team ahead encountered no danger, while you followed at a leisurely pace, a kilometer away from them. End of first prediction. Continue. Continue. Next, just like before outside the secret land, everyone spent their time on the move during the premonition. However, gradually, he began to furrow his brow. Chapter 184, Inheritance Trials. The first and second premonition didn't mean much. It wasn't until the end of the third premonition that a problem arose. 3 minutes later, you discover that the outsiders team ahead seems to have noticed something unusual about the desert, and their speed drastically increases, almost running forward. The fourth premonition. 3 minutes later, you find the outsiders team ahead is still persistent, increasing their speed with a gambler's mentality. The fifth premonition. 3 minutes later, you find that the outsiders team ahead finally realizes the problem and has to stop to wait for you, wanting to discuss a strategy with you. I thought Qian Yu knew this desert well, but it seems that's not the case. Su Nan said with disappointment. He had hoped that Qian Yu would know everything about the desert, so he would know all about the desert in advance, saving him the trouble of trying several times with his predictions. But now that Qian Yu was unreliable, he could only try one prediction at a time. Of course, it's not excluded that Qian Yu found out he was following him in the premonition and pretended not to know anything. Continue to foresee. Without stopping, he wanted to see how Qian Yu would discuss strategies with him next. After 10 plus minutes, the outsiders team ahead of you seems to be sure that something is wrong with the present desert locale, daring not to proceed further and deciding to consult with you. You catch up with the team, and the leading outsider immediately informs you about the anomaly and asks you if you know what's going on. You state that you don't have much information about this place and can't analyze the current situation, seizing the opportunity to try to get some information about the desert from the other party. As you had thought, the other party indeed knows something about the current desert. They initially didn't intend to tell you, but now it seems that continuing to conceal it is not in anyone's best interest, so they finally choose to tell you. You learn that this secret land was the place of inheritance set by the ancient cave master. The 3 regions within this secret land are tests laid down by the powerful person. Only by passing through the 3 test lands in the shortest time can one qualify to obtain the inheritance of the mighty one. Land of inheritance. There really is inheritance here. Sunan gasped, his breath turning rapid instantly. When he previously obtained information about the cave dwelling from the Tiangong Pavilion, it was mentioned that the ancient powerhouse's inheritance might be in the cave dwelling. At that time, Sunan didn't pay much attention, because from the information he foresaw before, the valuable things in the cave had been plundered already, let alone any inheritance. But now it's different, he has truly entered the land of inheritance, and it seems that no one has found it before. He can't even imagine what valuable things an ancient powerhouse's inheritance might contain. Although Sunan was excited, he quickly calmed down when he thought about something else. No, if the information about the land of inheritance is so important, Qian Yu shouldn't have told me so easily. Sunan furrowed his brows, instantly realizing the problem within. If he put himself in Qian Yu's shoes and knew such important information, he wouldn't tell others easily, even if he faced a life-threatening situation, let alone not being in any danger yet. In the premonition, Qian Yu had just found out about the desert's anomaly and quickly revealed such vital information, which seemed more like he was deliberately telling it to Sunan. There are only 2 possibilities under such circumstances. Either the information given by Qian Yu is fake and misleading, or obtaining the inheritance is not as simple as it seems, and there are other hidden conditions he's confident I can't complete, so he's willing to divulge some information. If that's the case, then Qian Yu may have feigned ignorance about the desert. After discovering that I was following him, he acted accordingly. Quickly analyzing the situation, Sunan couldn't help but sneer internally upon understanding these points. No matter which possibility was true, he was confident that he could find a solution with his foreseeing power. The premonition continued. Upon learning that this is the land of inheritance of the ancient powerhouse, you are thrilled. However, this offers you no help in understanding the current desert anomaly. After discussing for a while, you decide to continue onward. 1 minute later, you are standing on a dune, looking out into the distance, trying to find a way out of the desert. 2 minutes later, the wind in the desert gradually grows more fierce, whipping up a sky full of sand dust. 3 minutes later, you still haven't encountered any danger, but you still haven't left the desert, either. You don't know that this is an inescapable black wind desert. In here, you have lost your sense of direction. You seem to have walked tens of miles, but you are still just going in circles at the starting point. 6th prediction ends. Do you want to continue going in circles? Looking at the last information in the premonition, Sunan finally understood where the problem was. So they would lose their direction here. What does that mean? It meant that he was trapped here. Sunan's face darkened. Players didn't fear dangerous locations, but they dreaded being trapped somewhere. If trapped and unable to leave, it means they can't complete their daily tasks and unable to improve their strength, which is not much different from losing their game qualifications. Although Sunan had a perfect resurrection card that could allow him to choose a resurrection point after death, he wasn't worried about being trapped. However, if he chose to resurrect in another place, this trip would have been in vain. Is there no method to deal with this kind of lost situation? Sunan quickly filtered through all the means he possessed in his mind, trying to find a usable ability. In the end, he found that in the face of this situation, he seemed to have an ability he could try. Across the Heavens Shift. Across the Heavens Shift could directly move him from one place to another without the process of walking, so there would naturally be no direction lost. Thinking of this, he immediately tried it. You know, the current desert can make you lose your direction. Walking here, you will always circle around in the same place. You pin your hopes on the divine ability Across the Heavens shift to break the deadlock. Using Across the Heavens shift, you arrive at a place 2 kilometers away. This is a sand dune. Standing on the sand dune and looking into the distance, you see countless large and small sand dunes. You don't stop using Across the Heavens shift again, your figure disappears on the sand dune, and when it reappears, you arrive at the foot of another sand dune. You still don't stop, using Across the Heavens shift for the third time, this time you arrive in a relatively low-lying basin. 3 uses of Across the Heavens shift haven't allowed you to leave the desert, but you've already taken the crucial first step to leave. Keep going like this, and you'll soon leave the desert. It works. Seeing the final information, Sunan was overjoyed. The last piece of foreknowledge clearly told him that his Across the Heavens shift was useful, and he didn't lose his direction again when using it to move forward. Moreover, from the information of the foreknowledge, he only needed to use Across the Heavens shift a few more times to leave the desert. If 3 times are not enough, what about 6 times? Sunan had an idea in his heart instantly. He could only use Across the Heavens shift 3 times a day, but as long as he made good use of the game refresh time, he could use it 6 times in a row. No matter what Qian Yu wanted to do, it would always be fine for him to leave the desert first. However, before that, he needed to follow Qian Yu first. Qian Yu might also have a way to leave the desert, and only pretended not to know because he was following in the foreknowledge. If he didn't follow now, by the time the game refreshed, Qian Yu might have already left the desert. Making up his mind, Sunan quickly chased after the direction where Qian Yu and others were leaving. Bad news, boss, Wang Nan has caught up. Soon, the players behind Qian Yu's team noticed Sunan who was far behind them. Hearing the words, Qian Yu subconsciously glanced back, and couldn't help but pale when he saw Sunan hanging behind. Damn it, how did he catch up? The skinny spirit level player next to him said, what should we do, boss? If he keeps following us, he will see our way out, and it will be almost impossible to trap him here. And if he enters the next area with us, it will be very unfavorable for our following actions. Qian Yu was silent for a moment and said, don't panic, let's take it one step at a time. Maybe he won't follow after a while, and if he keeps following, we'll think of another way. Qian Yu was holding on to a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, Sunan was determined to follow them, so how could he give up halfway? Over 10 minutes later, Qian Yu saw Sunan still following and was secretly angry. We can't let him know our intentions. Since this place can make people get lost, let's pretend we're lost here too. Qian Yu quickly made up his mind. Then, Qian Yu tried to speed up according to the way ordinary people dealt with being lost. Seeing the team behind speeding up, Sunan sneered. The situation in the foreknowledge began to appear. Sure enough, after another 5 to 6 minutes, Qian Yu seemed to try without success, and stopped with a gloomy face. Sunan walked leisurely to the front of the team, and Qian Yu was the first to speak. Brother Wang Nan, have you found any problems with our journey so far? Sunan also looked serious. There is indeed a problem here. The following events were still the same as before in the foreknowledge. Qian Yu gave a rough explanation of the anomalies here, and finally threw the problem to Sunan, wanting him to solve it. Sunan then took the opportunity to inquire about more information on this secret land. Qian Yu pretended to hesitate, and finally gritted his teeth and revealed the information that the secret land was an inheritance site of an ancient powerful person. Hearing this, the 2 spirit-level players, one fat and one thin, beside Qian Yu panicked and immediately responded in the private chat, Boss, why are you telling him such important information? Exactly, his strength far surpasses ours. If he attacks us, we won't stand a chance. Qian Yu calmly replied, don't worry, have you forgotten that to obtain that inheritance, it's not just about passing the test in the shortest time. Wang Nan is clearly counting on us. If we don't give him some substantial information, he might continue to cling to us. But wouldn't it be too obvious for us to do this? Will he believe it? 1. If he really believes it, then it's for the best. As the first in the ranking list, he must have means beyond our imagination. He might leave us and find his own way out. Even if he doesn't believe it, we might be able to take the opportunity to pass the test first. After all, there are benefits to being the first to pass. The group secretly communicated. Qian Yu's goal was simple, to get Sunan to leave them. But to his disappointment, Sunan had no intention of leaving at all. In fact, this time Sunan didn't hang back from the others, but walked directly with them, showing no intention of going on his own. Qian Yu was secretly furious. If it was someone else, he would have already attacked and dealt with them. But facing Sunan, he was helpless, and no matter how dissatisfied he was in his heart, he could only endure it. With Sunan accompanying them, Qian Yu couldn't do what he wanted to do and could only accompany Sunan forward. In the blink of an eye, the group had been walking in the desert for 5 to 6 hours. In reality, it was now 11 a.m. Qian Yu said, "Brother Wang Nan, we can't seem to get out of this desert. It looks like we're trapped here. Continuing like this won't help, and everyone is tired. It's time to rest." Feeling a slight stir in his heart, Sunan nodded, "All right, let's rest first. Let's take turns resting." Qian Yu subtly signaled the others without arousing suspicion. Dozens of players had already received Qian Yu's message, and naturally knew what he meant. Half of them quit the game immediately, leaving the other half in the game. Seeing this scene, Sunan's face remained calm, but he was secretly sneering in his heart. He could clearly see what Qian Yu was trying to do. Qian Yu was using the advantage of having more people to wear him down. Qian Yu's people can take turns quitting the game to rest, but Sunan, being just one person, couldn't stay logged into the game all the time. Once Sunan quits the game, those players who quit the game would log in immediately and use the time Sunan was offline to quickly leave him behind, or Qian Yu could simply not log in and make Sunan leave over time. It has to be said that this method proposed by Qian Yu was indeed effective. From Tianyun County to Red Mountain Prefecture and then to the current secret land, Sunan hadn't rested all the way in order to save time. Although his strength was strong, he hadn't reached the point where he didn't need to rest at all. If Qian Yu really kept on dragging like this, Sunan really couldn't hold on. However, if it's just holding on until today's game refresh, that's not a problem. Interesting, even this method was thought of. In that case, let's see who can hold on longer. Both parties are waiting. Sunan was waiting for the game to refresh. And Qian Yu was waiting for Sunan to quit the game, either to shake Sunan off or for Sunan to leave on his own. And so, the two sides remained in a stalemate, neither willing to back down. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was after 11 p.m. in reality. It's finally time. Sunan stood up and looked to foresee the future. When the time came to 11:55 p.m., Sunan began to foresee again. Chapter 185, Dragon Blood Fruit. Today, there were still plenty of foreknowledge times left, and the game was about to refresh, so it would be a waste not to use them. 5 minutes before the game refresh, Sunan started using foreknowledge, intending to leave enough time to perceive the situation if he could really use across the heavens shift to leave the current desert. The foreknowledge begins. There was nothing interesting in the first foreknowledge, basically spent waiting. 3 minutes of foreknowledge flew by, and Sunan started his second one. In the current desert, you could lose your sense of direction. If you walk here, you will always just be going around in circles. You will pin your hopes of breaking the situation on the divine ability across the heavens shift. You know that in 2 minutes, a strange power will descend from the sky. That will be a good time for you to use across the heavens shift, so you wait patiently. A minute later, everything is calm, and nothing unusual is happening in the desert. 2 minutes later, the time you've been waiting for finally arrives, and without hesitation, you immediately use across the heavens shift once. In the next moment, your figure disappears from the spot, and when it reappears, you are already 2,000 meters east of your original position. You don't stop, using across the heavens shift twice in succession. After using across the heavens shift 3 times, you cannot use it anymore. Just then, as you predicted, a strange power descends from the sky, and your divine ability across the heavens shift is restored, allowing you to use it again. Without hesitation, you use across the heavens shift for the 4th time, this time arriving next to a huge rock. This is the first giant rock you encounter in this desert. You don't stop, using across the heavens shift for the 5th time, and suddenly you find yourself in a shrubbery. Looking forward, you no longer see endless yellow sand, but a gradually thickening forest. Looking back, you see the vast yellow desert behind you. Congratulations, you have successfully left the desert. I left after 5 attempts. Sunan was delighted. He had been thinking about what to do if he couldn't leave the desert after using all 6 chances. Luckily, that didn't happen. The foreknowledge didn't stop, but the information received next plunged him into gloom, making his joy at leaving the desert vanish in an instant. You quickly head toward the increasingly dense forest, and 3 minutes later, you leave the shrubbery and enter a pine forest. You don't know it, but although you successfully left the desert, you might miss out on an opportunity because of it. An opportunity might slip away. It turns out, leaving the desert first isn't the only criterion for obtaining the inheritance. There's something else I haven't discovered yet. Sunan wasn't too surprised. In his earlier foreknowledge, he had already guessed that something like this could happen. Now it was just confirming his guess. What else is hidden in this desert that I haven't discovered? He couldn't help but wonder. Qian Yu definitely knew. But getting relevant information from Qian Yu was practically impossible. Since it concerned inheritance, Qian Yu probably wouldn't even log into the game, let alone tell him the information. If Qian Yu didn't log into the game, he still had a chance at the inheritance, but if he told him the information, Qian Yu might truly lose the inheritance. There's no other way. I can only try foreknowledge a few more times to see if I can trigger Qi luck and find out what else might be hidden in this desert. Sunan had no choice but to pin his hopes on Qi luck. When the 1-minute foreknowledge cooldown ended, the foreknowledge started again. Previously, he used Across the Heavens shift to leave the desert heading east. This time, Sunan chose to head west to see if he could leave the desert from another direction. After using Across the Heavens shift 5 consecutive times, he successfully left the desert and returned to the shrubbery. You can leave in the opposite direction too. Sunan nodded, indicating that he could leave the desert and enter the pine forest no matter which direction he chose. For his third premonition, Sunan chose south. After using Across the Heavens shift 5 times, he left the desert once more. For his fourth premonition, Sunan chose the north. A few foreknowledge attempts followed, with a 1-minute cooldown for foreknowledge in between. Now, 3 minutes had passed, and the time was 58 minutes. He could try 2 more times. If he still didn't discover anything after the last 2 attempts, he would have no choice but to try to leave the desert first. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the game refreshed tomorrow. Fortunately, his 400 points of luck did not disappoint him, and he actually made a discovery this time. On your third use of Across the Heavens shift, your Qi luck plays a part, and you arrive in a jungle. It is an oasis in the desert. As you predicted, a mysterious force descends, allowing your divine ability Across the Heavens shift to be restored, making it once again available for use. An oasis. There's actually an oasis in this desert. It must be the hidden condition. Sunan's eyes lit up. His Qi luck had come into play, which told him that this oasis was anything but ordinary. Instead of using Across the Heavens shift again, you observe the oasis before you, realizing that something within it might determine the ultimate gain of this trip. You decide to explore the oasis. The oasis isn't huge, just a kilometer in size. You cautiously head toward its depths, carefully examining your surroundings. Several breaths later, you suddenly see a large pit appear in front of you. At the bottom of the large pit, there is a red-leaved tree that is completely different from the surrounding trees. The red-leaved tree isn't tall, only the height of a person, but it is extremely robust and twisted, thus very noticeable with the contrast of the surrounding vegetation. However, what truly attracts you is a fist-sized golden fruit on that small tree. End of first prediction, continue. Golden fruit? Could it be a spirit fruit? Sunan instantly thinks of the bloodline spirit fruit he got before. The golden fruit right now is different from the bloodline spirit fruit he received before, but if it is indeed a spirit fruit, it must bring him some benefits. Continue. You are drawn to the golden fruit. In your opinion, it is very likely a spirit fruit and you prepare to harvest it. Entering the pit cautiously, you know there must be dangers lurking and stay alert. Being extremely careful, you approach the red-leaved tree. A minute later, you finally arrive in front of the red-leaved tree. To your surprise, all is peaceful around, and nothing unexpected happens. You still remain vigilant, reaching out for the golden fruit, prepared for any surprises. However, just as you are about to touch the fruit, something strange happens. The small red tree suddenly comes to life. A red branch, as thick as an adult's arm, lashes out at you, creating a sound that breaks through the air. You react quickly, stepping back instantly to successfully avoid the whip of the branch. The tree misses its attack, leaving a meter-wide furrow on the ground. The next moment, you see the red tree's roots emerge from the mud. Its thick, red roots, like long legs, propel the tree to attack you at tremendous speed. It is a peak spirit level demon, but its true strength can be compared to an early stage Xian level great monster. Only a peak spirit level. The tree's transformation doesn't surprise him too much. He had heard that the plants in this world could turn into monsters, just that he had never seen one before. Now, this tree demon is one of those. What truly amazes him is the realm of the tree demon. This is the test land of the ancient powerhouse, and this surely is a part of the challenge. To obtain the spirit fruit, one must kill the tree demon bearing it. However, it seems somewhat too simple. Although the tree demon possesses strength comparable to the early stage Xian level, it doesn't change the fact that it is fundamentally a peak spirit level creature. If it was in other places, facing such a great monster as a part of the challenge would be more than enough. But this place's inheritance comes from an ancient powerhouse. It's like having millions in cash at home but protecting it with just a stray dog. The monster attacks you, but you no longer dodge and get ready to face it head-on. However, just as you are about to make a move, you suddenly realize that your controlling technique bloodline power and secret power bloodline power cannot be used here. The only power you can use is that of the physique bloodline. I can only use the physique bloodline power. So that's it. I was wondering why the challenge seemed so simple. Sunan suddenly understands. However, he is not afraid. His physique bloodline is his strongest power. Now he has reached the great perfection of the 4 spirit level bloodlines and, moreover, gained a new racial talent. Although the strength of the monster far exceeds the spirit level and can be compared to the early stage Xian level, Sunan is even stronger. The monster is powerful, but you are not weak. Without holding back, you directly use the racial talent One Force Breaking the Sky to battle the monster. Under the enhancement of One Force Breaking the Sky, your strength skyrockets, comparable to the mid-stage Xian level. The tree demon is no match for you, and finally falls after 3 minutes. Congratulations, you successfully killed the tree demon and obtained a spirit fruit. End of second prediction, continue. Continue. Sunan makes up his mind and chooses to continue while no longer waiting. He directly uses Across the Heavens shift to move towards the north. There's only 1 minute left before the game level refreshes. He could get to the oasis now, defeat the monster at the fastest speed, and catch the game refresh. In this way, he wouldn't suffer any loss of strength. With Across the Heavens shift, his figure disappeared from the spot. Huh? Wang Nan quit the game. Seeing Sunan suddenly disappear, the 9 Heavens Guild players nearby were startled, and their faces lit up with joy after realizing what happened. Great! Quick, tell the boss that the guy finally quit the game. A player who quit the game immediately contacted Qian Yu in reality. Oh? That guy couldn't hold on any longer. Receiving the news, Qian Yu let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Sunan would persist and drag him down, which would have greatly affected him as well. Now that Sunan was gone, it was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Quick, get everyone to log into the game. Qian Yu ordered hastily. After logging in, Qian Yu reappeared in the desert. He glanced around and let out a sigh of relief when he didn't see Sunan. A few breaths later, as the players who had logged out to resume the game, Qian Yu immediately led them in a different direction, rushing forward at the fastest speed for fear that Sunan would log in during this time. Little did he know that at this moment, Sunan had already arrived at the oasis and headed straight to the pit. In the process, his racial talent, One Force Breaking the Sky, had been used. In the foreknowledge, although he had used One Force Breaking the Sky, he hadn't struck a heaven-breaking strike, which gave him only a minute to fight the demon. Now, he wouldn't waste any more time on such things. Upon arriving in front of the tree demon, he didn't reach for the golden fruit. Instead, he suddenly unleashed all his power and punched the tree demon with all his might. Boom! With a muffled sound, the force that could easily kill a mid-stage Xian level monster exploded. The thick tree trunk split and was pierced through. A demon with strength on par with early stage Xian level was killed just like that. It didn't even have a chance to fight back. Reacting quickly, Sunan plucked the golden fruit almost in the instant the tree demon was killed. As the golden fruit was picked, the tree demon's body rapidly withered and eventually turned into ashes. That's it? What a pity! Shaking his head, Sunan knew a tree that yielded spirit fruit and transformed into a demon was definitely extraordinary. It might have been useful to keep it for later, but now it was gone, and that was truly a pity. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand, his eyes shone brightly with excitement. Dragon blood fruit, a tree watered with dragon blood and rooted near a dragon corpse. After absorbing the essence of the dragon corpse for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, it mutated from an ordinary tree into a spirit tree, eventually forming a spirit fruit containing dragon blood. This spirit fruit contains a trace of dragon chi, and possesses the ability to replenish innate energy. After consumption, your body will undergo a dragon blood baptism. Your strength, speed, and physique will be greatly enhanced, and you may obtain dragon chi. A spirit fruit formed from absorbing a dragon corpse's essence. What a treasure! Overjoyed, Sunan knew that the trip was already worth it for this single spirit fruit. He didn't immediately consume the spirit fruit because time didn't permit it. You didn't immediately consume the spirit fruit, and you've wasted 3 minutes in the oasis. In the desert, staying at the same place for too long will also lead to being lost. You're afraid of getting lost again, so you immediately use the across the heavens shift to leave the desert. To your disappointment, you didn't leave the desert even after using the across the heavens shift twice. You are lost. Because of a slight deviation in the direction of your shift, it will now be difficult for you to leave the desert. In desperation, you use the across the heavens shift for the third time, but unfortunately, you still failed to leave the desert. Lost after just 3 minutes. Sunan's heart tightened, once again witnessing the strangeness of the desert. Luckily, he acted quickly just now, and it only took a few breaths to deal with the tree demon, hardly wasting any time. Just as he was thinking about it, Sunan suddenly felt an odd force descend, and the power he had used for one force breaking the sky was quickly restored. Midnight had arrived, time for a task refresh. Without hesitation, Sunan prepared to use across the heavens shift once more. Suddenly, he saw the refreshed daily task and couldn't help but feel delighted. Chapter 186, Death Swamp. Daily Task 1, be the first to leave the Black Wind Desert. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 2, be the first to leave the Death Swamp. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 3, be the first to leave the endless ice fields. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. The 3 tasks that appeared before his eyes were all assigned by Wang Nan, and although they weren't 3-star tasks, they were all 2-star tasks. Moreover, the task to leave the Black Wind Desert had also appeared. For him now, this task was easily achievable, basically gifting him demon points. Without any delay, he used his foreknowledge again to confirm that he could still leave before using across the heavens shift. After using across the heavens shift twice consecutively, he appeared in a thicket. In front of him was a forest dominated by pine and fern species. Without guessing, Sunan knew that this was definitely the next testing area, the Death Swamp. On one side was a desert and on the other a swamp, 2 types of terrain that should never appear adjacent to each other, yet here they appeared together, which was quite peculiar. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Be the first to leave the Black Wind Desert. 15 demon power points have been awarded. Current available demonic power, 196 points. I made it out. Finally leaving the desert where he was trapped for a day, Sunan took a breath of relief and finally had a chance to continue reviewing the tasks of the other 2 roles. Daily Task 1, obtain the spirit object in Death Swamp. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 2, obtain the spirit object in Endless Icefield. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 3, obtain the inheritance of the Ancient Mighty Ones. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 30 demon points. Indeed, just like the Black Wind Desert, both the Death Swamp and Endless Icefield also hide spirit objects. If I want to gain the final inheritance, I must obtain those 2 spirit objects. It's a pity that the tree demon was killed before the task refresh, it did not appear in the task. Otherwise, he could have completed another task. On further looking at Lang 13's tasks. Daily Task 1, hunt and kill 5 outsiders. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 2, Hunt and kill one spirit grade outsider. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 3, prevent the other outsiders from obtaining the inheritance. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 30 demon points. The appearance of the first 2 tasks to hunt players was as he expected. Only the last 3-star task caught Sunan off guard. Prevent other outsiders from obtaining the inheritance? If I myself obtain the inheritance, would it be deemed a successful prevention or a failure? Sunan frowned. Zhang Yang's task asked him to get the inheritance, while Lang 13's task asked him to prevent it. Wasn't this obviously contradictory? Never mind that for now. If I can obtain the inheritance, what would 30 demon power points matter? If I can't get the inheritance, then I can only stop others from obtaining it. Clearly, Qian Yu harbored ill will towards him and could be considered his enemy. He didn't want his enemy to benefit from what he couldn't obtain. After reviewing the tasks, he finally took out the dragon blood fruit. At the same moment, when Sunan used across the heavens shift to leave the desert. At the other side, Qian Yu and his party turned their attention to the refreshed tasks. Be the first to leave the Black Wind Desert. Be the first to leave Death Swamp. Be the first to leave Endless Icefield. Qian Yu saw his 3 daily tasks and couldn't help but feel elated. He had ways to complete all these 3 tasks. Even though it wasn't going to be easy, it wasn't too difficult either. In his view, these 3 tasks were tailor-made for him. Boss, these are also my tasks. Me too. Ours as well. Upon hearing Qian Yu reveal his tasks, the other players looked at their own tasks and showed a bit of bitterness on their faces. They shared the same tasks, which meant only one person among them could complete the task. Without question, that person would be Qian Yu. Don't worry, there will be additional rewards after the completion of this task. Qian Yu reassured. While they were talking, someone suddenly noticed something and shouted, "Boss, look at the tasks quickly, why did be the first to leave the Black Wind Desert turn grey?" Turned grey. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They had encountered such a situation before when the task turns grey, which meant the task had been completed. But they had not yet left the desert, how could the task turn grey? Everyone glanced at the tasks again. When they saw that be the first to leave the Black Wind Desert had really turned grey, they were all dumbfounded. It's Wang Nan. It must be Wang Nan. Apart from us, there's only him here. How's that possible? Didn't he quit the game? No. We were wrong, Wang Nan didn't quit the game, but left using some method unknown to us. Even if that's the case, wasn't he too quick? He just left a minute ago, how could he have left the desert already? Some people quickly concluded that Sunan was responsible, while others couldn't believe that Sunan could act so swiftly. However, the facts were right before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe. He actually stole the march. Qian Yu's face looked unpleasant. Thinking back to Sunan's previous performance, he suddenly felt like a clown. It seemed like he was competing with the other party, but from the other's perspective, he was just a jumping clown. It's good that he's gone, isn't that exactly what I wanted? Now, no one will compete with me for the spirit objects in this desert. Qian Yu comforted himself. He told Sunan the news that the current secret land was the inheritance of ancient powerhouses, just to make Sunan leave as soon as possible. Hasn't his goal already been achieved now? The next test is in the Death Swamp. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible to pass through it easily. If he's unlucky, he might die as soon as he enters it. Thinking of the information about the Death Swamp, Qian Yu smiled again. If there was the most dangerous place among the 3 test sites with the highest fatality rate, it would undoubtedly be the second site, the Death Swamp. If Sunan died there, he would have no opponents here, and everything in this place would belong to him. Quick! Let's find that oasis. About 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the oasis in the desert. Qian Yu's heart was excited, and he immediately let the players search the oasis. However, when he saw the empty pit, his excitement vanished, and anger took its place. Wang Nan, you deserve to die. No problem with the foreknowledge. To be on the safe side, Sunan foretold the outcome before taking the dragon blood fruit. The foreknowledge showed everything went smoothly, taking the dragon blood fruit would only bring benefits and would not cause any abnormalities. After consuming the dragon blood fruit, Sunan instantly felt his body and flesh as if they were being refined. He could clearly feel that his body was improving in all aspects. 3 minutes later, the game prompt popped up. Congratulations, your body has been baptized by the dragon blood fruit, your congenital deficiency has been made up, and your strength, speed, and physique have been enhanced. Congratulations, you have gained a trace of dragon chi, and the favor of dragon blood creatures towards you has increased. Dragon blood creatures? It doesn't seem to be useful. Sunan didn't pay attention. Dragon blood creatures were rare, and he had only encountered the dragon turtle so far, which might be considered a dragon blood creature. This ability is destined to be rarely useful. Feeling the changes in his body, Sunan was once again pleasantly surprised. Compared to before, he was now equivalent to having fused 2 great perfection spirit-grade bloodlines again. At the moment, even if he didn't use his racial talent one force breaking the sky, his strength could be comparable to mid-stage Xian level. If he used one force breaking the sky, he could easily defeat even late-stage Xian level great monsters. And this is just his physical strength. It was unimaginable how terrifying it would be when all 3 system powers were displayed. Just one spirit fruit has brought me such a huge improvement. If I get 2 more, wouldn't I skyrocket directly? Looking at the task on the panel, Sunan's eyes were full of expectations. There are spirit fruits in the Black Wind Desert, and there are also spirit objects in the other 2 places. Although he didn't know exactly what those 2 spirit objects were, they should be no worse than the dragon blood fruit. Looking at the pine forest ahead, Sunan began to predict. Leaving the Black Wind Desert, crossing a thicket, you walk towards a huge pine forest in the distance. 1 minute later, you arrive in front of the pine forest, and you find that the ground is covered with a thick layer of rotten, damp, withered leaves. Walking on the withered leaves, you feel as if you could sink in at any moment. You know that this is the second test of the inheritance land, the Death Swamp. Without fear, you resolutely step into the swamp and head towards its depths. The swamp is silent, you walk carefully, and 2 minutes later, you arrive at a dead ancient tree, without encountering any dangers on the way. 3 minutes later, you reach an area covered with aquatic plants. Suddenly, a huge mouth filled with fangs emerges from the swamp beneath your feet, swallowing you instantly. You are dead. Before your death, you realize that this is a swamp full of death, where death is normal, and only those with absolute good luck can pass safely. What's the situation? I was swallowed by a demon in 1 bite. Sunan's face was gloomy. He had just entered the forest swamp for 2 minutes, and he was killed by a demon that suddenly appeared. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. This was simply outrageous. Could it be a king-level demonic beast? He couldn't help guessing. If he encountered a king-level great demon right from the start, how could he continue on the path ahead? However, when he saw the last piece of information, his expression became strange. Death is the norm here. Only someone with absolute good luck can pass. He clearly wasn't that lucky, otherwise, he wouldn't have died within 2 minutes in his foreknowledge. But that doesn't matter. With the ability to foresee the future, who needs luck? Here, he could use his foresight step by step to find a way to survive. Moreover, he had the bone-shifting ability, which could transform him into a demon, allowing him to pass through this area. With these thoughts, Sunan regained his confidence. The foresight began again. 2 minutes later, you reach a dead tree and encounter no danger along the way. 3 minutes later, you stop 10 meters away from a patch of aquatic plants, knowing that continuing forward would lead to danger. You choose to change direction and bypass from the left. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue? Continue. 1 minute later, you don't encounter any danger. 2 minutes later, you arrive at a small depression, and suddenly a claw stretches out from under your feet to attack you. Even after transforming into a demon, you are still attacked, but your strength is powerful enough to kill the demon easily. You continue forward. Being attacked even after transforming into a demon? Is it because just walking in the swamp will lead to attacks? Sunan frowned. Bone shifting was his best means of avoiding demon attacks. Losing this advantage was very disadvantageous for him. The foresight continued, and the number of available times was gradually consumed. After a few predictions, Sunan finally understood why death was considered the norm here. There were many demons in the Death Swamp, and they were extremely good at hiding. You never knew when one would suddenly pop out from somewhere. Luckily, his strength was not weak, and he could handle anything as long as it wasn't a king-level demonic beast. After several consecutive predictions, he was fortunate enough not to encounter any demons that could instantly kill him after the first time. Convinced that there were no issues, Sunan entered the death swamp. About 20 minutes later, he had already covered a distance of more than 30 miles. He had already used foresight more than 20 times, and in the process, he had died 4 times. This death rate was not high and was completely acceptable. At the same time, outside the death swamp, Qian Yu and his party finally left the Black Wind Desert. Looking at the death swamp ahead, the chubby player beside Qian Yu said, "Boss, Wang Nan arrived here more than 20 minutes earlier than us. If he's not dead yet, he might be almost through the swamp. Can we still catch up?" Qian Yu shook his head. "I admit he's strong, but his strength doesn't amount to much in this swamp." As he spoke, he looked at the 3 daily tasks and saw that the task of being the first to leave the death swamp had not been completed. He affirmed, if he hasn't quit the game after such a long time, he must have died. Is he really dead? Hearing this, the 2 spiritual level players, one fat and one thin, exchanged glances, somewhat unconvinced. For some reason, they had a premonition that Wang Nan wouldn't die that easily. Seemingly noticing the thoughts of the 2, Qian Yu said after a moment of silence, "You all wait here, I'll go get that thing first." Moving forward with everyone was too slow. Although in his opinion, Sunan was very likely dead, he decided to go and have a look just in case. They didn't know. At this moment, Sunan was looking at the information on his panel, and his eyes lit up. In the foresight, his chi luck had taken effect again. Chapter 187, The Second Spirit Object. Congratulations, your chi luck is playing a role. You are attracted to a pond 10 meters to your left. Looking through the slightly murky water, you see a dimly visible cave at the bottom of the pond. You realize that something may be hidden there and head towards the pond. As you approach the edge of the pond, a demon suddenly leaps out of the water, attacking you. However, you respond quickly, launching a fire serpent that reduces the demon to ashes. Carefully examining the cave beneath the pond, you notice clear signs of human presence. Intrigued, you decide to venture inside to find out more. After determining there is no other danger in the pond, you leap into the water and quickly descend along the cave. 2 minutes later, you arrive at a strange underground space where a small stone hall appears before you. Entering the stone hall, you immediately see a minotaur demon statue standing in the center. Drawing from your previous experience, you first check the changes in strength. To your surprise, you can't use your physique's blood power or law control system blood power here, only secret power blood is available. Another restriction to using only one type of bloodline. Sunan finds it strange and can't understand why an ancient powerhouse would set up such a test. The ancient humans cultivated ancient scriptures instead of bloodlines, but these scriptures were also divided into physique, secret power, and law control systems. This can be seen from the 3 ancient scriptures available in the contribution wall. First is the physique series, then the secret power series, indicating that the spirit object in the endless ice field will likely require the power of the law control system to obtain. Apparently, the ancient powerhouse wants to limit the martial artists who obtain the spirit object. Could they be trying to choose 3 martial artists who cultivate different systems? Sunan can't help but speculate. Sensing your arrival, the stone statue suddenly comes to life, opening its eyes. The statue looks at you and speaks, telling you that the fact that you found your way here proves that you are a lucky person. However, obtaining the spirit object here requires more than just luck, you must defeat it. You try to inquire about what the spirit object is, but the statue doesn't tell you and instead launches an attack on you with its divine soul energy. The statue's realm changes according to the realm of the trial challenger. Your realm is spirit level peak, and so is the statue's. However, its strength is comparable to mid-stage Xian level. Changing with the trial challenger's realm? So that's how it works. Thinking back to the tree demon he killed before, Sunan finally understands how a spirit level demon can guard spirit objects in an ancient trial site. Although spirit level is considered decent in the current world, it would undoubtedly only be considered fodder in ancient times. The demon's realm is not high, but their strength is by no means weak. This time the stone statue has even reached the mid-stage Xian level. Previously, the tree demon's strength was only comparable to the early Xian period. But don't underestimate this small realm gap, the difference between spirit level and Xian level is enormous. When he was at the early stage of the spirit level, using his racial talent allowed him to easily kill a peak spirit level demon. However, to deal with an early stage Xian level demon, he had to give it his all and plan carefully. In the face of the stone statue's attack, you immediately use your berserk netherworld body, augmenting your divine soul power with all your primordial chi and essence energy. Unfortunately, even with this, solely relying on secret power system power, you can only fight the stone statue to a standstill. It is very difficult to defeat it. 3 minutes later, the effect of your racial talent disappears, and your strength drops significantly. You failed to defeat the stone statue, and you died. Sunan's heart sinks, though he's not too surprised. Compared to the physique series with various bloodline enhancements and the law control series that integrates Li fire essence, the secret power system can be considered the weakest of his 3 power systems, often used as an auxiliary force. If he were elsewhere, the combination of his physique and law control system powers would greatly enhance the power of his secret power system. However, in a place where only secret power is allowed, the weaknesses of this system are immediately exposed. The reason I can fight above my level is entirely due to the combination and stacking of the 3 system powers. Now, with only one type of power allowed, I have only a slight advantage over ordinary martial artists with my racial talent. But, relying on racial talent alone, it is very difficult to defeat the stone statue. I'm in a difficult position now. Sunan frowns and quickly considers a solution. At this moment, he somewhat regrets not bringing his externalized body with him. Otherwise, with the advantage of having no divine soul and being immune to divine soul attacks, he could easily restrain the stone statue. I definitely can't defeat the stone statue with my own strength. I'll have to try using external objects. With a thought, 2 items appear in his hand. One is a broken arrow, with only half its length remaining. The other is an incense burner the size of a baby's skull. The broken arrow is naturally the one obtained from the Governor Mansion's treasure vault before. It contains the power to severely injure a demon king and will be activated upon contact with demon blood. The incense burner is a recently acquired Divine Deo ritual artifact. Since it is no longer in its worshipping place, holding the incense burner in his hand is not dangerous. However, if touched by the divine soul power, what might happen is uncertain. Sunan prepared to use the incense burner to block the stone statue's power of divine soul. Foreknowledge started again. Facing the attack of the stone statue, you immediately activate the berserk netherworld body, adding primordial chi and essence power to the power of divine soul. Unfortunately, even so, with only the secret power system power, you can only fight the stone statue to a standstill. It's very difficult to defeat the stone statue. At a critical moment, you take out the Divine Deo ritual artifact stolen from Tianyun City's God Temple and attempt to use it against the stone statue. As the stone statue's soul attack arrives again, you decisively choose to block it with the Divine Deo ritual artifact, and something happy happens. At the moment the power of divine soul of the stone statue hits the incense burner, a pulling force suddenly erupts from it. This pulling force doesn't affect you, but instead pulls the stone statue's divine soul into the incense burner. The battle inside the incense burner begins, and 10 breaths later, you suddenly see that the body of the stone statue bursts and breaks into countless pieces. Among the debris, you quickly notice a grey crystal the size of a chicken egg. You realize that this is the spirit object you wanted, and quickly pick up the crystal. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine aperture stone. As expected, as long as the power of divine soul comes into contact with the incense burner, it can be pulled in by the power of the incense burner. Seeing the information in foreknowledge, Sunan smiled happily. The realm of the stone statue changes according to the tria list, but when it enters the incense burner, the statue's level obviously doesn't change, otherwise it wouldn't have been killed by the offering of god demons. With the end of foreknowledge, Sunan took quick actions. A few minutes later, inside the underground stone hall, as the divine soul of the stone statue was pulled into the incense burner, not long after, the body of the stone statue shattered into countless pieces just like in the foreknowledge. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task obtain the spirit object in Death Swamp, and received 15 demon points. Currently usable demon power, 211 points. We did it! Quickly putting away the incense burner, Sunan grabbed the grey crystal the size of a chicken egg from the debris. Divine Aperture Stone, Heavenly Earthly Treasure. The human body has 108 apertures, one of which is called Divine Aperture. The Divine Aperture is the dwelling place of the Divine Soul in the human body. When the Divine Soul wraps this stone and puts it into the Divine Aperture, it will gestate for 14 days, which can condense a second Divine Aperture. Condense a second Divine Aperture. What a great treasure! Sunan's eyes brightened. Although he didn't know the specific benefits of condensing the second Divine Aperture, even thinking with his toes would tell him that it was a rare opportunity. Sunan looked at the crystal with satisfaction and immediately tried to wrap the Divine Aperture stone with the power of Divine Soul. Strangely enough, the originally formless and intangible Divine Soul power was able to grab the Divine Aperture stone the moment it touched it, following his thoughts. In Sunan's eyes, the Divine Aperture stone seemed to be caught by an invisible hand out of thin air, which was quite magical. Controlling objects with Divine Soul. Sunan's eyes brightened. His Divine Soul power, although greatly enhanced by primordial Qi, was far from being able to transport objects, perhaps only when reaching king level when his Divine Soul could become a substance would be possible. However, facing the heavenly earthly treasure Divine Aperture stone, his Divine Soul power could easily pick it up, which was obviously due to the Divine Aperture stone. Withdrawing the Divine Soul power that wrapped the Divine Aperture stone, Sunan saw that the stone went straight into his forehead the moment it touched his brow. Immediately after, he felt as if he had an extra pair of eyes. He could see that a strange space had appeared inside his body, where the Divine Aperture stone quietly floated, slowly absorbing his Divine Soul power. Is this the Divine Aperture? It really is magical. Sunan rejoiced inwardly, as the previously invisible Divine Aperture was now visible in his sight due to the existence of the Divine Aperture stone. 14 days, it's not that long, I hope it brings a surprise by then. His gaze turned to the foreknowledge information above. In the foreknowledge, he searched the stone hall again to make sure there were no omissions before leaving. After exiting the water pool, Sunan continued his foreknowledge. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this time, after only 3 foreknowledge predictions, he walked out of the death swamp. Finally, I can leave. Sunan's mood improved greatly. He had obtained the spirit object, and at last, he could leave the death swamp. This journey was already 2/3 completed. About 9 minutes later, he stood outside the death swamp, and a completely different world appeared in front of him, 1,000 meters away. It was a world of ice and snow. Without a doubt, that was the final test of this trial ground, the endless icefield. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Be the first to leave Death Swamp. 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demon power, 226 points. 226 points of demon power, which is enough to upgrade both bloodlines to great perfection, but there is no ancient demon essence blood. Sunan sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Although he had the essence and blood of a dragon turtle, he didn't have the corresponding cultivation method to integrate it. I wonder if cultivating the dragon turtle to the spirit level will give me its cultivation method. Just as Sunan left the death swamp and completed the task, Qian Yu, who had already entered death swamp, immediately noticed the change in the task. Looking at the second task that turned grey, Qian Yu was incredulous. How is it possible? He didn't die. Qian Yu's expression changed, and he clearly understood the dangers of the death swamp from the information he had obtained. He had witnessed the dangers on his way. If he hadn't prepared a countermeasure, he would have died long ago. He couldn't understand how Sunan managed to leave unscathed. Not good. That spirit object. Qian Yu suddenly thought of the spirit object in Death Swamp and couldn't help but feel anxious. If it was before, he would never think that Sunan could get that spirit object. But thinking about the 2 consecutive surprises Sunan had brought him, he didn't think so anymore. Without further ado, he quickly headed in the direction where the spirit object was located according to the information. Over 10 minutes later, he finally found the pond. But when he entered the underground stone hall and saw the stone statue that had been shattered into countless pieces, he was instantly dumbfounded. Wang Nan! You forced me to do this! Qian Yu roared, his face suddenly twisted with anger and regret. He was angry that someone had taken his belongings and regretted his decision to explore the secret land with Sunan in the first place. He initially thought that the information he held and his ample preparations would be enough to ensure Sunan gained nothing in this secret land, and whether he could leave would depend on Qian Yu's mood. But now, everything had changed. Instead of going back to bring other members in, Qian Yu left the game directly. As he climbed out of the game warehouse, he picked up his phone and quickly dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and Qian Yu said solemnly, "I agree to your cooperation." He wasn't contacting anyone else. It was the Destiny Society. Previously, the Destiny Society had sought him out to form an alliance against Wang Nan, but he neither accepted nor refused. Now he had made a decision, he wanted Wang Nan to die. Hearing Qian Yu's response. On the other side, a few people in black from the Destiny Society laughed, "Very well, now that Qian Yu has agreed, this plan is basically secure. We can inform the others and prepare to make our move." With Qian Yu's agreement to cooperate with the Destiny Society, the players of the Destiny Society in the game quickly took action. Tianyun City. Demon Hunting Bureau. 3 players found Sunan's avatar, which was disguised as Zhang Yang, left behind in the Demon Hunting Bureau. These 3 players were the same 3 from the Destiny Society last time. An ancient cave mansion? Wang Nan was actually invited by Qian Yu to the Red Mountain Prefecture. You guys teamed up with Qian Yu, planning to trap Wang Nan in the ancient powerhouse's cave mansion. Hearing their words, the avatar pretended to be surprised, but sneered inwardly. Sunan wasn't surprised that Qian Yu would join forces with the Destiny Society to deal with him. In fact, when the other party intentionally hid the key to enter the cave mansion, he had already regarded them as being in cahoots with the Destiny Society. Chapter 188, The Cultivation Method of the Dragon Tortoise. When will we take action? Today. Wang Nan at that cave dwelling might not stay there too long, and he might come out today. Well, try to hold him back as much as we can. Tianyun City is far from Red Mountain Prefecture, so we must head there right now. Today? All right. Sunan nodded. Today was already the 7th day of the second public test. It had been 3 days since the last time the demons attacked the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition Array node. The countdown to the next demon attack on the array node task was only 2 days away. If they headed to Red Mountain Prefecture at full speed now, they would arrive in half a day. After resolving the issue and returning to Tianyun City, they could still catch up with the day after tomorrow's branch tasks. Over 10 minutes later. Outside Tianyun City, Zhou Cheng, Li Ye, Ma Hua, and about 20 or 30 elite members from the 3 guilds gathered. When they saw Sunan's transformed avatar as Zhang Yang, everyone's eyes revealed surprise. They only found out now that Zhang Yang would also participate in this operation against Wang Nan. Sunan glanced at the crowd and found that the elite players from the 3 guilds had improved their strength quite a bit after not seeing them for a few days. There were already 5 spirit-level players, including Zhou Cheng. Ma Hua, the president of the Arson Guild, also reached the spirit level. Li Ye, who had previously lost his level due to his captured Qi Luck, had returned to the spirit level as well. Apart from the 3 major guilds, Sunan also paid attention to another team. It was a team led by a middle-aged man, totaling 5 people. Unexpectedly to Sunan, the middle-aged man was also a spirit-level player. It seems that spirit-level players are starting to appear explosively. He looked at the ranking list without showing any reaction, and saw that there were already more than 40 spirit-level players on the list. This growth rate was simply exaggerated. It's important to know that just 2 days ago, there were only a dozen spirit-level players. This was also normal. Currently, the first echelon of players were stuck at the threshold between the mortal and spirit levels, and this situation had persisted for a few days. Calculating the time, it was indeed the moment when spirit-level players would explode in numbers. When Sunan looked over, the middle-aged man nodded at him and introduced himself, "I am the president of Blood Moon Pavilion, Nai Yuan." Blood Moon Pavilion? Sunan nodded, instantly understanding what was going on with this Blood Moon Pavilion. After the array node in Busan County was broken, the humans inside were evacuating to Tianyun County and Red Mountain Prefecture, which naturally included players. This Blood Moon Pavilion was obviously one of the player influences from Busan County. Interests moved people's hearts. Sunan sighed secretly. He had no conflicts of interest with Blood Moon Pavilion, but the pavilion still prepared to join forces with Destiny Society. Evidently, the compensation offered by Destiny Society was too tempting. The team consisting of 4 guilds quickly left Tianyun City and headed towards Red Mountain Prefecture. This scene was naturally noticed by many players. Soon, someone posted it on the forum, instantly attracting numerous discussions from other players. Many people were speculating about what the great players wanted to do by gathering together. Meanwhile, in the secret land, Sunan showed a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Good, it seems that not only can I complete the second phase of the Wrath of the Demon Monarch mission, but also the third phase might be completed together. His avatar was aware of the events happening in Tianyun City in real time. The avatar was the condensation of his techniques and connected to him through mind and spirit. Even the independent space formed in this ancient cave dwelling couldn't block him. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Looking at the content of the foresight, his expression was solemn. You arrive at the endless icefield, a world of ice and snow. Thick snow lies under your feet. Here, you will encounter endless ice and snow demons, which are manifestations of the power of this ice and snow world. As you set foot on the endless icefield, the initially quiet world changes immediately. The ice in front of you cracks, and demons made of ice and snow emerge from beneath the ice surface, rushing towards you. These demons are mainly of the Physique series and law-controlling class. Physique series demons charge forward and quickly surround you, while law-controlling series demons unleash a barrage of ice arrows and ice blades at you. You react quickly, counter-attacking immediately. These demons are not powerful, mostly at the mid-mortal level, and cannot cause much damage to you. With just the strength of your Physique series, you battle them while killing the ice and snow demons that get close to you. Your speed doesn't slow down as you deal with the obstructing demons with your actions while advancing rapidly. There is no end to the number of demons. A minute later, over 100 demons lay at your feet, and you have moved forward a kilometer. 2 minutes later, after a brief moment, you have killed more than 300 demons, but unfortunately, the number of demons around you has not diminished, and instead, it has increased. 3 minutes later, you've gone deep into the ice field 3 kilometers. By then, you notice that as you progress, the number of late mortal stage demons around you begins to slowly increase. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue? No wonder it's called the Endless Icefield, the demons here are endless. Obviously, these demons were the trials of the ice field. If he wanted to leave the ice field, he had to kill a path through the endless demons. Such a situation was similar to when he went hunting for the demons attacking the Heavenly Dome God Prohibition node. As long as he had enough vitality to replenish, he could easily complete the task. However, this time was different from the last time. The last time, he tried to kill as many demons as possible to earn contribution points. However, this time was the complete opposite. Being currently in the ice field, it was not possible to simply focus on killing demons. In order to leave the ice field, one must not be drawn into battle. One needed to conserve strength as much as possible to leave the ice field quickly, that was the priority. I only have 5 life-extending pills left, which I exchanged from the Governor Mansion's treasure vault. I hope they'll be enough. In the foreknowledge, he was moving quickly. The demon army could not stop his pace. 6 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes. Time flew by in his foreknowledge, and after foreseeing 5 times in a row, he had penetrated tens of kilometers into the icefield. However, as the strength of the demons increased, his progress became slower and slower. By now, the demons that blocked his path had evolved from the initial middle mortal stage to the mid-stage spirit level. And it did not end there. As time passed in his foreknowledge, the mid-stage spirit level demons transformed into late spirit stage. The dense and numerous late-stage spirit level demons rolled in like waves, with Sunan like a leaf in a storm, swaying and uncertain. Fortunately, his strength had developed rapidly compared to a few days ago, and with the help of the dragon blood fruit, his physique had increased greatly, allowing him to easily kill Xian-level demons and endure in this situation. Unfortunately, although these are considered demons, they are not actual demons but rather condensed forces of this ice-snow world. When killed, they do not leave any corpses. Otherwise, I would be willing to kill more of these demons for their corpses. Sunan silently lamented, while looking at the information from his foreknowledge he frowned slightly, why haven't I found the spirit object yet? In the foreknowledge, he had already consumed 4 life-extending pills. If he continued like this, once the last life-extending pill was used up, he would eventually be killed by the demon army. Based on previous experiences, in order to leave, he must find the spirit object first. The place where the spirit object is located should not be far from where the trial ends. 25 minutes had already passed in his foreknowledge, and he still had not found the spirit object. This made him wonder if he could continue. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, in his foreknowledge, his chi luck came into play again. Congratulations! Your chi luck has taken effect. You inadvertently notice a faint blue light flashing from an ice field crevice not far away, where demons keep emerging. The light is unremarkable, but under the influence of chi luck, you detect something unusual. Instead of continuing forward, you choose to change direction and head towards the crevice from which the demons are emerging. The continuous flow of demons from the crevice seriously hinders your progress, but you don't give up and continue to venture deeper into the crevice. 2 minutes later, you finally reach the depths of the crevice, where you see a blue ice pond in a corner beneath the crevice. The ice pond is small, with a diameter of only 2 meters. In the pond, an unknown blue liquid is rippling, not forming ice. Even from far away, you can feel an extremely rich water power emanating from the blue liquid. You realize that this pool of blue liquid is the spirit object you've been looking for. Finally found it! Sunan was overjoyed but soon furrowed his brows again. It was obvious that it was a water attribute spirit object. If he could have a choice, he naturally hoped to get a fire attribute spirit object instead. You quickly head towards the ice pond. When you reach a distance of 10 meters from the pond, the demons that originally intended to block and kill you suddenly stop and don't advance further. You have entered a strange area where your physique's blood power and secret power blood can't be used. At the same time, you see a huge demon appear not far from the ice pond. Like the others you've killed, it is a demon forged from ice. The demon is at the same level as you, but possesses late Xian stage strength. Late Xian stage? It's gotten stronger again. As for his bloodline power being suppressed, it was within Sunan's expectation, but the demon's strength made him a bit shocked. If it had not been for his bloodline being restricted, his current strength would have allowed him to easily kill a late Xian stage demon. However, under the condition where both types of bloodline power were suppressed, dealing with a late Xian stage demon would be more challenging. The demon is furious at your intrusion and suddenly launches an attack. Your body is quickly encased in ice, but at the crucial moment, blazing flames rise from your body, preventing you from becoming an ice sculpture. Facing the powerful demon, you decisively choose to use your racial talent production, destructive snake dance. You don't hold back and unleash the 3 powers to launch your strongest attack. The fire serpent, formed by the convergence of the 3 powers, shoots out, and sensing danger, the demon roars. A thick ice wall forms in an attempt to withstand your full power attack. The destructive snake dance created fire serpent slams into the ice wall, its violent force shattering the ice. When everything settles, you see that while the demon beyond the ice wall had half of its arm blown away, it was not killed. Unfortunately, your destruction snake dance, though powerful, can only grievously wound the demon. Without any remaining mana, you are no longer a match for the demon. You died. Even the destructive snake dance can't deal with the demon. Sunan's heart sank. After the increase in fire power granted by the Li Fire Essence, and merging the 3 spirit-grade bloodlines, the power of the destructive snake dance was already incomparable to before. However, even doing so, he still couldn't defeat the demon. Without the support of the secret power system power, relying on one power system is still not enough. It seems that I can only bring out my trump card. Sunan didn't get discouraged. With a thought, a flame appeared and danced around him like a spirit. It was the Li Fire Essence. This time he intended to use the Li Fire Essence to deal with the demon. As the demon consists of ice and snow power, the Li Fire Essence should be able to restrain its existence. In the previous foreknowledge, the full force execution of destructive snake dance had exhausted his mana, it was impossible for him to activate the Li Fire Essence. This time, he decided not to use destructive snake dance, but to directly apply the Li Fire Essence. Since he had already found the spirit object and had not encountered any danger along the way, Sunan no longer hesitated and walked directly into the ice field. More than 20 minutes later, he arrived at the crack where he had seen in his foreknowledge. Foreknowledge. Facing the power of the demon, you decisively choose to use the Li Fire Essence. Under your control, the Li Fire Essence shoots towards the demon like a streak of light. The demon sensed the danger and hastily used ice wall to block, but against the Li fire essence's scorching burn, the ice wall was instantly penetrated, and the Li fire essence landed on the demon. Flames surged on the demon's body, and in an instant, most of your mana was drained, the raging fire engulfing the demon, its body rapidly melting. The demon struggled, trying to extinguish the Li fire essence, but its efforts were destined to be futile. The Li fire essence drew power from the demon, burning even more fiercely. 2 minutes later, the demon was completely melted by the Li fire essence. As expected, dealing with these ice and snow demons is still easiest with fire. Sunan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Fire itself was capable of restraining ice and snow, let alone the Li fire essence, which had the ability to absorb and burn the demon's power. The last spirit object was about to be claimed, and the gains from this trip had exceeded his expectations. When he was sure he could kill the demon, Sunan prepared to head towards the crack in the ice. However, at this moment, he noticed the information still bouncing on the foreknowledge and couldn't help but pause. The foreknowledge had not yet ended and was still continuing. You come to the edge of the ice pond and carefully observe the blue liquid. You don't know that this is a kind of spirit water called icy spirit water, which can only be bred in places with extremely cold temperature and rich water power. After pondering for a moment, you take out a jade bottle from the cosmic ring, planning to collect all the icy spirit water first. It seemed to sense the presence of the spirit object, and the dragon turtle, which had formed a chi-luck connection with you in the cosmic ring, was very excited and actively jumped out. Before you could react, you saw the dragon turtle plunge its whole body into the ice pond, opening its mouth wide. The icy spirit water in the pond was drawn in and completely entered the dragon turtle's mouth. As the icy spirit water was swallowed, the realm of the dragon turtle increased rapidly. Congratulations, your dragon turtle has made a realm breakthrough, successfully stepping into the spirit level, and your chi luck has grown. This. Sunan was surprised and never expected that such a thing would happen. The dragon turtle could actually run out of the cosmic ring by itself. Not only that, but it had also swallowed his spirit object. And it was not over yet. The foreknowledge was still ongoing. At the moment of the dragon turtle's breakthrough, you suddenly feel that, within the dragon turtle's body, its power is operating in a strange way. In an instant, you realize that this is the dragon turtle cultivation method you have always wanted to obtain. Chapter 189, The Realm of Destruction. Dragon Turtle Cultivation Method. Sunan was startled, then his breathing became rapid. Didn't he need the dragon turtle's cultivation method? He had obtained the dragon turtle essence blood for several days, but had not fused it due to the lack of a cultivation method. Otherwise, the first one to have the 4 kinds of blood veins fulfilled would not have been Wang Nan, but Zhang Yang. Is the cultivation method appearing at this moment because of the dragon turtle's breakthrough, or because it swallowed that so-called icy spirit water? Sunan couldn't help but guess. But it didn't matter. Regardless of the reason, as long as he could obtain the dragon turtle cultivation method, everything would be worth it. Quickly jot down the operation of the power within the dragon turtle's body and try to run it within yourself silently. You discover that the dragon turtle's inner power operates in a regular manner, circulating rapidly with every breath it takes. 3 minutes later, the power inside the dragon turtle gradually calms down, and you can no longer continue to observe its power operation. However, at this point, you have barely managed to record the dragon turtle's power operation method. Congratulations, you have acquired the spirit-grade dragon turtle breathing technique. Success! Sunan's mouth curled up in delight, no longer hesitating as he quickly headed towards the crack in the ice layer. A few minutes later, with the help of the Li fire essence extracting power from his body, the Xian-level demon was completely melted under the scorching flames. The Li fire essence jumped happily, seemingly claiming credit and returning to Sunan's side. Not bad, you little guy. Although you consume a lot each time, your power is undeniable. Sunan praised the Li fire essence with a smile. As if understanding Sunan's words, the Li fire essence cheered and leaped like a child. Putting away the Li fire essence, Sunan swallowed all the remaining life-extending pills before heading to the ice pond. As soon as he approached the ice pond, a piercing cold attacked him. Crouching down, he attempted to touch the blue liquid with his fingertips. Information about the liquid instantly surfaced. Icy spirit water, heavenly earthly treasure, formed from the vast power of water in extremely cold regions over millions of years. Can be used to purify the physique of spellcaster warriors, allowing them to control the power of ice. Note: warriors with fire power must not use it, or it will cause bloodline conflicts. Control the power of ice. Warriors with fire power cannot use it. Upon seeing the earlier information, Sunan was briefly excited. The power of ice was a variation of water power, but its destructive power was significantly stronger than water's. However, seeing the advice that followed, even though he intended to give the icy spirit water to the dragon turtle, Sunan was still a bit disappointed. He initially considered whether he could utilize its effects himself. If so, he wouldn't mind reserving some for himself first. Oh well, exchanging a heavenly earthly treasure for the dragon turtle's cultivation method is not too much of a loss. Sunan comforted himself. The increase in the dragon turtle's strength would also boost his chi luck, bringing immeasurable benefits. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly opened the cosmic ring. As predicted, the dragon turtle was drawn out by the scent of the icy spirit water and quickly emerged from the cosmic ring. A glimpse of excitement in its eyes, the little fellow dove into the water and swallowed the contents of the entire pool like a bottomless pit. At the same time, the game's late notification finally arrived. Congratulations on completing the daily task obtaining the Endless Icefield's spirit object, 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demon power, 241 points. Even though the dragon turtle consumed the heavenly earthly treasure, it didn't affect the game's task completion judgment since the dragon turtle belongs to Sunan. Ignoring the once again increased demon power, Sunan focused his full attention on feeling the change in the dragon turtle's body through their connection. As it swallowed the icy spirit water, the little guy's chi soared rapidly, its speed far surpassing the consumption of demon essence blood. Within a breath, it broke through from peak of mortal level to the spirit level. At the instant when the little guy broke through to the spirit level, Sunan sensed the cultivation method belonging to the dragon turtle mentioned in the foreknowledge. Here it comes. Not daring to be negligent, Sunan quickly noted it down. By the time the little guy's chi had calmed down, there was an additional spirit-level cultivation method on Zhang Yang's panel. Not bad, now there's no hurry for the ancient fiend bloodline for the spellcaster class. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. With a flip of his hand, he took out the dragon turtle essence blood. I wonder what kind of ability I'll acquire after fusing with this essence blood. He was expectant and couldn't help but try to fuse with it now. Before that, of course, he intended to use foresight once more. This fusion was different from his previous ones. This time, he was fusing with an auspicious beast bloodline, which was fundamentally not a demon bloodline, and its corresponding cultivation method was not a true demon sutra. Before this, no one had ever heard of someone fusing with an auspicious beast bloodline. No one knew what would happen or what kind of impact such a fusion would have on him. You have obtained a drop of spirit-grade dragon turtle essence blood from the auspicious beast and have also acquired the corresponding cultivation method from the dragon turtle. You plan to attempt to fuse the dragon turtle essence blood in the same way you've fused with demon bloodlines before. The dragon turtle bloodline is not a demon bloodline. In order to fuse with it, you need great luck, and fortunately, you meet this condition. Dragon turtle essence blood used, you begin to fuse with it just like with demon bloodlines. As the dragon turtle essence blood enters your body, your other three bloodlines sense an unusual power and immediately become agitated. The three bloodlines begin to try and expel the dragon turtle essence blood. You realize the problem, quickly retreat from the demon sutra, control the three bloodlines at the same time, and try to speed up the fusion with the dragon turtle bloodline. However, the other three demon bloodlines resent the dragon turtle bloodline. Despite your forced control, they become increasingly restless. As the dragon turtle bloodline continues to fuse, the situation becomes increasingly intense, and conflict could occur at any time. At a critical moment, your chi luck comes into play, and the three bloodlines that were about to conflict and lose control immediately calm down. 3 minutes later, you successfully integrate dragon turtle essence and blood. Congratulations, you have obtained the racial talent water source domain of the dragon turtle clan. You're lucky to have procured an incredibly rare talent, so rare that even the dragon turtle clan rarely possesses it. An extremely rare talent. Sunan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously guessed that the fusion of the bloodline of auspicious beasts might result in an unusual racial talent, he did not expect that he would obtain a talent that was extremely rare even in the dragon turtle clan. Obviously, this must be related to his chi luck, which had increased again. You already possess one talent. After the fusion of two talents, congratulations on obtaining the new racial talent Destruction Domain. The first prediction ends. Do you wish to continue? Destruction Domain seems to be very powerful. In Sunan's eyes, expectations appeared. Having experienced the fusion of racial talents twice, he had come to understand the process better. The fusion of two talents doesn't make original talents disappear. Instead, it adds new abilities on top of the foundational talent. It can be certain that this so-called destruction domain would keep the characteristic of destructive snake dance, which is the ability to merge three types of mana. Having prepared for everything, he was ready to start the fusion. At the same time, on the other hand, while Sunan's avatar was rushing with Zhou Cheng and others towards Red Mountain Prefecture. After casually killing a mortal level demon, the avatar stopped in its tracks and said, "Please wait a moment, everyone. My demon power is sufficient now, let me fuse with the bloodline first." Once he merged with essence and blood, Zhang Yang's rank on the leaderboard would inevitably change. If Zhang Yang's avatar started changing the sequence by moving with Zhou Cheng and others, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Demon power is enough? Merging with the bloodline? Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng, Li Yet and the others were slightly taken aback. Once they recomposed themselves, their faces showed a change. Zhang Yang's third Demon Sutra bloodline had already achieved great perfection a few days ago. Now that he said that his demon power was enough, it was clear that it was not the demon power required for minor achievement of the fourth Demon Sutra. Rather, it was the demon power required for the great perfection of the fourth Demon Sutra. The group looked at each other, their expressions mixed with both envy and shock. The avatar ignored everyone and walked straight to the mountains in the distance as if preparing to fuse with the bloodline there. In the secret land, Sunan began to merge bloodlines. 3 minutes later, the fourth bloodline appeared on Zhang Yang's panel. Simultaneously, in the racial talent column, Destructive Snake Dance disappeared, replaced by Destruction Domain. Destruction Domain. This new talent was created by merging the racial talent Destructive Snake Dance of the Twin-Wing Snake Clan and the racial talent Water Source Domain of the Dragon Turtle Clan. When activated, you can control all the forces of water, fire, and lightning in the natural world within a kilometer radius centered on you. Mobilize the force of nature. Sunan held his breath, astonished by the ability of the Destruction Domain. Martial artists draw their power from their bloodline, and can only utilize the force of their bloodline. He had never heard of anyone being able to control the forces of nature. Perhaps only king level or emperor level individuals can achieve this, but at spirit level or Xuan level, absolutely no one can do this. I wonder how strong I will be after controlling the forces of nature. Sunan couldn't help but want to try, but eventually he held back. The introduction didn't state the cost of using the destruction domain, but it was certain that the stronger the talent, the greater the consumption. Now was not the time to use it. Level up. Like the normal Demon Sutra, with the consumption of 80 demon power, the Dragon Turtle breathing technique achieves great perfection. The number of prediction times increased, reaching 57 times. The remaining usable demon power was 161 points, just enough for one character to break through to the Xian level. Unfortunately, there was still no trace of Lang 13's ancient demon bloodline. On the other side, Zhou Cheng and the others were constantly paying attention to the changes on the rankings list. Soon, they saw that Zhang Yang merged his fourth bloodline and then rapidly elevated this bloodline to great perfection. All four bloodlines have reached great perfection. The crowd of players were amazed. The spiritual level players, Zhou Cheng, Li Ye, and Ma Hua, were left in silence. Being at the same spiritual level, they understood the difficulty of advancement. Even if they completed a mission of hunting a mortal level demon and a spirit level demon each day, they would only gain 20 demon points. To elevate one Demon Sutra to great perfection required a full 4 days. To reach great perfection with 4 bloodlines, without any unexpected turn of events, would need 16 days. However, in the case of Zhang Yang, he did it all in 6 to 7 days. This is also good. His strength has increased, thus our chances of dealing with Wang Nan will be greater. Zhou Cheng comforted himself. At the same time, in reality, the Destiny Society got the news of Zhang Yang's great perfection of the fourth bloodline immediately. They were overjoyed and in awe. This Zhang Yang is truly not ordinary, the speed of his upgrade surpassed even our rate of recovery. Wang Nan has the bracelet, his fast progression makes sense, but how does Zhang Yang do it? Who cares? Right now our primary target is Wang Nan. Solve him and obtain the object first. We'll deal with the others later. Devoured a heavenly earthly treasure and it only advanced this little guy to the early spirit level, it's really a bottomless pit. Inside the secret land. Sunan held up the dragon turtle and examined the little guy's breathing. His expression was rather grim. This little creature was already at the peak mortal level, and in these few days had swallowed a large amount of demon essence blood. Now it has consumed a profound item full of water power and only moved up to the early spirit level. If this continues, would he have to prepare several spirit level items for it to cultivate it to the Xian level? Looking at the Qi luck figure on his profile, his existing luck had reached over 600. Among which, the unavailable fortune rose from over 400 to over 500. This is just a dragon turtle, I can't believe I was thinking of raising several more before. Sunan shook his head, finding his previous thoughts laughable. He was about to put the little creature back into the cosmic ring. Then, he thought of something and stopped his actions. The great princess will wake in only one day, I must prepare in advance. I can't put everything into the cosmic ring anymore. Although he had previously given the great princess medicine that can knock out a Xian level demon, whether or not it will work on the great princess, he wasn't sure. Now, even if he wanted to find more things that can keep the great princess asleep, simply it wouldn't be in time. All he could do was try to foresee the moment when the great princess woke. If it was unable to leave the cosmic ring, that would be best. If the great princess can leave the cosmic ring, then he would just store the cosmic ring in his personal space and not take it out. He didn't believe that the great princess could manage to leave the personal space within the game. However, doing so has a drawback. He had discovered a long time ago that when the cosmic ring is placed into personal space, his connection with the great princess would become very weak, and at any time could be broken. While the great princess was unconscious, it didn't matter much. But should the great princess wake, would it find a way to completely sever that connection? But at this point, he couldn't bother with that anymore. Little guy, stay on me for now. Don't come out unless I ask you to. Sunan put the dragon turtle into his clothes. The only place where he could store living things was the cosmic ring, his personal space didn't work. Leaving the ice crack, Sunan continued to foresee and made his way out of the ice field. As he anticipated before, the location of the spirit item wasn't far from the final exit of the ice field. According to his precognition, in just 6 minutes, he had already left the ice field. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task of being the first one to leave the endless ice field. You have gained 15 points of demon power. Current available demonic power, 176. 6 minutes later, Sunan was standing outside the ice field. Before his eyes, a structure had appeared. A giant stone palace. Chapter 190, The Magic Array in the Cave. He completed the task again. How did he manage to do that? Noticing that the last task had turned grey as well, Qian Yu was astonished and doubtful. For some reason, he suddenly had the feeling that he had greatly underestimated Sunan. At this moment, he had already returned to the outside of the death swamp and regrouped with the rest of the players. He no longer thought about entering the death swamp, nor did he think about obtaining the spirit object in the endless ice field. Because he had already failed. No one but himself knew that he had once obtained a remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse in the ancient cave mansion space. And that remnant soul belonged to the original master of the cave dwelling. He obtained a lot of information from that remnant soul, including a lot of information about this land of inheritance, which is why he understood this place so well. According to the information he received, one must meet 3 conditions to obtain the final inheritance. First, at least one of the 3 test lands must be passed first. The first one to pass would invisibly receive a mark, which could not be seen or touched, but existed in reality. Second, at least one of the 3 spiritual items must be obtained. According to his original plan, he was determined to get the spiritual object in the Black Wind Desert, which was the easiest to obtain and most suitable for him. However, plans cannot keep up with changes, and he failed to obtain the spiritual object in the Black Wind Desert, so he had no choice but to try his best to get the spiritual object in the Death Swamp. The spiritual object in the Death Swamp did not match his cultivation system, but having it was better than not having it, and he had some ways to use that spiritual object. What he did not expect was that he could not get the spiritual object in the death swamp either. As a result, the only spiritual object he could obtain was in the endless icefield. But from the information in the remnant soul of that powerful person, he knew very well how strong the demon in the endless icefield would be, and it was not something he could handle now. Not at all. He also did not think that Su Nan could get the items there. "Boss, what should we do? Wang Nan has already left the endless icefield, and your task?" Qian Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, no one but me can enter the last place." After a pause, thinking of Su Nan's various performances, he felt that he had spoken too firmly and added, "Even if he goes in, it's useless. Wang Nan doesn't have the qualifications to obtain inheritance. The third condition for obtaining inheritance is qualifications. The qualification to become a disciple of that ancient powerhouse. This inheritance land was originally created by the powerful person for his disciples. If one does not become a disciple of that powerful person first, even if all the spiritual items and marks are obtained, it is useless. In order to become a disciple of that powerful person, one must obtain a mainline task first. I have already triggered that mainline task, and the item needed to trigger it can only be used by me. Even if Wang Nan is capable of reaching the sky, without the task item, he cannot obtain the mainline task, nor can he obtain the qualification." There was a surge of murderous intent in Qian Yu's eyes. Now, his only thought was to make Wang Nan die. As long as he could kill Wang Nan once, the mark of being the first to pass through the 3 test lands would return, and then he could try to obtain it again. As for the matter of the spiritual items, it was not a problem. Just because he couldn't obtain the spiritual objects in the endless icefield right now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to later. As long as he could kill Wang Nan, the inheritance here would be his sooner or later. Little did he know that Su Nan had already obtained the spiritual object in the endless icefield. He was already destined to lose the chance to obtain the inheritance. Let's go back first. Soon, this place will be where Wang Nan will be buried, and I will make sure he stays here forever." Qian Yu led his group and left. At the moment, Su Nan still didn't know about these things. He looked at the foreknowledge information on the panel, frowning slightly. Just as Qian Yu predicted, Su Nan arrived in front of the palace in the foreknowledge and found that he couldn't enter the palace. To enter, he needed a key as well. Of course, he didn't have the key. "Fortunately, I still have one more chance to use the Across the Heavens shift." Crossing through the 3 trial lands, you finally arrive at the final land of inheritance. Facing the palace in front of you, you realize that the inheritance of the ancient mighty ones lies within the palace. You can't wait to come to the palace entrance, and you see the words Cave Celestial Palace written on the palace plaque. You try to push open the stone door of the palace and enter, but to your disappointment, the stone door is extremely heavy. Even when you push with all your strength, you cannot budge it at all. Upon careful examination of the stone door, you notice a small keyhole on the side wall. You understand that in order to enter the palace, you need a corresponding key, but unfortunately, you don't have it. You don't give up, and decide to use the Across the Heavens shift to enter the palace directly. Using Across the Heavens shift, you suddenly find yourself in a stone room. The walls of the stone room have been hollowed out with hundreds of grooves, in which many jade boxes are placed. You open a jade box at random, and find a spiritual grass inside. Regrettably, after tens of thousands of years, even with the jade box's preservation, the strength in the spirit medicine has long since dissipated, turning it into withered grass. You then pick up another jade box and find the same kind of spiritual grass that has lost its effectiveness inside. Undeterred, you take down the jade boxes one by one and examine them. 2 minutes later, you checked all jade boxes but found nothing valuable. You felt extremely disappointed and decided to leave the room first, then explore other places. However, it is only then that you realize that the stone door of the stone chamber can't be opened either. You tried your best to break the stone door, but after 3 minutes, it remained intact, and you're trapped in the stone chamber. The first premonition has ended, would you like to continue? No. Without hesitation, Su Nan chose to stop the premonition. He was not disappointed that the first premonition ended with him being trapped. As long as he could get inside the stone hall, everything else can be worked out. He still had many times for premonitions, so he could try again and again. As long as there were nice things in the stone hall, he was confident in obtaining them. Using Across the Heavens shift, you find yourself in the grand hall of a palace. It catches your eye immediately. Right in front of you, a stone figure of an old man is sitting cross-legged. Sensing your arrival, the stone figure of the old man opens his eyes and congratulates you on becoming the first disciple to pass his test and having the opportunity to inherit. You are extremely cautious and try to converse with the old man. After a short while, you learned that the stone figure was created to represent the true owner of the cave mansion and is responsible for waiting for the inheritor who passes the trial. As the first disciple to pass the trial at the 3 trial grounds, you are qualified to receive the inheritance. The final inheritance is finally here. Sunan was overjoyed. However, the content of the following premonition made his face turn sour instantly. You approach the old man, ready to receive his inheritance. But at this moment, the old man notices something, his face suddenly turns gloomy, and he questions you with a heavy tone, why could you find the trial grounds without being his disciple? How could you enter the cave celestial palace? You are puzzled by the old man's reaction. Before you could ask, he suddenly attacks you. You are dead. Not being his disciple, I can't receive the inheritance. There's actually such a restriction. Sunan's face darkened. He initially thought he could secure the inheritance now that he had obtained the spiritual items and was the first to pass the trial, but he didn't expect such a limitation in the end. If I hadn't become his disciple, I wouldn't have found the trial grounds. Since Qian Yu found them, does that mean he's the ancient powerhouse's disciple? Sunan quickly pondered. He could almost instantly confirm that Qian Yu must have triggered a mainline task related to the cave mansion, thus becoming the ancient powerhouse's disciple. Mainline task, huh? It seems that if I want to get the inheritance, I have to deal with Qian Yu. Sunan murmured, and after a brief pondering, a plan came to his mind. If Zhou Cheng's task about inheritance hadn't been completed yet, he could use the mainline quest replication card to copy it. Copying a mainline task wouldn't make him the ancient powerhouse's disciple directly, but it doesn't matter. Worst case, he'd start from the first step and complete the whole quest. With that decision, he waited for the premonition to end and tried again. He wanted to see if he could enter other stone chambers in the palace. If he couldn't get the inheritance, he naturally wanted to see if he could bypass the old man and obtain other treasures in the palace. Next, Sunan foresaw multiple times in succession. In his third premonition, he entered an empty stone chamber and got trapped to death inside. In his fourth premonition, he appeared in the grand hall and was killed by the stone figure of the old man. In his fifth premonition, he entered an alchemy room, which did have a lot of once spiritual pills inside, yet were no longer useful, like the spiritual grass stored in the first stone chamber. After more than 10 premonitions in a row, he was let down by every outcome. Although he discovered a few items, they had all lost their original function due to their age. Should I just leave like this? Sunan was a bit unwilling. Despite having acquired 3 spiritual items during this trip, which was a huge harvest, not getting the final treasures made him feel resentful. What if I use my available fortune here? Upon viewing the available fortune on his panel, Sunan suddenly had an idea. At first, when he found out about the ancient cave mansion, he had thought about actively using his chi luck inside the mansion. However, after hatching the dragon turtle, his chi luck had increased greatly, so there was no need for him to actively trigger it. Now, having found nothing in this palace where an ancient powerhouse once lived, he thought about using his chi luck again. He now had 104 available chi luck points, enough to trigger a rare level adventure event. Unfortunately, to actively use chi luck, you need to use the game interface. I can't try it in my foreknowledge. Otherwise, I could give it a shot. Without much hesitation, Sunan looked at the available chi luck points and decisively chose to use them. Do you want to consume 100 chi luck points to trigger a rare level adventure event? Yes. A rare level adventure event has been triggered. Please enter the cave beneath the cave celestial palace, 1,500 meters underground. 5 hours later. An underground cavern beneath the cave celestial palace. Sunan was surprised. He originally thought that this chi luck would help him find something useful from the cave celestial palace, but he hadn't expected it to ask him to go underground. His across the heavens shift could teleport him up to 2,000 meters, but it was still quite difficult to accurately enter the ground at a depth of 1,500 meters. The greater the distance to the places he has never been to, the greater the deviation. However, to his surprise, during his foreknowledge, he successfully entered the cave in one attempt. You know that there might be treasures 1,500 meters underground in the palace before you. You decisively use the across the heavens shift, and the next moment, you appear in a cave. This cave is vast, with many branching paths, intricate and complex. You walk through the cave, exploring ahead. A minute later, you haven't found any strange places and continue to search forward. 2 minutes later, you suddenly see a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. At the bottom of the pit is a huge array disc engraved with runes. You are unaware that this is a formation that was once used to suppress demon beasts. A demon beast. There's a suppressed demonic beast under this palace. What kind of fortune is this? Sunan frowned, wanting to avoid anything related to demon beasts instead of getting involved with them. Now, the adventure event points to such a place, which made Sunan hesitate whether to continue exploring. You examine the array disc carefully and find that it is covered with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. You don't act rashly to study the array disc, but choose to continue searching in the cave instead. 3 minutes later, you've searched the entire cave, and besides the array disc, there's nothing else to discover. Just an array disc? Looks like my fortunate encounter is on that array disc. The game prompt suggests that I should return in 5 hours. That would mean something different is going to happen here in 5 hours. In that case, just wait for 5 hours then. Looking at the time, it was now midnight. Unfortunately, his avatar, Zhang Yang, was still on the way to the Red Mountain Prefecture, so he couldn't log out of the game to rest now. If he logged out now, his avatar Zhang Yang would have no one controlling it and wouldn't be able to continue his journey, thus exposing himself. Sunan waited in silence. Having nothing to do, he opened the regional chat and looked at it. Even God Zhongyang is participating in this operation. Deity Wangnan has a slim chance of success this time. What on earth has Deity Wangnan done to provoke so many gods to join forces against him? Who knows, I heard that the whole thing was organized by the two gods Qianyu and Zhou Cheng. Moreover, to lure Deity Wangnan, God Qianyu even used an ancient cave mansion as bait. As soon as the regional chat opened, Sunan saw numerous discussions about several guilds preparing to take action against him. The news spreads so fast. Sunan sighed. After looking carefully for a while, he found that quite a few people were ready to take action against him this time. In addition to Zhou Cheng and others from Tianyun County and Qianyu from Red Mountain Prefecture, there were also player forces from the adjacent Fengshai province. Among the most famous was Zhuang Bin, who had recently made a name for himself on the contribution leaderboard, ranking 4th. Come on! All of you, come! Let me kill enough in one go. Time passed. 5 hours went by in a blink. By now, the team that set off from Tianyun County had already entered Red Mountain Prefecture, and it wouldn't be long before they reached Hongjian Town, where the ancient cave mansion was located. In the secret land, Sunan looked at his foreknowledge again. Chapter 191, The Incomplete Path of the Bloodline. 5 hours have passed since you discovered the underground cavern of the cave Celestial Palace, and you know that something unexpected may have already happened in the cavern by now. Using the Across the Heavens shift, you enter the vast underground cavern. Once again, you accurately enter the cavern and quickly search for the formation within it. After more than a dozen breaths, you finally find the formation. Coincidentally, you see slender strands of an annoying aura emanating from the already damaged formation. You know, that is demonic qi. Apparently sensing your presence, the originally slowly dissipating demonic qi suddenly surges, and a deep voice rings out, asking you what era it is now. The demon beast really isn't dead. Sunan's expression becomes serious. When the foreknowledge told him that the array disc was used to suppress the demonic beast, he suspected that the demonic beast under the array disc might not be dead. After all, he had already witnessed the strangeness of the demonic beast. That is, even without a body, it could still survive for 10,000 years. My chance encounter lies with that demonic beast. Thinking of this issue again, he wonders what benefits a single demon beast could bring him. You are very cautious and don't answer the demon beast's question. The demon beast is not annoyed and continues to ask you how you entered this place. You still don't answer, and the demon beast continues to question you if you want the inheritance in the palace above. If you do, it can help you obtain it. You are somewhat tempted and tentatively ask how it can help you acquire the inheritance in the palace. Upon hearing your question, the demon beast lets out a strange laugh and tells you that it wants to make a deal with you. If you can help it leave, it will let you obtain the inheritance inside the cave celestial palace. Hearing the demon beast's request, you don't even think about it and firmly refuse. You are very clear that if you really release the demon beast, the first one to be unlucky would be you. The demon beast doesn't lose its patience and tells you that the inheritance in the palace above is from a cave immortal, who was once a saint-level expert. The inheritance is enough to make you soar into the sky. A saint-level expert. Sunan's heart stirs. This is not the first time he's heard of this realm. Last time, he helped Hu Xiaotian obtain the emperor-level ancient demon blood essence, which came from an ancient great monster of saint level. He has been guessing that it should be the existence above the emperor level. Such an existence is definitely not present in Tianyun County. Perhaps there are such existences in the entire Dongchen state, but there are definitely only a few of them. This is undoubtedly the world's peak combat power. The demon beast's words somewhat pique your interest, but fearing the demon beast's cunning and power, you still remain rational, not agreeing to the demon beast, and directly telling it that you are not interested in the inheritance of the cave immortal. The demon beast does not give up, telling you that it can teach you the god-demon technique to help you become a powerful demon god if you help it leave. Upon hearing of becoming a demon god, you don't hesitate to refuse. In your opinion, becoming a demon god is no different from committing suicide. As if realizing your resistance to becoming a demon god, the demon beast is very displeased, telling you that the god-demon technique is the strongest technique in this world, which is 10 or 100 times stronger than the incomplete technique you practice. The incomplete technique. Seeing this, Sunan is startled. After a brief thought, he understands that the demon beast is referring to the bloodline fusion technique. It's the first time he heard someone refer to the bloodline fusion technique as an incomplete technique. At the same time, he wonders, isn't it said that the method of fusing demon bloodlines was discovered by humans only a few thousand years ago? How did the ancient demon beast know about the bloodline fusion technique? You are attracted by the demon beast's words and curiously try to ask why it refers to the technique you practice as an incomplete technique. The demon beast tells you that the bloodline fusion technique you practice was once discovered by human experts in ancient times, who even tried it, but ultimately gave up. Because those experts found out that unless you can fuse the bloodlines of a large number of divine and auspicious beasts, it is basically impossible to surpass the ancient techniques by relying on bloodline fusion alone. Moreover, the upper limit of this path is very low, and saint level is already its limit. Once you want to break through the saint level, you will inevitably cause a bloodline conflict and turn into a monster controlled by evil energy. The highest, it can only be cultivated to saint level. Sunan's heart sinks. If other martial artists heard this, they would scorn it. In their eyes, being able to cultivate to the king level in their lifetime is already an unattainable dream. What are the emperor and saint levels? They are simply existences limited to legends. But this is not a dream for Sunan. From the moment the game appeared to now, it hasn't even been a month and a half. In just a short period, less than a month and a half, he has already cultivated 3 characters to the spirit level peak and has a powerful strength comparable to the peak of Xian level. As long as he gets the last type of ancient demon blood, stepping into Xian level will be a breeze. If he continues at this pace, he might not even need a year to enter the emperor level. Once he enters the emperor level, will the saint level be far away? By then, will he have nowhere to go? The demon beast tells you that it senses a pure demonic chi from you, and you have been unconsciously invaded by demonic chi. Your fate is already sealed, and you are destined to lose control and die. Although it seems that there is nothing wrong now, the influence of demonic chi will eventually break out as your strength increases. Moreover, the appearance of such a situation won't be too far away. Even if you don't encounter any problems in breaking through from the spirit level to the Xian level this time, the next time you break through from the Xian level to the king level, there will certainly be problems. If it can be said that the end of the blood fusion technique path is the saint level, then you, who have been invaded by demonic chi, will ultimately only reach the king level. The demon beast tells you, if you intend to wait until the time your bloodline conflicts are out of control before practicing the demon god technique, it will already be too late. If you practice the god-demon technique now, even if your bloodline eventually conflicts, it won't have too much of an impact on you. On the contrary, it will give you complete control over your bloodline and greatly increase your strength. I've already been contaminated by demonic chi. Looking at the information in the foreknowledge, Sunan's heart sank. He never thought that he would be unknowingly contaminated by demonic qi. The demon sword, it must be from using the demon sword in Whitewater Town before. He had many things related to demon beasts on him, the demon sword, demonic blood, and demon origin stone. None of these were ordinary items. But as for which one could contaminate him, it seemed only the demon sword was likely. He had only ever used the demon sword from those items. If what the demon beast says is true, then won't I be in danger during this breakthrough to the Xian level? Sunan's face turned extremely pale. Just now, he had been thinking about what to do if he really reached the Emperor level in 1 year. But now, reality had struck him in the face, telling him not to worry about the Emperor level and to consider the Xian level or King level instead. From the words of the demon beast, you finally realized the problem with your body. You tried to inquire if there were any solutions. Seeing that you seem to be wavering, the demon beast informs you that although the heavenly and earthly vitality that had once disappeared from this world is about to return, and you can practice the ancient scriptures of the human clan, those ancient scriptures cannot solve the erosion of demonic qi. The only way to solve it is to practice the demon god technique. Apart from this, there are no other methods. End of first prediction. Do you wish to continue? The return of heavenly and earthly vitality. Sunan's heart shook, not expecting to get such information from the demon beast. The reason why the human clan in this world is suppressed by the demon clan is precisely because the heavenly and earthly vitality disappeared after the ancient times. The humans' ancient scriptures, techniques, and divine abilities have become unusable. Although the demon clan was also greatly affected, overall, their impact was less severe than that of the human clan. No wonder the demon clan wants to launch a large-scale attack on the human clan at this time. It seems that the demon clan's powerful individuals, or rather the demon monarchs, also know that the heavenly and earthly vitality will return soon. That's why they're determined to break the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition at all costs. Once the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition is completely destroyed, even if the heavenly and earthly vitality does return, it would be very difficult for the human clan to return to their previous glory. Due to the conversation, there was a lot of content in this foreknowledge. After carefully reading it, Sunan's heart was tumultuous. Both the defect of the blood fusion technique and the imminent revival of the heavenly and earthly vitality greatly shocked him. Of course, what concerned him most was his own problem. Once the demonic qi enters the body, is it true that the only option is to practice the demon god technique? Sunan frowned, somewhat disbelieving. Because this statement was too absolute, he suspected that the demon beast said it on purpose to lure him. Regardless, one thing was certain, if he was contaminated by demonic qi, solving the problem would not be easy. Now I'm in trouble. If he had known earlier that being invaded by demonic qi would have such serious consequences, he would not have used the demon sword even if it meant being killed by the demon beast. Continue the prediction. The demon beast was related to his adventure, and he hadn't seen the adventure yet. The prediction must not stop. You were greatly shocked by the words of the demon beast, but you remained cautious in your heart and didn't fully trust what it said. You still didn't agree to the demon beast's conditions, and its patience was finally exhausted. It resorted to threatening you that if you didn't help it escape the formation's suppression, you would be trapped here forever. Upon hearing this, you didn't hesitate at all and turned to leave. The demon beast, fueled by anger, could no longer hold itself back. The roiling demonic qi escaped from the crevices of the formation and quickly enveloped you. You reacted quickly and dodged, but unfortunately, you couldn't leave the cave without the across the heavens shift. 1 minute later, the demonic qi filled the entire underground cavern. With nowhere to escape, you were engulfed, and the roiling demonic qi rushed into your body. 2 minutes later, under the influence of a large amount of demonic qi, the bloodlines within your body began to clash. 3 minutes later, your bloodlines completely clash, and you lose control. Just by demonic qi alone, I lose control. It's no wonder that the demon beast is the common enemy of humans and the demon clan. Sunan's expression was solemn, witnessing once again the strangeness and strength of demon beasts. Then, he was doubtful. What exactly was his fortunate encounter? It couldn't be that his fortunate encounter was obtaining information from the demon beast's mouth, could it? Is it really for me to release the demon beast and acquire Cave Immortal's inheritance? Or can I learn the demon cultivation technique from the demon beast? Sunan pondered. After thinking about it, he decided to give it a try. You agree to the demon beast's request, willing to help it escape from the formation to gain the inheritance in the cave Celestial Palace. The demon beast is overjoyed and tells you that you only need to use your strongest attack on some nodes in the array disk. You come to the array disk, follow the demon beast's guidance, and begin to destroy it. A minute later, the array disk, which has already been damaged by the baptism of time, completely loses its function under your destruction. At the moment the array disk is completely shattered, surging demonic chi gushes out, condensing into a middle-aged figure in front of you, which is the demon thought of the demon beast. The middle-aged demonic thought looks at you, doesn't thank you for releasing it, but has a greedy look in its eyes. You realize that something is wrong and turn to flee. Unfortunately, it's already too late. 3 minutes later, you are possessed by the demonic thought. Well, last time it said so much, the purpose was actually to possess me. Sure enough, I was too naive to even think of believing a demon beast. Sunan mocked himself, while his doubts grew even greater. If he couldn't obtain the inheritance through the demon beast, what could his fortunate encounter be? One wonder what would happen if I get the cultivation technique first by agreeing to help the demon beast. A thought popped up in his mind. The demon beast desperately wants to come out, so he can use this as a bargaining chip to have the demon beast hand over the cultivation method first. If the demon beast doesn't agree, it's fine. If it does agree, wouldn't he be able to get his hands on the demon beast's cultivation technique for free? Although he won't actually practice this god-demon technique, if he can acquire it, he wouldn't mind getting it, just in case he needs it one day. Faced with the demon beast's request, you don't directly agree but tell the other party that you are not opposed to helping it escape, however, it must first give you the cultivation technique. The demon beast ponders for a moment and, in order for you to help, agrees to your request. Following the demon beast's request, you stand on the array disk, and as a ray of light enters your body, a large amount of information appears in your mind. Congratulations, you have acquired an ancient demon scripture. This Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra is not the cultivation method of the demon beast suppressed under the array disk, but one it had obtained in a secret land. Due to the harsh cultivation process, it was abandoned. Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra. I really got it. Sunan's eyes lit up. An ancient demon scripture, its value is at least equivalent to that of human ancient scriptures. Even if he doesn't practice it, keeping it might be of great use in the future. The foreknowledge ends, but Sunan doesn't immediately enter the underground cavern. Today, I have only one last chance to use the Across the Heavens shift, so once I enter, I basically won't be able to come out again. I'll have to wait until the next game refresh to leave. So, I have to wait until the game is about to refresh, and then act. And, there's still another important thing to do at that time. Sunan's eyes flickered as he seemed to see through space to the other side, where Zhang Yang's avatar was, and the approaching players heading towards Angshi town. Chapter 192, Copying the Task Again. Everyone, my boss is already waiting for you in the cave. Time passes. Another 4 or 5 hours pass by. Avatar, Zhou Cheng, and the others finally arrive at Angshi town. As soon as they arrive, the plump spiritual level player who had been following Qian Yu comes to greet them. What about Wang Nan? Is he still in the cave? Zhou Cheng asks. Don't worry, God Zhou Cheng. To get out of the cave, one needs the key, and we are the only ones who have it. Even if we can't kill Wang Nan this time, we can trap him inside. The plump man brims with confidence. Is that so? That would be for the best. A glimmer of joy flashes in Zhou Cheng's eyes. An hour later, the group arrives at Three Pillars Mountain, where the ancient cave mansion is located. By now, the place is already surrounded by players, most of whom are members of Qian Yu's guild. There are also some players from 2 other guilds. They are the 2 largest guilds in Red Mountain Prefecture besides Qian Yu's. One is called Tiger King Meeting, whose president has just entered the spirit level today after previously being at mortal level. The other, called Black Demon Guild, is like Blood Moon Pavilion, originally from Busan County, and its president is also a spiritual level player. Apart from these, there are also many curious onlookers in the distance. Zhou Cheng and Zhang Yang's arrival instantly attracts the attention of everyone present. With God Zhang Yang here, it seems Wang Nan is going to fall this time. Exactly. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, with the strength shown by deity Wang Nan last time, I'm afraid even all the major guilds in attendance wouldn't stand a chance against him alone. But now that God Zhongyang has come, the situation might be different. The crowd can't help but whisper to each other, looking at Zhongyang with eyes full of envy and desire. They envy Zhongyang's strength and yearn for his power. When they arrive in front of the cave, the plump man says, "Everyone, this is the entrance to the ancient cave mansion. Let's wait here for a while. When everyone else arrives, we can all enter together." As he speaks, everyone seems to notice something and looks in a different direction. They see the skinny player who had been with Qian Yu before, leading 2 more teams to the scene. It's the God's Lair Guild and Sea of Blood Guild. They are player guilds from Fengshui province. Someone recognizes the 2 teams. There are only 2 guilds in Fengshui province. One is the God's Lair Guild, led by the 4th-ranked Zhuang Bin on the contribution leaderboard. It is a newly established guild that has only been operating for about 10 days. The other, Sea of Blood Guild, is an old guild that was established before the first public test of the game. Its president has also reached the spiritual level. It ranks within the top 20 in the realm rankings. We've got almost everyone here. Avatar Zhongyang scans the crowd, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Such a grand occasion this time, involving the Deification Guild, Arson Guild, and Club of World Suppression of Tianyun County, as well as the Blood Moon Pavilion. 9 Heavens Guild and Tiger King meeting from Red Mountain Prefecture, and Black Demon Guild have also come. The God's Lair Guild and Sea of Blood Guild from Fengshui province didn't miss out either. A total of 9 guild forces. All the well-known guilds nearby are here. Aside from Zhongyang, including Qian Yu, there are 12 spiritual level players. And the number of mortal level players is even larger, reaching 400 to 500. These are not ordinary players but elites from all the major guilds. The second phase of the Wrath of the Demon Monarch requires the killing of 24.0 mortal level outsiders and 3 spirit level outsiders, which can be accomplished by the players present. I just don't know if the third phase can be completed. Based on the previous task scenario, the first 2 phases of Wrath of the Demon Monarch are 3-star tasks, while the third phase must be of the 4-star level. In addition to the Demon Sutra and Demon Power rewards for 4-star tasks, there is another reward that Sunan most desires. If the reward for this 4-star task can yield the ancient demon essence blood, Lang 13's final bloodline will be settled. You have finally arrived. A voice comes from inside the cave, and a handsome young man with 4 other men wearing ghost face masks walk out of the cave. It's Great Master Qian Yu. Great Master Qian Yu has finally appeared. Seeing the youth, the onlooking players exclaim, and the players from the other guilds also can't help but look at Qian Yu with surprise in their eyes. Qian Yu's gaze, however, falls on Zhongyang and Zhou Cheng. It's as if the only people here that deserve his attention are Zhongyang and Zhou Cheng. Brother Zhongyang, brother Zhou Cheng, whether we can successfully kill Wang Nan this time depends on you two. Zhou Cheng laughs, brother Qian is joking, I'm just here to make up the numbers this time. It will be up to you and brother Zhongyang to play the real role when the time comes. Avatar Zhongyang nods slightly, since I am here, I will naturally do my best. Hearing this, Qian Yu laughs, with your word, brother Zhongyang, I can rest easy this time. Avatar Zhongyang pays no more attention to Qian Yu, instead looking at the 4 men wearing ghost face masks and pondering. Among the 4 ghost-faced men, 3 are at the peak of the mortal level, while the leader is at the spiritual level. Avatar Zhongyang hadn't seen them when he entered the secret land with Qian Yu before, so they clearly aren't Qian Yu's people. The others also notice the strange men and are attracted to their peculiar attire. Seeing everyone's gazes, the leader of the ghost-faced men says, everyone, you can call me Ghost Face. You are all here at the invitation of my Heavenly Destiny Society. I will be in charge of this matter. It turns out they're from Destiny Society. Sunan nodded his head. Now that he knew their identity, he stopped caring about them and nonchalantly turned his attention back to Qian Yu. At this moment, Sunan's divine soul had descended onto his avatar, Zhongyang. The avatar, which originally did not possess a character panel or personal space, now had those. Of course, they all belonged to Wang Nan. A card appeared in the hand of the avatar, Zhongyang, unnoticed in his personal space. It was the main quest replication card. He prepared to duplicate Qian Yu's mainline task first because he might not have the opportunity later once things got heated. What is Wang Nan's current situation? Zhou Cheng asked. Rest assured, he can't escape. Qian Yu saw a hint of surprise in Zhou Cheng's eyes, not understanding why Zhou Cheng was so intent on hunting down Wang Nan. Let's go. That Wang Nan will probably show up soon. We need to be ready ahead of time. The man called Ghost Face glanced at everyone and prepared to enter the cave. However, at that moment, two figures quickly arrived. Everyone stopped and looked over. There was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and carried a certain authority, while the woman had short hair, simple and efficient. Why are they here? On seeing the two people, Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu's faces sank slightly. And the avatar, Zhang Yang, recognized the man. He looked surprised. These two were from the official authority. The man was Yang Zheng, the strongest player currently in the game on behalf of the official siders. Yang Zheng and his companion had arrived in a hurry, there was no choice. The place where they were originally was very far from here, and had the current situation not been urgent, they would not have rushed here, even resorting to using a teleportation-type treasure during the journey. Everyone, this incident is a misunderstanding. Can we let it slide for the official's sake? Yang Zheng quickly said. Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu looked at each other, both feeling despondent. Intervention by the officials, this was the last thing they wanted. Even the forces behind Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu had to respect the face of the officials. They had no choice but to look towards the man named Ghost Face. Obviously understanding their intentions, Ghost Face immediately stepped forward. Face? Humph. Others always gave face to Destiny Society, when did we ever give face to others? No one can stop what is going to happen today. Ghost Face's attitude was arrogant, not giving any face to Yang Zheng and his companion. If this had been in the past, he definitely wouldn't dare talk like this to officials, but now that he had the backing of the Destiny Society, he had no fear. Without any intention of ticking with them, he looked at Qian Yu and said, Chairman Qian, it's getting later, we can't let Wang Nan escape. Understanding his meaning, Qian Yu quickly led everyone into the cave. The players watching this scene from afar heard their conversation and were taken aback. The one leading the charge against Wang Nan this time is not Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng, but a force called Destiny Society. Destiny Society? Where did this force come from? How come I've never heard of it before? Well, you just don't know it. Those people who took action against Wang Nan in Donglan City were from Destiny Society. Turns out it's those people. They really don't know when to give up. Deity Wang Nan killed so many of their members last time, yet they're here again. In the regional chat, many were speculating on the outcome of this event. When they heard about Destiny Society, they were curious and asked a flurry of questions. Although most of them knew about what happened in Donglan City last time, they were not clear about the details and insider information about who exactly Wang Nan had crossed paths with. Seeing that everyone was not giving them face, the short-haired woman asked Yang Zheng, what should we do now? Yang Zheng uttered in a low voice, there's nothing we can do, we need to stick to the plan and take it step by step. I heard that Destiny Society has paid a heavy price this time to come up with a way to deal with Wang Nan. Although Wang Nan is not on our side at the moment, that doesn't mean we cannot win him over. We absolutely cannot let Destiny Society succeed. He seemed to be here to prevent this event from happening, but he also knew that he wouldn't be able to stop the whole mobilization of the major forces. His main purpose of coming this time is to find an opportunity, to see if he could rescue Wang Nan. The avatar Zhang Yang remained silent from beginning to end, silently observing everything, as if these matters had nothing to do with him. Under Qian Yu's leadership, everyone walked toward the cave. Naturally, Yang Zheng and the others wouldn't wait outside and followed in. Qian Yu didn't stop them, after all, Yang Zheng represented the official, he couldn't be completely disrespectful. Sunan controlled the avatar to quietly follow behind Qian Yu. Nobody noticed that when the group stepped onto the array disk to enter the cave mansion space, his hand hiding the replication card brushed against Qian Yu. Qian Yu naturally noticed the touch from the avatar, and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang. However, the avatar Zhang Yang simply had an expressionless face as if nothing happened. Qian Yu was somewhat puzzled, unsure what the avatar Zhang Yang wanted to do. Little did he know that in front of the avatar Zhang Yang, a prompt had already popped up. Do you want to use the main quest replication card on the target Qian Yu? Yes. Detection found that the target Qian Yu has two main quests, please choose one to copy. Main quest 1, The Road of Kings. Main quest 2, The Inheritance of Ancient Mighty Ones. Just like when he copied Li Yes task last time, Qian Yu also has two main quests. Without needing to think, in order to get the Cave Immortal's inheritance, he must choose the second task. What surprised Sunan was Qian Yu's first mission. The Road of Kings? What is the content of this mission? Sunan was curious in his heart and was attracted by the name of the quest. By just looking at the name of the quest, it could be surmised that this quest wouldn't be simple. No wonder he is the most powerful person under me. This guy must have some surprising abilities just like Zhou Cheng. Sunan sighed. Being able to stand out from so many players, if this Qian Yu didn't have some strong cards up his sleeve, it wouldn't make sense. Copy the second main quest. Congratulations, you have successfully copied the main quest, the inheritance of the ancient mighty ones of the target Qian Yu. Do you choose to synchronize the main quest progress? No. Sunan decisively chose not to synchronize. Synchronizing the task would not grant him the rewards for completing the previous missions, thereby naturally depriving him of the qualifications to become the disciple of the Cave Immortal. Main quest, the inheritance of ancient mighty ones. There was a saint-level strongman in ancient times, he called himself the Cave Immortal. The Cave Immortal came from an ordinary background, yet he was extraordinarily talented, advancing rapidly every day. Starting at the age of 18, he entered the spiritual realm within a year, the profound realm within 3 years, became a king within 8 years, an emperor within 20 years, and a saint within 50 years. However, when he was 70 years old, he accidentally stumbled upon a set of peculiar ancient scriptures. Deeply attracted by the ancient scriptures, he desired to cultivate them. Unfortunately, the cultivation process of these scriptures was particularly slow. The Cave Immortal spent 100 years, but was unable to attain minor achievement in the cultivation of these scriptures, thereby missing out on a precious cultivation period. Later, in a great battle against the demon beasts, he was seriously injured, and his strength was corroded by the demonic qi. This ultimately led to him not being able to advance any further in the remainder of his life. The ancient scriptures also became his greatest regret. Before he died, Cave Immortal left his inheritance, hoping his disciples could surpass him and go even further. Mission First Stage, enter the cave mansion of the Cave Immortal. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 15 demon points. It seemed evident that Qian Yu obtained the task at the mortal level, both the task reward and difficulty remain at the mortal level. When Sunan copied it, the difficulty and rewards didn't change. 100 years of cultivation and still no minor achievement? What kind of ancient scriptures are those? Sunan was curious. He didn't know what level Cave Immortal's rate of advancement to become a saint in 50 years would be considered in the ancient times, but it wasn't hard to tell from the introduction that this speed was definitely incredibly fast. Yet such a genius spent 100 years cultivating a set of ancient scriptures and still wasn't able to achieve minor accomplishment, which demonstrated the extraordinariness of these scriptures. Just as he was thinking this, everyone had already stood on the huge array disc. As Qian Yu activated the array disc, light changed before everyone's eyes, and they arrived inside the cave mansion. Chapter 193, Acquiring the Demon. Sutra. Is this the cave dwelling of an ancient powerhouse? Except for the players of the Nine Heavens Guild, everyone else was experiencing such a place for the first time, and they were all extremely curious. After Qian Yu gave a brief introduction, he led the group towards the entrance of the secret land. As the avatar of Zhongyang entered the cave dwelling, a notification for the completion of the task appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the mainline task. Inheritance of Ancient Mighty Ones. Do you wish to claim the rewards now? The first phase of the task was for him to enter the cave dwelling of the Cave Immortal, and this task was undoubtedly an easy one. Claim. Congratulations, you have gained Immortal level bloodline. Congratulations, you have gained Immortal level Demon Sutra. Congratulations, you have gained 15 demon power points. The second phase of the task has been activated. Please refer to the task panel for more details. Although the rewards were not much, Sunan did not mind since it was handed to him without much trouble. He looked at the task on the task panel again. Mainline task, Inheritance of Ancient Mighty Ones. Second phase, find a piece of the remnant soul of the Cave Immortal. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, and 15 demon power points. Remnant soul. So that's it. No wonder Qian Yu knows so much about the secret land. It seems that he must have obtained the information from a piece of the remnant soul. When he thought of Qian Yu's performance in the secret land, Sunan was suddenly enlightened, and at the same time, he felt puzzled. The mainline task had only 3 phases. The first phase was to enter the cave dwelling, and the third phase was to finally obtain the inheritance. He originally thought that the second phase would involve becoming a disciple of the cave immortal. However, now he was asked to look for the remnant soul, which was beyond his expectations. Could it be that after finding the remnant soul, I can worship it as my master and become its disciple? Sunan thought of a possibility, and only then could he explain why the task required him to find the remnant soul. As he looked at the task again, he felt puzzled. There should still be remnants of the cave immortal's soul in this cave dwelling, but how can I find them? Sunan pondered. He had never seen a remnant soul, let alone known how to find one. Perhaps I can try asking that demon beast in the foresight. He had an idea. According to the task introduction, the cave immortal was severely injured in a battle with a demon beast. It could be guessed that this demon beast must be the one suppressed under the cave celestial palace. As an ancient powerful being that had even severely injured the cave immortal, it might be able to tell him how to find the remnant soul of the cave immortal. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the entrance of the secret land. There were still hundreds of 9 Heavens Guild players guarding the place. As the avatar of Zhang Yang, he noticed that the light pillar at the entrance of the secret land had not disappeared but remained as a gateway, reaching directly into the sky. The entrance can last at most half a day. If Wang Nan doesn't come out by then, he'll never get another chance. Qian Yu said. When the entrance was opened earlier, it only had a little more than a day left before it would disappear. Now, even though the entrance had been opened, it did not affect the time it would take to vanish. Qian Yu said this with a sense of helplessness. Once the entrance disappeared, the next time it would open would be a month later. Moreover, with Sunan completely offended this time, there would be no chance of using the token to open it again. Fortunately, in the memory of the ancient strongman, there were other methods to open the entrance to the inheritance land, just that the difficulty of using them was much higher than using the token. Wang Nan has been inside for so long without coming out. Could he have obtained the inheritance already? Ghostface asked. Don't worry, not everyone can get that inheritance. Wang Nan doesn't stand a chance. Qian Yu looked at his own mainline task with full confidence. The last phase of the task was to obtain the inheritance, and his task had not changed yet, which meant that Wang Nan had not obtained the inheritance. Qian Yu sneered, I guess Wang Nan is still not giving up and is trying to find a way to obtain the inheritance. But it is all in vain. Afterward, everyone waited. In the meantime, Zhang Yang's avatar attempted to ask Ghostface about the method to deal with Wang Nan. Unfortunately, Ghostface only smiled but did not say anything. It will definitely be a surprise for Wang Nan. Originally, we needed to kill Wang Nan, but now we don't have to. If we can kill him, that's best. If not, we just need to force him out of the game. Forcing him to quit the game is considered successful? In the secret land, Sunan found it strange. If simply forcing him to quit the game was considered success, then the Heavenly Destiny Society's method was most likely not able to take effect immediately but rather after he logged back into the game. This is getting interesting. Everyone was waiting at the entrance. Sunan ignored them and turned his attention back to his foreknowledge. Considering his earlier thoughts, he began trying to inquire about the matter regarding the cave immortal's remnant soul from the demon beast in his foresight. You do not immediately agree with the demon beast but tell it that if it wants you to take action, it must answer one question first. The demon beast gladly accepts and you ask it how to find the remnant soul of the cave immortal. The demon beast tells you that after the cave immortal was severely injured by it, his soul returned to heaven and earth in more than 10 years. After so many years, even if there were any remnants left, they would have long dissipated and would be impossible to find. Upon hearing this, you immediately refute, saying that you know the cave immortal's remnant soul has not completely dissipated, and someone has even found a piece. When the demon beast hears your words, it is astonished and then tells you that if the cave immortal's remnant soul has not completely dissipated, there might be some treasure that can help you find it. You ask the demon beast what kind of treasure is needed, and it tells you that there are many types of treasures that can search for remnant souls, and you need to find it yourself. So a treasure is required as well. Sunan furrowed his brows. He initially thought that as long as there was a method and by foreseeing the future, he could quickly find the remnant soul and obtain the inheritance. Now it seems a bit difficult. At least, obtaining the inheritance in a short time is impossible. Fortunately, this is not too difficult for him. At worst, he can return to Tianyuan City and see if he can purchase it from Tiangong Pavilion. Even if not purchasable, he can buy some associated clues. Qian Yu, Zhou Cheng, and others were waiting for Wang Nan to come out. Sunan in the secret land was also waiting. Time passes. Finally, the real-world time comes to 11:58 p.m. There are only 2 minutes left until the game refreshes. It's time. Sunan looked at his power to foresee the future. Just in case, he foresaw once more. Fortunately, like before, he successfully obtained the demon scripture without any problems, and after the game refreshed, he successfully left the cave using the Across the Heavens shift without any accidents. After confirming there were no issues, Sunan quickly took action. More than a minute later. In the cave. Sunan was already standing on the cracked array disc. As a ray of light entered his mind, a large amount of information exploded in his mind. On Wang Nan's panel, there appeared another row below the Ancient Scriptures section. Demon Scripture, Sky Demon Devouring Divine Sutra, not yet started. He quickly browsed through the information of the demon scripture within his mind, and soon he knew the method to cultivate it. What shocked him was that there were several requirements for cultivating this demon scripture. To cultivate the Sky Demon Devouring Divine Sutra, first, the practitioner needs to have a strong physique, second, possess an extraordinary recovery ability, third, have not cultivated any other demon scriptures, and fourth, not be a demonic beast. Once you become a demonic beast or have cultivated other demon scriptures, you can no longer cultivate the Sky Demon Devouring Divine Sutra, and after cultivating the Sky Demon Devouring Divine Sutra, you cannot cultivate other demon scriptures. There are 4 conditions in total. These 4 conditions seem not high, but if you add the method to cultivate the first level, the difficulty instantly multiplies by dozens of times. To cultivate this demon scripture to the first level is actually very simple, and interestingly, Sunan has just all the things needed to cultivate the first level. Demonic blood. For the first cultivation of this so-called Sky Demon Devouring Divine Sutra, a drop of ancient demon blood is needed to baptize the body. What is demonic blood? It is something loaded with enormous violent demonic chi. Even ordinary demonic beasts dare not touch it easily. And a person who has not cultivated any other demon scriptures or become a demonic beast cleansing their flesh with demonic blood, how is it different from suicide? This is why it requires a strong physique and strong recovery ability from the cultivator. Those with weak physiques will be torn apart by the violent power of demonic blood the moment they try to cleanse their body. Even if a strong physique can withstand the first wave of demonic blood's power, if their recovery ability is poor, they still cannot withstand the continuous power of demonic blood. All these combined conditions can be described as harsh. Although unknown for any specific purposes, Sunan could tell from the cultivation method that this demon scripture has a function that can help the cultivator constantly enhance their physique. Strong physique, strong recovery ability. It seems I fit the requirements. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Sunan's mind. Immediately afterward, he quickly snuffed out this thought. What a joke, to cultivate a demon scripture, does he have a death wish? With his 3 series of cultivation, his body was the strongest due to the added support of multiple bloodlines, and moreover, having essence power, his recovery ability was undoubtedly much stronger than any purely physical type martial artist. As long as he could withstand the erosion of the demonic chi in the demonic blood, he really might have the possibility of cultivating it. But what about it? He had no intention of actually becoming a demonic beast. The demon scripture has been given to you, so you can start now. The voice of the demon beast sounded, but Sunan smiled in response, of course. Having said that, he used the Across the Heavens shift. The next moment, he disappeared from the cave. Hi! Noticing Sunan's sudden disappearance, the demon beast hesitated for a moment before instantly realizing that it had been tricked. Damn it! He tricked me. You won't get away. I've memorized your appearance. Once I get out of here, I'll turn you into a puppet and make you serve me forever. The furious roar of the demon beast echoed in the underground cave, stirring up demonic chi as if it wanted to break through the already cracked array disc. Once again, Sunan returned to the surface. Without any hesitation, he quickly made his way out of the secret land. It was time for him to meet the players from the big guilds. The foreknowledge he got earlier had informed him that the array disc suppressing the demon beast would not be a problem even though it was on the verge of breaking. He didn't worry about the demon beast coming after him in a short time. He used up 100 points of chi luck and didn't obtain inheritance, but he gained a lot of useful information from the demon beast and even got a demon scripture, so it wasn't a total loss. Unlike the outer cave dwelling space, the demon beasts in the 3 trial grounds were not real entities but instead, the condensed power of the trial grounds. Having passed the test and returning, those demon beasts seemed to be unable to see Sunan and didn't attack him any longer. Even when he passed through the Black Wind Desert, the power that could lead people astray disappeared. While he moved towards the exit of the secret land at top speed, he glanced at his refreshed tasks. Due to being in the secret land, both Wang Nan's tasks and Zhang Yang's tasks were refreshed to be related to the secret land. Daily Task 1, Hunt down and kill a mortal level demon. Daily Task 2, Hunt a spirit level monster. Daily Task 3, Hunt the demon beast under the Cave of Immortals. The first 2 tasks were straightforward, but what caught Sunan's attention was the last task. It was a 4-star task. Unfortunately, this was not a task that he could complete. Let alone hunting the demon beast, if he dared to go back now, he would probably die immediately. Maybe I can consider it next time. He then checked Zhang Yang's tasks. His first 2 tasks were also to hunt demon beasts, but the last one was a 3-star task, obtain the inheritance of ancient mighty ones. This task was also temporarily unattainable. Compared to Wang Nan and Zhang Yang, Lang 13's tasks were, as usual, far more straightforward. Hunt players, always hunt players. Daily Task 1, Hunt 5 outsiders. Daily Task 2, Hunt 1 spirit level outsider. Daily Task 3, Hunt 30 outsiders. 2 1-star and 1 2-star tasks, the difficulty was low and it was the easiest to complete. After checking the tasks, Sunan looked at his foreknowledge. One want to see in the foreknowledge what sort of surprise the Destiny Society has prepared for him. Of course, apart from this, he also had another matter to foresee. Great Princess. By now, it had been exactly 10 days since the Great Princess fell into a coma. He wanted to see if she would wake up and leave the cosmic ring in the upcoming days. Both issues weren't conflicting and could be foreseen together. Foreknowledge began. He spent the first 2 foreknowledge instances on the road. It wasn't until the 3rd time that he left the secret land. As you returned to the exit of the Black Wind Desert trial ground, you knew that once you left the exit, you would face the attacks of numerous outsiders. You naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death, so you already devised a plan. First, you planned to use your avatar to depart using the Across the Heavens shift, creating the illusion of quitting the game. Then, your true body leaves the land of inheritance and confronts the remaining outsiders. After you have hunted down most of the outsiders, you will look for an opportunity to bring out your avatar and switch identities with each other. Subsequently, you will stage an act of killing your avatar in front of the remaining outsiders, which will allow you to obtain the rewards promised by other outsiders. Your plan commences, outside the land of inheritance, your avatar leaves using Across the Heavens shift. 1 minute later, your true body steps into the exit of the land of inheritance. As you expected, the moment your true body left the land of inheritance, the prepared outsiders launched their attacks. You were calm and fearless, swiftly counter-attacking. Your strength was formidable, and although there were many outsiders besieging you, they couldn't pose any threat. You massacred them in all directions. 2 minutes later, you killed 83 mortal level players and 2 spiritual level players. 3 minutes later, you killed 70 mortal level players and 3 spiritual level players. Chapter 194, The Blue Palm. Since he had decided to help the Destiny Society against himself, he naturally couldn't show any flaws. The avatar could only utilize Wang Nan's physique series strength, and since the avatar was now playing the role of Zhang Yang, the law enforcer, the avatar absolutely could not act. Only by using Across the Heavens shift to create the illusory appearance of quitting the game could this issue be perfectly resolved. However, such an action would undoubtedly raise the dissatisfaction of other players. Still, Sunan didn't care. What could dissatisfaction do? Who would dare to settle accounts with him? The 3rd foreknowledge ended, and Sunan immediately started the 4th one. It was almost the same as the 3rd one. In his foreknowledge, Sunan merely used the strength of the physique series and yet was already dominating, with no player capable of stopping him. Moreover, because the game had just refreshed not long ago, everyone had not yet had the chance to complete their daily tasks and had no opportunity to log out indefinitely. Once the battle started, the game would judge the player to be in a dangerous environment and unable to log out. This greatly increased Sunan's efficiency in killing players. 1 minute later, another 2 spiritual level outsiders and over 60 mortal level outsiders were killed by you. 2 minutes later, your strength intimidated a multitude of outsiders. Aware that they could hardly kill you, a few outsiders who were initially prepared to play their trump cards resolutely chose to keep their skills hidden and did not go all out. 3 minutes later, a total of 8 spiritual level outsiders and 325 mortal level outsiders were killed by you. From the start of the fight with the players until now, 2 predictions, a mere 6 minutes in total. Yet, these 6 minutes had already caused over half of the player alliance, formed by the 9 large guilds, to take heavy losses. Some people didn't use their full strength. Surprise crossed Sunan's eye. Upon some thought, he understood that the ones hiding their abilities were likely spiritual level players like Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng. Other players, even if they wanted to hide their abilities, lacked both the ability and qualifications to do so. The 5th prediction began. Your strength instills fear in all outsiders. A great number of outsiders dare not attack you anymore and turn to flee. The team consisting of hundreds of outsiders starts to collapse, with the outsiders scattering and fleeing. You choose a direction to chase after, killing another dozen or so outsiders. Once you confirm that there are no others nearby, you know it's time for your avatar to appear. You allow your avatar to use bone shifting to transform into your likeness, while you transform into the likeness of the avatar and then you engage in battle with your avatar. Your battle is on a massive scale, and the other outsiders who fled soon notice the anomaly. All of them stop running one by one. A minute later, some people return to check the situation and upon seeing your likeness, they can't help but celebrate enthusiastically. Soon, your fight with the avatar brings the outsiders who initially fled back again. Seeing your evenly matched fight with the avatar, they seem to see a glimmer of hope in killing the avatar, cheering you on one after another. 2 minutes later, the strength you display bolsters the confidence of several other spiritual level outsiders. Some of them join in the fight against the avatar, while the outsider who is in charge of the operation continues to watch the fight from 1,000 meters away. In the process, you find an opportunity to use your avatar to kill another 2 spiritual level outsiders. 3 minutes later, in the face of the onslaught, you control the avatar to feign a loss. You find an opportunity to severely injure the avatar. The 5th foreknowledge ends. The battle has come to its final stage. Everything has gone smoothly as planned. In the foreknowledge, he has already killed 10 spiritual level outsiders. Including the Destiny Society, a total of 14 spiritual level players made a move against me this time, now there are only the last 4 left. To kill the final 4 is basically impossible. If they managed to survive this long under his hand, it was not only because they were strong. More importantly, these people knew how to hide. They knew when they could make a move and when they could not. The 6th prediction began. The avatar suffers a heavy blow. You know the performance should end now. Soon you found a suitable opportunity and decisively use your racial talent destruction domain. Within the radius of 1,000 meters, the control law system power is controlled by you. In an instant, it converges towards you, condensing into a massive twin-wing snake. Its oppressive presence permeates, enveloping all outsiders on the scene. Several spiritual level outsiders sense the danger and promptly distance themselves from you. You control the twin-wing snake to strike at the avatar. The terrifying power erupts, immediately encompassing 1,000-meter radius. Fierce power rages. No one notices that at the last moment, you swiftly take back the avatar under the cover of the erupting power of the twin-wing snake. When everything calms down, other than you, there are only 4 spiritual level outsiders and a few mortal level outsiders who luckily survived. Everyone is astounded by your strength. Seeing your avatar disappear, everyone believes that you have succeeded in killing your avatar. When it's all over, the outsider in charge of this operation who has been watching the fight from 1,000 meters away quickly comes to the front. You see him take out a black foot-long square box, and then throw the box directly at the place where you and the avatar were fighting. When the black box falls, an invisible force suddenly opens it from the inside. You are startled to see that in that box lays a single green severed hand with black claws. That is not a hand a human should have. At the moment when the black box opened, the ghost-faced man took out a prepared piece of stone and used it. You recognized it as a teleportation stone. As the teleportation stone was used, the ghost-faced man's figure disappeared instantly, leaving you and the other outsiders. Just as the ghost-faced man disappeared, a disgusting aura spread from the black box, and in the next moment, a rolling black fog surged and spread rapidly in all directions. You instantly recognized the fog as demonic chi. Demonic chi. The Destiny Society actually wants to use demonic chi to get rid of me. Sunan finally understood the Destiny Society's plan. Obviously, the Destiny Society intended to envelope this area with demonic chi. If he were to be killed or forced to quit the game, he would definitely reappear within the scope of the demonic chi upon logging in next time. At that time, it would be impossible not to have his body invaded by demonic. Destiny Society is really ruthless. In order to deal with me, they do not care about the other players at all. No wonder they did not reveal their plan earlier. If the other players knew about this, no one would dare to take action against me easily anymore. It must be said that the feasibility of the Destiny Society's plan was very high. As long as he was actually invaded by demonic chi in the game, his bloodline would clash and go out of control, not to mention that he would have problems in reality as well. In that case, the Destiny Society would indeed be able to deal with him quite easily. However, it would not end well for the other players. Demonic chi does not discriminate between players. Anyone within the range of the demonic chi would be treated the same. Many players had been killed by Sunan this time. Although the battlefield had shifted after the players scattered and fled before, many players were killed in the subsequent battle. Among them were 2 spirit-level players. Their chances of survival upon logging back into the game would not be any better. If it was just that, it wouldn't matter much. What enraged Sunan was the ghost-faced man's final move. The ghost-faced man knew that the contents of the box were dangerous, but he didn't warn others and used the teleportation stone to escape by himself. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to abandon his teammates after using them, capturing both Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng in one fell swoop? Sunan was shocked by the Destiny Society's actions and couldn't help but marvel at their madness. He now realized that the Destiny Society never intended to pay them. Not only did they want to gain benefits without doing anything, but they also wanted to get rid of everyone. However, he did not believe that the Destiny Society would succeed, as both Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng were not ordinary people. He wouldn't believe that they didn't have any means to save their lives. Continue with the foreknowledge. The immense amount of demonic chi rolled out and spread rapidly in all directions. You and the other outsiders realized the severity of the problem and tried to escape. Unfortunately, compared with the speed of the demonic chi's expansion, your speed was too slow. At the critical moment, both the spirit-level outsiders named Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu used their treasures. As the treasures were used, the duo's figures disappeared, while the other player was slower and didn't have any treasures to save his life. He was swallowed by the demonic chi in an instant. Seeing this, you reacted quickly and used the Across the Heavens shift to leave. Arriving 2 kilometers away, you saw that the demonic chi from the black box enveloped a range of 1 kilometer, turning the surrounding area into a dead zone. The demonic chi did not disperse but constantly formed an area covered with dense demonic chi centered around the black box. Narrowly avoiding the demonic chi, you realized that you were played by the ghost-faced outsider. Filled with anger, you quickly headed towards the exit of the cave dwelling, wanting to find the ghost-faced outsider. 1 minute later. Nothing worth noting happened in the subsequent foreknowledge content, which was all about him heading towards the exit. Sunan didn't choose to stop, but continued with his foreknowledge. Not only did he have to deal with the players this time, but he also wanted to see if the Great Princess would wake up and leave the cosmic ring. The longer the foreknowledge was, the better. He planned to use 20 foreknowledge opportunities to see what would happen in an hour. The Great Princess lost consciousness half an hour after the game refresh last time, so she should wake up around the same time. If the Great Princess woke up and had the ability to leave the cosmic ring during this period, he would be attacked in the foreknowledge. One after another, foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. Finally, during the 15th foreknowledge, he arrived at the array disk to leave the cave dwelling. When he exited the cave dwelling space, Sunan was surprised to see Qian Yu outside the space. He didn't know if her method could only teleport her to the outside of the cave dwelling space, or if she had chosen to be there on purpose. What disappointed him was that Zhou Cheng and the ghost-faced man had disappeared without a trace. The foreknowledge continues. At the 16th foreknowledge, he left the Three Pillars mountain where the entrance to the cave dwelling was. At the 18th foreknowledge, he began to return to Tianyun County. At the 20th foreknowledge, he stopped on an uninhabited hill and checked the cosmic ring. Contrary to his expectation, the Great Princess hadn't woken up. The Great Princess won't wake up within an hour, and I don't know when she will exactly. It seems that I can only put her along with the cosmic ring into my personal space first. Looking at the cosmic ring in his hand, Sunan put it away with a thought. In this way, even if the Great Princess woke up later and had the means to leave the cosmic ring, she wouldn't be able to leave. However, this made the connection between him and the Great Princess faint in an instant. If the Great Princess woke up, he had no doubt that she would be able to sever the connection between them. But there's no time to worry about that now. It's about time. Let's do it. Outside the trial land exit, nearly 500 players from the 9 guilds were still on guard. After waiting for several hours, they didn't feel tired, but became more and more tense with time passing. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure appearing in their sight as the light pillar at the entrance flashed. Attack! Already prepared, the players attacked together. A sky full of fire, water arrows, and thunderstorms drowned Sunan, aiming to severely injure him in one strike. But they were disappointed. After being cleansed by the dragon blood fruit, Sunan's body had become much stronger, and the attacks of these mortal-level players couldn't hurt him at all. After the first round of attacks failed, they naturally faced a slaughter. Sunan made a move. He moved extremely fast, rushing towards the nearest spiritual level player, which was the thin guy under Qian Yu's command. Although everyone present was an elite member of the guilds, they were no different from ordinary people in the face of Sunan's attacks. As Sunan made his move, many people didn't even have a chance to react before they were killed. God Zhongyang! Where is God Zhongyang? Quick! Who has the contact information for God Zhongyang? Let the great god log in. As soon as Sunan made a move, everyone was stunned. They all thought of Zhongyang and hoped that Zhongyang could log in at this time. But their hope was destined to be shattered. Sunan continued to make his moves, switching his appearance to Wang Nan while his actual character was Lang 13. As the players were quickly killed, the task completion prompts kept popping up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunting 5 outsiders. 5 demon power points have been issued. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunting 30 outsiders. 15 demon power points have been issued. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunting 1 spirit level. Outsider, 5 demon power points have been issued. All 3 daily tasks were completed. A total of 25 demon points were obtained, and the usable demon power reached 201 points. It wasn't over yet. The number of ordinary players required for the Wrath of the Demon Monarch task was already sufficient. With the 3rd spirit level player being killed by him, the 2nd phase of this mainline task was also completed. Congratulations, you have completed the 2nd phase of the mainline task Wrath of the Demon Monarch. Do you want to receive the reward now? Receive. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit grade bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit grade demon technique. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 demon power points. The 3rd phase of the task has been opened. For more information, please go to the task panel to check. The available demon power increased again, reaching 231 points. While Sunan continued to strike fast, he opened the task panel to check. Chapter 195, Killing Qian Yu. Main Quest, Wrath of the Demon Emperor. 3rd phase of the mission, hunt down 720 mortal level outsiders and 12 spirit level outsiders. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task reward, spirit grade bloodline, spirit grade demon technique, 45 demon power points 1 spirit item. Compared to the 2nd phase of the mission, the number of mortal level players required to kill has tripled, and the number of spiritual level players has quadrupled. There are only a little more than 500 mortal level players in the field. Even if they are all killed, it's not enough. However, if all the spiritual level players are killed, it would be barely sufficient. It's a pity that the reward is not the ancient demon bloodline. Looking at the final task reward, Sunan feels regretful. The slaughter continues. Without Zhang Yang, no one can withstand him. As in the foreknowledge, Sunan kills all around. In just 3 minutes, half of the players in the field have been killed by him. 4 spiritual level players were also killed, and the prompts to seize Qi Luck emerged one after another, but Sunan ignored them. If he were to seize Qi Luck now, it would undoubtedly be exposing his identity. Why hasn't Zhang Yang logged in yet? If he doesn't log in soon, we're all going to die. Damn it, Zhang Yang got us into trouble. Why didn't he quit the game earlier or later, but precisely at this time? The crowd complained, wailed, and some even cursed Zhang Yang. Who could have thought that the savior they were hoping for was actually the one hunting them down right before their eyes? He really deserves to be ranked first. We can't compare to his strength at all. Qian Yu is amazed. This is the first time he has seen Sunan in action. Even though he tried to overestimate Sunan's strength, he still underestimated it. Another 3 minutes pass. Players in the field were killed in majority, and the remaining players were panicked. It was clear that if this continued, they would only meet their demise. Run! Run quickly! We're no match for him. Everyone scattered, and Sunan, as in the foreknowledge, chose a direction and pursued. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, on a small hill. Yang Zheng observes the situation on the battlefield with shock in his heart. Next to him, the short-haired woman says, "It seems that we've come in vain. His strength is too strong and doesn't need our help at all." Yang Zheng frowns. How come it's so coincidental that Wang Nan came out not long after Zhang Yang logged out? The short-haired woman also realizes the problem and ponders for a moment before saying, "Do you think there's a possibility that Zhang Yang knows Wang Nan, or perhaps they even have some close relationship? Could Zhang Yang have agreed to come this time because it's a setup by him and Wang Nan?" "It's not impossible," Yang Zheng's eyes flicker, seemingly thinking about something. Sunan chases a group of players. A moment later, in a dense forest, Zhang Yang battles with Wang Nan. "God, Zhang Yang has logged in, great! God, Zhang Yang has logged in!" A minute later, someone notices Zhang Yang and shouts happily, quickly sending out the message. Another moment passes. The players who had fled earlier gather again and begin to cooperate with Zhang Yang to deal with Sunan. 3 minutes later, Wang Nan shows signs of fatigue, and Zhang Yang unleashes his newly acquired racial talent Destruction Domain. This is his first time using the Destruction Domain. As he activates the talent, he immediately feels as though he can control everything. Between heaven and earth, the powers of fire, water, and lightning that he could hardly sense before, now pour out from his body like a tide of mana, as various forces are pulled and quickly gather towards him. As the powers converge, a twin-winged serpent formation more than twice the size of his previous full-strength release condenses. The furious power surges, giving Sunan the feeling that even late Xian stage or peak of Xian level demons would be severely injured under this strike. And this is still without the blessing of secret power system Primordial Qi. Is this the effect of controlling the power of heaven and earth? This increase is too great. Sunan is shocked. Simply by fusing one bloodline and obtaining one talent, his strength soars dramatically, which is enough to show how powerful the Dragon Turtle bloodline's talent is. The twin-wing snake formation crashes down, and 1,000-meter radius is covered in rampant energy. Many people don't even have time to react before being bombarded. When everything is over, besides Ghostface who has been watching the battle from a distance, only Qian Yu, Zhou Cheng, and the 4th-ranked Zhuang Bin on the contribution leaderboard are left as spiritual level players. These few are physique series players with strong bodies, able to withstand the impact of the aftermath. What kind of power is that? How can it be so powerful? Their eyes meet, filled with solemnity. Wang Nan's demonstrated strength was already strong enough, but Zhang Yang's was even more terrifying. Comparing themselves to the two, they realized that even if they stepped into the Xian level, they might not be a match for the two. As a result, they all feel somewhat frustrated. Did Wang Nan die? He's dead. Wang Nan was actually defeated by Zhang Yang. Terrifying. Is this the strength of the first and second-ranked players? This is too exaggerated. Far away, more than a dozen mortal-level players who managed to escape due to the distance react. One after another, they look at the forest that has been flattened, their eyes full of shock. At this moment, the ghost face who had been watching the battle from a distance without ever taking action approaches. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yang, you did a great job. Don't worry, the things I promised you will be delivered to you soon. Ghost face laughs loudly. Upon hearing the news, a subtle sneer surfaced on Sunan's face. He didn't mind if Destiny Society wanted to trap Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu together. He would be more than happy to watch a dog-eat-dog show. But the fact that the ghost-faced man escaped in the foreknowledge was absolutely unacceptable to him. He wanted both the technique seeds and the man's life. As shown in the foreknowledge, when the ghost-faced man flipped his hand, he took out a black box and threw it towards the place where Sunan and the avatar had just been fighting. If possible, Sunan wished to secure the box, as it was obviously no ordinary hand. However, after contemplating, he soon gave up on the idea. It would be better to have less contact with these dangerous, demon chi-filled items. Besides, he didn't have much chance to snatch it anyway. The box had been slowly opening as the ghost-faced man threw it. The moment it hit the ground, it was completely opened up. A palm? What kind of demon's palm is that? Seeing the hand in the black box, Qian Yu and the other two were both surprised and curious. They knew this was what Destiny Society intended to use against Wang Nan. However, before they could think more, the disgusting demonic chi from the box had already begun to pour out. Right at that moment, Ghostface took out a teleportation stone, hoping to activate it. Want to leave? Too late. Sunan had been standing by Ghostface, waiting for this very moment. He launched an attack on the Ghostface with the power of primordial chi and the power of the divine soul. He wasn't afraid of revealing his ability to use the power of the divine soul. In his eyes, the ghost-faced man was as good as dead, a true dead man. As soon as he initiated the attack, the ghost-faced man's mind went blank, and he stood dumbfounded on the spot. Without using his berserk netherworld body, Sunan's power of divine soul might not have had great effect on a Xian-level demon, but it was more than enough to deal with a spirit-level early-stage player. Sunan grabbed the hand of Ghostface with the teleportation stone, and his huge force instantly crushed the bones of the Ghostface's hand. Then, he took away the teleportation stone that had not yet been used. Following that, he grabbed the Ghostface and threw him towards the black box filled with demonic chi. All this happened in an instant. Even as he was thrown next to the black box, the Ghostface could not break free from the effect of the divine soul attack. The rolling demonic chi poured into his body, and his bloodline began to clash. It was only then that he finally regained consciousness. Ah, save me! Ghost-faced man let out a scream, his body under the influence of demonic chi, growing unidentifiable hairs that were as sharp as thorns with every breath he took. Demons! This is a sign of losing control. This, Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng's faces changed drastically as they witnessed this scene. Not being ordinary players, they could easily see the problem at hand. In an instant, they understood Destiny Society's scheme and were filled with shock and anger. They never imagined that Destiny Society would actually plot against them too. What's the advantage of plotting against them? Both of them were confused, but now was not the time to think about this. Run! Realizing the danger, both of them bolted backward as fast as they could. However, the spread of the demonic chi was too fast, and both of them had to use their trump cards. Just as they used their treasures to get away, Sunan also used Across the Heavens shift to escape. The three of them disappeared, while the fourth-ranked Zhuangbin was not so lucky. He didn't have any teleportation-like techniques, so he couldn't escape quickly enough. In the end, he was swallowed up by the rolling demonic chi. At a distance, Yang Zheng and the other person's faces also changed drastically as they witnessed all this. No good, let's go. As a player cultivated by the officials, Yang Zheng naturally had life-saving items. He grabbed the short-haired woman and smashed a jade plate in his hand to escape. Their figures disappeared immediately. In a mountain forest about 2 kilometers away, Sunan's figure appeared. After glancing at the region covered with rolling demonic chi, Sunan determined the direction and quickly headed towards the exit of the cave dwelling. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the exit to leave the cave mansion space. At this point, his appearance had changed into that of Wang Nan. He planned to leave in Wang Nan's identity. All the chaos just occurred, and no one saw whether Wang Nan really died or used some life-saving means to escape. To them, his departure in Wang Nan's identity would seem like the latter. Furthermore, Wang Nan had the key to exit the cave mansion space, which made perfect sense. Qian Yu teamed up with the Destiny Society to deal with me. If there's a chance to kill him, I won't let it go. Previously in the foreknowledge, I left as Zhang Yang, but it was not appropriate to simply attack Qian Yu without reason. Now that I'm leaving as Wang Nan, I don't have to worry about that. He took out the treasure map, placed it on the array disk, and urged the array to remotely transfer as his bloodline power activated. After putting away the map, Sunan's figure disappeared from the array disk in an instant, entering the cave of the cave mansion space. Qian Yu's face was extremely gloomy. Although the operation succeeded, they almost got played by the Destiny Society in the end. If he didn't have life-saving measures, they could have really sunk their ship in the ditch. Destiny Society. This is not over yet. Qian Yu's voice was icy cold. He took a deep breath, and it took him a while to calm down. Wang Nan is dead for sure this time. I just don't know if that Zhang Yang managed to escape. Qian Yu's eyes flickered as he suddenly hoped that Destiny Society's plan would succeed. If both Wang Nan and Zhang Yang were in trouble, then only Lang 13 left on the ranking list would be able to compete with him. As he was thinking, suddenly, an untimely voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. What? You want me dead that badly? Sunan's voice rang out, and Qian Yu shuddered in an instant. As he looked at Wang Nan on the array disk, he was as petrified as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't he dead? Where did he get the key to the cave dwelling? Questions flashed through his mind, and Qian Yu said subconsciously, how is this possible, weren't you? Mid-sentence, he seemed to realize something and said with sudden enlightenment, I understand, you didn't get killed by Zhang Yang. You must have used some life-saving means to teleport away at the last moment. Qian Yu's face darkened to the extreme. Failure. This operation was a complete and utter failure. Not only did they fail to kill Wang Nan, they failed to trap him in the cave mansion space and instead allowed him to find his way to them. Sunan laughed, you are quite smart, but unfortunately you made the wrong choice. Today, you will pay the price for your choices. He didn't want to waste time with Qian Yu and attacked directly. 2 minutes later, Sunan left the cave and headed towards Tianyun County. Qian Yu was dead. He contributed a spiritual level player quota for the Wrath of the Demon Monarch task. The journey to the ancient expert cave mansion had come to an end. Although he did not obtain the final inheritance, his gains were still massive. Not to mention the fusion of the dragon turtle essence blood, he also consumed a dragon blood fruit. Compared to before, his current strength had increased by no small amount. 720 mortal level players, 435 completed, 12 spiritual level players, 4 more required. Among the 14 spiritual level players he encountered this time, apart from the last ghost face and Zhuang Bin, only Zhou Cheng managed to escape. The remaining 11 players were all killed by him. 3 of the quotas were placed on the second phase of the mission, while 8 were placed on the third phase. With the spiritual level players in Tianyun County and Red Mountain Prefecture already killed, it's impossible to meet the required number of quotas in these 2 days. We can only wait 2 more days for more spiritual level players to break through. After checking Lang 13's task, Sunan turned his attention to the second branch task of the human crisis. Less than 20 hours remained until the demon clan's second attack on the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. It seems that it's already impossible to reach the Xian level before the start of this task. With a sigh, he had originally planned to hunt demons in large numbers during this task, with at least one role breaking through to the Xian level, just like last time. Now his demon power was enough, but because of the lack of the ancient demon blood of Lang 13, he was ultimately stuck. It shouldn't be a big problem not to break through to the Xian rank. With my current strength, I can easily defeat intermediate Xian level opponents, but I'm afraid there might be unexpected situations. Last time, the array nodes in Yangzhou County and Busan County were broken just as the task was about to end. This time, the situation was even more severe. It was highly possible that more nodes would be broken shortly after the task started. In that case, the pressure on the demons from the nodes would weaken further, and the strength of the demons able to take action would increase again. At that point, his strength might not be enough. Last time, the side quest began at noon in the real world. This time, it will be at midnight, precisely when the game refreshes. This could actually be a good opportunity for me. When the game refreshes, players will also lose the chance to log out without restrictions. As soon as the battle begins, the game will consider them to be in a dangerous environment, unable to log out. The final outcome would be imaginable. He might be able to use this opportunity to make Lang 13's role earn a large number of contribution points. Sunan left Red Mountain Prefecture, but this time, the action of the Destiny Society caused a huge shock in the real world. Chapter 196, The Upper Limit of a Player's Realm. Wang Nan, the Great God, has turned a blind eye and slain several presidents of the guilds, except for gods Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu. Ha ha ha, I knew it. What a shitty 9-guild alliance. They think they can handle Wang Nan? Delusional. As Sunan hunted down the players of the 9-guild alliance, many players paid attention to the battle in the regional chat. When they heard that Wang Nan was unstoppable, many players who supported him cheered with excitement. However, the mood changed quickly when news came that Wang Nan had been killed by Zhang Yang, prompting skepticism. How is that possible? Even though Zhang Yang also has the great perfection of the 4 bloodlines, Wang Nan is still the long-established number 1. How could he lose to an up-and-comer? Zhang Yang the Great is awesome. He's bound to be the new number 1. Some were disappointed by Wang Nan's defeat, while others were happy for Zhang Yang's victory. However, these events were nothing compared to what happened next. As Wang Nan and the others used various means to escape the area engulfed by demonic qi, a dozen players who were lucky enough to survive the aftermath of Sunan's destruction domain were openly unlucky. The demonic qi erupted, and they were also engulfed. Of course, compared to Zhuang Bin, who was devoured by the demonic qi, they were luckier. Since they were far away, they were only slightly affected by the demonic qi. In the end, they managed to escape the area engulfed by the demonic qi before completely losing control. Unfortunately, even so, their bodies still underwent changes. Each of their bodies grew different demon organs. Alerts popped up on the panels of the dozen players. Warning, your bloodline is being eroded by demonic qi. The 4 bloodlines are conflicting, and your body has 12 hours left before losing control. Please find a solution as soon as possible. Seeing the warning in front of them, their faces turned ashen. What did losing control mean? They hadn't witnessed it themselves, but the player who lost control in Donglan City had already become well known on the forum. His original post was still there and was a must-read for all new players. Thinking about the tragic outcome of the player who lost control, everyone felt desperate. Save me! Who can save me? I have money. As long as you can save me, I'll give you half of my assets. I have 200 million. As long as you can save me, I'll give you all the money. These dozen players pinned their last hopes on the players of the forum. Soon after, as they posted on the forum, the whole place was buzzing. At first, people didn't believe it, but after seeing the game screenshots of the dozen players and the area in the game that was covered in rolling demonic qi, they gradually began to believe. Demonic qi? There's really such a thing in this game? How come I've never seen it before? Touching this demonic qi will make you lose control? That's too scary, right? In the forum, the players were in an uproar, attracted by the posts of the dozen players. After spending more than half a day, Sunan finally returned to a location not far from Tianyun City. The distance to Tianyun City was just over 10 miles. On the way, he spent some time to find 2 spirit-level demons and several mortal-level demons, completing the hunting tasks for the 2 roles. Another 40 points of demon power were added to his account, bringing his usable demon power to a historic high of 271 points. Checking his surroundings for safety, Sunan stopped and decided to quit the game and rest for a while instead of continuing. His continuous efforts over the last 3 days had left him mentally exhausted. Now that everything was settled, he could finally rest. Still, he didn't dare sleep too much. After all, the second side quest of the human crisis would start tonight, and he needed to prepare in advance. With his alarm set, Sunan fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There were only 3 hours left before the game refreshed and the side quest started. He habitually checked the forum and found that Li Hao had sent him several messages in his personal chat. Big brother, I heard that Zhou Cheng, Qian Yu and Zhang Yang are going to attack you. Is it true? Big brother, are you okay? Sunan glanced at it, replied to Li Hao telling him not to worry, and then looked at the posts in the forum. Lost control. A player in Daking City has lost control. A post with a high temperature caught Sunan's eye, and upon opening the post, he could clearly see several photos and a video. In the photos, a young man was attacking a car on the street, the car door piercing through it. Large patches of feathers covered the youth's exposed skin. Obviously, the youth had completely lost control. It's him. Sunan recognized the young man. The young man looked similar to his in-game appearance, and his in-game character hadn't changed much. At a glance, Sunan recognized him as none other than Zhuang Bin, who ranked 4th on the contribution leaderboard. Since Zhuang Bin lost control in the game due to the bloodline conflict and the ingesting of demonic qi, his body in reality naturally lost control as well. Zhuang Bin. It's the great god Zhuang Bin. Oh my god! Zhuang Bin, the great god, has actually lost control. Other players also recognized the young man, both shocked and regretful. As one of the few players with extremely good luck, Zhuang Bin had always been watched by others, even being called a luck child. After the first side quest of the human crisis ended, with the help of his sect, Zhuang Bin's ranking rose to 4th, and he was firmly within the sight of all players. But now, such a great god-level player with extremely good luck has lost control. It doesn't stop there, there's another highly popular post below that one. In another city, another player has also lost control. That person is none other than the ghost face thrown into the black box by Sunan. In the game, Ghost Face wears a mask, and Sunan has never seen his true face. However, after losing control, the sharp, spike-like hairs growing out of his body are easily recognizable. It's Hong Tao, ranked 15th. He's lost control too. Someone recognizes the man's identity. Again, it causes an uproar among numerous players. The two who've lost control are not ordinary people, they are both known spirit-level gods among players. The impact caused by the two losing control is undoubtedly enormous. Once again, people realize that the Demon World game is not safe, it is a dangerous game where one could potentially die in reality if not careful. The officials have stepped in, and those dozen or so players who were about to lose control have also been controlled by the officials. Do not log into the game. Players who died in the ancient cave dwelling must never log in, or else they'll appear in the area covered by demonic qi, and no one will be able to save them. Fortunately, I died at the beginning of the battle, far away from the area now enveloped by demonic qi. Me too. I never thought the Heavenly Destiny Society would be so ruthless. Just to deal with Wang Nan, they took out such a terrifying thing. Having been killed by Sunan before, many people still harbor resentment in their hearts. But now, seeing the fate of the two spiritual level experts, they feel relieved and even thankful for Sunan. Thankful that Sunan didn't kill them at the very end. Some are elated, while others are distressed. Undoubtedly, those players who died in the final battle between Zhang Yang and Wang Nan are the most unlucky. The presidents of both the Red Demon Guild and the Sea of Blood Guild were also killed by Wang Nan in the end. They can't log into the game either. So does that mean that deity Wang Nan can't log into the game anymore? Someone remembers Wang Nan and laments the disappointment. However, the answer to this question comes quickly. The one who responds is none other than Qian Yu. Wang Nan wasn't killed by Zhang Yang. We were all deceived. Wang Nan somehow managed to escape the final moment of battle. If someone else said Wang Nan wasn't dead, everyone would naturally be skeptical. But since the news came from Qian Yu's mouth, no one doubts it. Some players who were previously angry about Sunan's death soon start cheering again. The impact of this matter is too great. Over 100 players died in the final battle, all of whom were elites from various guilds. Given time, they could all have stepped into the spirit level within 3 days. Now, due to the presence of demonic qi, they cannot log into the game, which is a deadly blow to both themselves and their guilds. Wang Nan didn't die. Members of the Heavenly Destiny Society at a small building glance through the forum's information, their faces looking ugly. They had planned this matter for a long time and paid a heavy price to obtain the demonic qi-infused palm. If Wang Nan had been killed and they got the bracelet, those prices wouldn't mean anything. But now, without the person being killed and their prepared method being used, it would be almost impossible to find such an opportunity again. Useless. A bunch of useless people who can't even do this right. It serves them right to lose control. After roughly browsing through the forum, Sunan logs into the game. There are only 3 hours left before the side quests start tonight. And he still has a lot of preparation to do. Firstly, he needs to obtain items to replenish vitality. He plans to exchange all the demon slaying points and demon essence blood he obtained last time for vitality replenishing items. Then there's the issue of quests. He wants to look for Hu Xiaotian, receive the quest to attack the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, and then use Wang Nan's identity to also receive the quest to guard the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. Having settled on a plan, Su Nan transforms into Zhang Yang's appearance and continues towards Tianyun City. A few minutes later, he arrived outside Tianyun City. However, before even entering Tianyun City, he couldn't help but frown slightly. What happened? From far away, he could see that the city was brightly lit at this time, completely different from the past. It should be known that the night belonged to the demons. In the past, as soon as night fell, the people of Tianyun City would lock their doors and windows, not even daring to light a lamp, let alone go outside. Su Nan quickly entered the city and immediately saw a large number of ordinary people carrying packages and gathering, rushing towards the governor mansion. Is this an evacuation? A thought suddenly crossed Su Nan's mind. Martial artists were maintaining order all around, and Su Nan spotted Zhu Chen, one of the 3 captains of the Demon Hunting Bureau, not far away. What happened? What's going on? Su Nan walked towards Zhu Chen and asked. Director sir, you finally came back. Seeing Su Nan, Zhu Chen's eyes brightened and he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This time, the demon clan gathered a large number of demons, and almost all of the Xian-level demons in the entire Tianyun County had arrived. We originally estimated that there would be about 150 Xian-level great demons, but now there are more than 200, more than we had imagined. There are more than 100 Xian-level early-stage demons, more than 60 Xian-level mid-stage demons, and more than 40 Xian-level late-stage demons. I even heard that some peak Xian-level demons are also prepared to take action at any time. In order to carry out this operation, even the demons of the 10,000 Demon Ridge have been mobilized. The demon clan intends to destroy the Heavenly Dome divine prohibition of our entire Dongchen state in one fell swoop. Zhu Chen quickly said. More than 200. Su Nan's expression became solemn. Xian-level demons were far more powerful than spirit-level demons. Perhaps he could kill early-stage Xian-level demons with one strike, but in the face of mid-stage Xian-level demons, he would only have a chance if he went all out. And once the array defenses in the other counties were breached during the battle, and late-stage Xian-level or even peak Xian-level great demons joined the battle, he could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed at that time. After all, those weren't just 1 or 2 demons, but dozens of them. The governor ordered that us martial artists below Xian level should evacuate these ordinary people first, in order to preserve our living strength. As expected. Hearing this, Su Nan's heart sank further. The fact that the governor could make such a decision showed that the situation had reached the most critical point. According to the governor's intention, we spirit-level martial artists will not play a big role in this battle, and instead of being cannon fodder, it's better to protect the people of the city and evacuate them first. This is not only happening in our Tianyun County, but other counties have also begun to take action. Has it really come to this point? Even though he had long expected such a situation to occur, Su Nan still felt a bit melancholy when it was really about to happen. From now on, Dongchen State would no longer have 9 counties, but only 1. Now, for all counties, the main purpose of defending the array nodes is to gain as much time as possible for the evacuation of the people from each county, to evacuate as many people as possible. Our Tianyun County and Red Mountain Prefecture have arrays leading to Wansheng County, and in Wansheng County, there are arrays leading to Zhongtian County. We only need to gain enough time to gather the people from all the towns in Tianyun County. Are there arrays? That would save quite some trouble. Su Nan nodded. Without wasting much time with Zhu Chen, he quickly headed towards the governor mansion. Over 10 minutes later, at the governor mansion. Your strength has increased again? It seems I underestimated you. The old man looked at Su Nan, his eyes filled with amazement. He remembered that when Su Nan arrived in Tianyun City, he was only at the early stage of the spirit level. How could it be that in just a few days, he's already reached the spirit level peak? This kind of improvement speed could no longer be described by the word terrifying. With your speed, it is very likely that king level is not your final goal. The old man sighed, his eyes filled with envy. Even as an emperor level powerhouse, when he saw Sunan's strength improve so rapidly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of turmoil in his heart. King level. Sunan didn't take it to heart. With his speed, king level was nothing to him. His goal was emperor level and saint level. It seemed he had seen through Sunan's thoughts, and the old man said, "Don't you think that king level is not your ultimate achievement?" Sunan remained silent, but his meaning was clear. The old man said, "Although I don't know why you outsiders can improve so quickly, I do know that your limits are very low. King level is already your utmost limit." Limit? Sunan was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard this statement. Recalling the old man's previous words, a thought came to Sunan's mind, and he immediately asked, "Why? Is there a drawback to improving too quickly?" Chapter 197, The Grand Princess Awakens. The old man nodded. Indeed, there are drawbacks to increasing one's strength too quickly. For a normal martial artist, it takes at least 5 years to go from the mortal level to the spirit level, and 12 years to go from the spirit level to the Xuan level. Fusing bloodlines too quickly means the time each bloodline has to merge with your body is too short. As a result, though the bloodlines may seem to have merged with your body, they have not completely fused. At the mortal and spirit levels, the main risk of bloodline fusion lies in combining 4 different bloodlines. At this point, as long as you fuse only one ancient demon bloodline, you shouldn't run into any problems. However, once you reach the Xuan level, the drawbacks of rapid strength increase will appear. The risk of bloodline fusion not only emerges when combining 4 bloodlines but also when fusing a single bloodline, which may lead to bloodline conflict. Furthermore, as the number of fused bloodlines increases, this risk will multiply. Complete fusion? There's such a thing? Sunan's heart sank. This was undoubtedly terrible news for him. If just a single fusion might lead to a loss of control and the risk of losing control increases with the number of fused bloodlines, does this not mean that his path will become narrower and narrower after reaching the Xuan level? Sunan's face turned ugly. He thought that as long as he fused one type of ancient demon essence blood in each stage, the issue of losing control wouldn't happen. But he didn't expect that a short fusion time could also lead to problems. If this was the case for him after fusing an ancient demon bloodline, what would happen to the other players? Although the progress of other players was much slower than his, compared to 3 or 5 years, the difference was still vast. If what the old man said was true, then the players' reckless attempts to enhance their abilities would only lay the foundation for future bloodline conflict and loss of control. It was easy to imagine that when mainstream players begin to break through to the Xuan rank, there would be a large number of out-of-control players. Sunan opened his mouth to ask if there was a solution, but the old man continued. "And that's not even the key reason that limits you." The old man looked at Sunan and asked, "Do you know what conditions are required to go from king level to emperor level?" Subconsciously, Sunan asked, "What conditions?" When a bloodline warrior reaches the Xuan level, they are no longer considered a low-level martial artist. At this point, the bloodlines within their body have become powerful enough to have an initial influence on the power of heaven and earth surrounding them. And when they reach the king level, their bloodlines resonate with the power between heaven and earth, allowing them to control the power of heaven and earth and possess various incredible abilities, such as air sovereignty flight. Control the power of heaven and earth? Air sovereignty flight? Sunan was startled, then thought of the destruction domain racial talent he had just acquired, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Doesn't my destruction domain already control the power of heaven and earth? Why can't I perform air sovereignty flight? Could it be that I'm using it the wrong way? He thought of a possibility. This possibility wasn't impossible, he had only used the destruction domain once and understood it too little. Since everyone was controlling the power of heaven and earth, there was no reason why others could perform air sovereignty flight and he couldn't. Sunan's expression changed, but the old man didn't think too much into it, assuming that Sunan was just slightly shocked upon hearing this information for the first time. The old man continued, "Going from king level to emperor level is an even greater hurdle. At this stage, one needs to gain the approval of the power of heaven and earth, allowing the power of heaven and earth to bless their body and grant them extraordinary abilities. To achieve this, there's a prerequisite: you must be someone born and raised in this world. As you outsiders are not from this world, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to obtain the approval of the power of heaven and earth to break through to the emperor level. Must be born and raised in this world? Can't gain approval? Sunan was stunned, and immediately thought of a question. How did the martial artists of this world know that one must be born and raised in this world to gain the approval of the power of heaven and earth? Could it be that martial artists from other worlds had come to this world before? As if having seen through Sunan's thoughts, the old man said. It's said that in ancient times, outsiders from other worlds had come to our world. Among them were many powerful beings above emperor level, but they could only exert king-level strength in this world. Some of those king-level powerhouses tried to break through in this world, but they couldn't obtain the approval of the power of heaven and earth here and couldn't make a breakthrough. There really were outsiders from other worlds. Could it be from the world where the Destiny Society was located? Sunan couldn't help but speculate. However, now was not the time to think about these things. What the old man said had left Sunan in turmoil. He never thought that there would be drawbacks to increasing his strength too quickly. He couldn't help but think of the demon beast sealed below the cave celestial palace. The demon beast had said that because it was tainted by demonic chi, it would have difficulty breaking through to the king level even if it could break through to the Xian level. Now the old man was also saying that it would be difficult for him to break through to the king level. Was it true that he would be unable to break through to the king level? Is there no solution? Asked Sunan. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. Seeing this, Sunan's face turned even uglier. The old man consoled him, "Don't be disheartened, these are just my guesses. If it were an ordinary person facing this situation, indeed, there wouldn't be a particularly good solution, but you are different. As outsiders, you possess all sorts of incredible abilities. Perhaps, what seems impossible for us is actually a piece of cake for you." Sunan nodded his head. Thinking about the various incredible abilities on the game interface, he agreed with the old man's words. Now, even the highest ranked player in the game hasn't broken through the Xian level, so the degree of exploration of the game interface is still very low. Moreover, the game is only in its second public test, and according to the previous two test situations, there will inevitably be new abilities appearing in the next trial. No one knows how many more abilities the game has yet to develop. If the game can even allow players to come back to life after dying, what can't it do? Thinking about these, Sunan relaxed quite a bit in his heart. He thought of the demonic chi and asked, "Governor, if one is tainted by demonic chi, is there a solution?" Demonic chi? Have you been tainted by demonic chi? The old man's face changed, and he immediately asked. Sunan nodded and said, "I once fought a demon beast when I was at the mortal level, and during the battle, I was tainted by the demonic chi." Of course, he wouldn't say that he was tainted by the ancient demon sword. The old man felt Sunan's body for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I didn't feel any obvious demonic chi on you, which means that your infection is not serious. If the problem of bloodline not being completely fused can be solved, breaking through to the king level should not be a big problem." No problem breaking through to the king level? That's different from what the demon beast said. Could it be that the demon beast was deceiving him again? Sunan thought for a moment, then, thinking of another problem, he understood where the problem lay. Now he is using Zhang Yang's role, while the demonic chi tainted Wang Nan's bloodline, and the life wheel scripture has the effect of blocking demonic chi, so it's normal that the old man couldn't detect it. Previously, in the Cave of Immortals, he used Wang Nan's role, and the demon beast was sensitive to demonic chi, so it was easy to detect. If the infection of demonic chi is more severe, how can it be resolved? The old man thought for a while and said, "Although demon beasts appear to be transformed from martial artists and should theoretically be part of our human race, in reality, they have developed significant differences from the human race and can no longer be considered as such. The demonic chi they control is the most evil force in the world, a collection of various negative forces. Once contaminated, it is like maggots in the bones, very difficult to deal with. However, the number of demon beasts is constant, with a total of only 3,000. There will only be less but not more of them. If a new demon beast is born, an old one must be completely destroyed. A constant number?" Sunan was surprised. Then, thinking of the suppressed demon, he suddenly understood. The ancient powerhouses sealed demon beasts instead of annihilating them, not only because they were difficult to kill but more importantly, they didn't want new demon beasts to appear. It is said that in ancient times there were some ways to solve the problem of demonic chi erosion, but after ancient times, those methods have disappeared. The easiest way now is to find a demon beast and ask it to help you draw out the demonic chi in your body. Ask a demon beast for help? What a joke! Dealing with demon beasts is like courting death. Sunan asked, are there really no other methods besides this? The old man shook his head without answering. Seeing this, Sunan's heart sank. Time is urgent, let's not talk about this issue for now. The old man thought about the upcoming situation in Tianyun County and said this time the demon clan is coming fiercely, and Tianyun County is afraid that it can hardly protect itself. If the formation is really broken, don't forget what the old man told you before. Sunan knew exactly what the old man was referring to. He looked at the escort task on the taskbar without any reaction and nodded, saying, Governor, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. The old man said, if Tianyun County can hold on this time, it would be best. If they can't, the next time we meet, it will be in Zhongtian County. If you need anything, you can mention it now, and the old man can try to meet your request as much as possible as a reward for this task. Get the reward in advance? Sunan's heart moved quickly, and he said, Lord, I have a friend who is a martial artist in the secret power system, and I would like to ask for a spirit-level ancient demon bloodline for him. What he needs the most now is the ancient demon bloodline. As long as Lang 13's ancient demon bloodline was complete, he could try to break through the Xian level. By doing so, he could earn more contribution points in the upcoming actions. He was officially part of the law-controlling class, so he couldn't directly ask for a secret power bloodline and could only create friendships out of thin air. The old man didn't ask much, thought for a moment, and said, the ancient demon bloodline is too rare, and the old man doesn't have it for now. If you want it, when you get to Zhongtian County, the old man can apply for a share for you from His Majesty Emperor Yu. But don't have too much hope. Each drop of ancient demon essence blood found will be immediately reserved. Such a thing may not be readily available in the Great Yu dynasty, and you may have to wait for some time. Still have to wait in Zhongtian County? Isn't it too late by then? Sunan was disappointed, he didn't want to wait even a day longer now. The spirit-level ancient demon blood in the contribution mall requires 6,000 contribution points, and after this task, he can buy a share outright. Having no choice, he could only change his mind. With this rare opportunity, he naturally chose something valuable as his request. Lord, I want a divine ability seed, or technique seeds, or even ancient scriptures. At this, the old man shook his head and said, you think too highly of the old man. Although it is not ancient times and divine abilities, techniques, and ancient scriptures are still practiced and used, those things are still cherished by various major forces, and the old man does not have them. None at all? Sunan felt a little disappointed again, shaking his head in secret, knowing that he was being too greedy. As he was thinking about what he really needed, the old man said, I don't have any divine ability seeds, but I do have a few pieces of divine power vein. Do you want them? Divine power vein? That's not bad either. Yes. Sunan responded quickly. The divine power vein was a divine power fragment, which was also available at the contribution mall, but it was too expensive. A single fragment cost 1,499 contribution points, making them the most expensive items in the third-level mall. For his Across the Heavens shift to be improved for the second time, he needed 4 fragments. If he exchanged them all, it would cost him nearly 6,000 contribution points, enough to buy a drop of ancient demon essence blood. The old man did not ask Sunan what he needed the fragments for, he simply turned his hand over and took out 3 similarly sized crystals. 3 pieces. Sunan's eyes lit up. He was only 1 piece short of upgrading his Across the Heavens shift again. Thank you, Governor. Sunan gladly accepted the divine power fragments. Afterwards, the old man instructed him for a while before Sunan left. Instead of leaving the governor mansion directly, he headed straight for the governor mansion's treasure vault. He planned to exchange all his demon-slaying points for life-extending pills. Last time, he had gained many demon-slaying points, but after exchanging them for the purple stones and 10 life-extending pills, he had only over 1,000 demon-slaying points left. Later, he killed the purple armor and Go Lien, 2 mid-Xian level demons, gaining more than 1,000 demon-slaying points. In total, he had over 2,000 demon-slaying points, which he exchanged for 22 life-extending pills. This quantity was already considerable, enough to support his consumption during this task. However, Sunan did not stop there and went to Tiangong Pavilion again. He directly took out the 1,600 plus drops of mortal grade essence blood he had obtained last time, purchasing 18 life-extending pills. Just to the right, a total of 40 life-extending pills should last him for a while. The demon at the bottom of Cave of Immortals said that a treasure was needed to find the remnant soul fragment of the Cave Immortal. I wonder if Tiangong Pavilion has any. Sunan thought for a moment and decided to use his foreknowledge. If Tiangong Pavilion happened to have it, he would naturally buy it directly. If not, he would opt to buy the related information instead. The first foreknowledge attempt began. He was disappointed. The Tiangong Pavilion in Tianyun County did not have such a thing. Helpless, Sunan had no choice but to settle for the next best option. Use the corpse of an early-stage king-level demon as a reward, you get the information you want. You learn that on the banks of the Netherworld River in 10,000 Demon Ridge, there is a kind of spiritual grass called Soul Attraction Grass. This grass has the effect of repairing divine souls and increasing divine soul power. At the same time, after burning it, it has the effect of collecting remnant souls. 10,000 Demon Ridge. Netherworld River Bank. Sunan frowned. What kind of place was 10,000 Demon Ridge? That was the lair of demons in Dongchen State. There, demons were probably everywhere. Moreover, there was no suppression of the heavenly dome divine prohibition there, so the demon's strength was stronger than that of the demons within the 9 counties. Since I have the identity of a wolf demon, maybe I can plan for it, Sunan thought, with an idea in his heart. He planned to go to the 10,000 Demon Ridge after this human crisis task was over if he had the chance to see just how terrifying the demon's lair was. After leaving Tiangong Pavilion, he was preparing to go and pick up the branch task for Lang 13 and Wang Nan as planned. However, just then, he suddenly sensed something and couldn't help but pause. He felt that his connection to the Great Princess had somehow shaken. The Great Princess was awake. With a thought, Sunan instantly understood what was going on. Chapter 198, the second side quest begins. Great Princess waking up at this time was beyond Sunan's expectation. Without time to think, he quickly found a secluded place and activated his outer protection. One couldn't use the game interface's functions during foresight, and personal space was no exception. To foresee, you had to take out the object first. The problem was, if Great Princess had the ability to leave the cosmic ring, she would definitely come out the moment the cosmic ring was taken out of personal space. In that case, he might fail to use foresight before being killed. Fortunately, an avatar could solve this problem. The Skywolf clan was mainly skilled in the secret power system, and Great Princess was even better at using the power of Divine Soul. Back in Skywolf Valley, even when Great Princess was seriously injured, she was able to instantly kill him with the power of her Divine Soul during the foresight. Although he had come a long way since then, it was safer to use an avatar as a precaution. The avatar quickly left Tianyun City and headed toward Golden Rosy Cloud's tower. About 10 minutes later, the avatar had traveled tens of miles away, and Sunan let his Divine Soul descend into the avatar's body. With the arrival of the Divine Soul, the avatar changed instantly, and Wang Nan's personal space appeared before his eyes. He took the cosmic ring out of his personal space with a thought. The ring appeared in the avatar's hand, and Sunan was relieved that the avatar had not been attacked. Foreknowledge. Without any hesitation, he used foreseeing the future at once. You know, the Skywolf clan princess who established the bloodline coexistence technique with you has awakened from her coma. As the former master of the cosmic ring, you are worried that Great Princess has the ability to open the cosmic ring. Fortunately, your concern hasn't come true. You attempt to control the avatar and try to extend your Divine Soul into the cosmic ring to check its condition. Your Divine Soul probes into the cosmic ring, and you see Great Princess standing inside, her face extremely gloomy. She detects the intrusion of your Divine Soul force and immediately launches a Divine Soul attack on you. Great Princess has been heavily injured, and her Divine Soul has been severely damaged, leaving less than 1/10 of its former power. However, as a peak king level powerful person, her remaining Divine Soul power is still not something you can resist. Under the attack of Great Princess's Divine Soul power, your Divine Soul, which descended into the avatar's body, is devastated. Fortunately, it was only a small part of your Divine Soul, so the impact on your main body is minimal. You're disappointed. Although the bloodline coexistence technique has the effect of subtly controlling the caster, 10 days is still too short. Moreover, since the other party has been in a coma all this time, the effectiveness of the bloodline coexistence technique hasn't fully taken effect. You cannot control her. Too little time. Sunan wasn't too surprised. The bloodline coexistence technique subtly controlled the caster. Since it's called subtle, it naturally requires a long time. 10 days isn't a long time, but it's not short, either. The foresight hasn't ended and continues. You use essence energy to quickly recover from the divine soul injury. Then you let a part of your divine soul descend into the avatar's body again and probe into the cosmic ring, trying to communicate with Great Princess. Feeling your divine soul again, Great Princess is surprised that she didn't kill you in one hit. She doesn't give up and launches another attack on you. Your divine soul, which descended into the avatar's body, is once again killed, and you continue to recover your divine soul and try to descend. 2 minutes later, your divine soul probes into the cosmic ring for the 4th time. After 3 consecutive attacks, Great Princess realizes that she cannot kill you directly. She doesn't waste her divine soul power again and asks you who you are and how you were able to cast the bloodline coexistence technique on her. You tell her that you didn't cast the bloodline coexistence technique, she did it herself. There was an accident in the process, and you became the caster. Great Princess falls silent, asking who you really are. Instead of answering, you inquire about what happened after the ancient demon emperor's coffin flew away. Great Princess doesn't answer your question but asks you to release her. You naturally refuse and tell her that as long as she tells you what happened, you will let her go. Great Princess doesn't believe you and doesn't answer your question. You and Great Princess reach a stalemate. You don't plan to release her, and she doesn't plan to tell you anything. 3 minutes later, you don't gain any useful information from Great Princess. Fortunately, after some observation, you are confident that she doesn't have the ability to leave the cosmic ring. No ability to leave the cosmic ring. Great, it's much easier to deal with now. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Great Princess couldn't leave the cosmic ring, she would undoubtedly become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He couldn't control Great Princess now, but he believed that as time went on, she would eventually be thoroughly controlled by him. By then, her help to him would undoubtedly be enormous. A peak king-level figure who is adept at manipulating divine soul power would bring a huge advantage to an ordinary player, let alone him. Once he was sure there was no problem, he followed the method in the foresight, letting his divine soul descend into the avatar's body. Next, as seen in the foresight, he is killed 3 times in a row by Great Princess. You're definitely not from my Sky Wolf clan, who are you and how can you cast the bloodline coexistence technique on me? Inside the cosmic ring, Great Princess wore a red dress, her face cold and gloomy, and her eyes filled with killing intent. Princess, it seems you've forgotten that the bloodline coexistence technique was used on you by yourself. I don't have the ability to use the bloodline coexistence technique on you. Impossible. You're definitely not from my Sky Wolf clan. The Great Princess didn't even think about it and directly refuted it. However, as she spoke, she thought of something and suddenly fell silent, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, not knowing what she was thinking about. What will it take for you to let me out? The Great Princess began to soften. She had no choice. She knew that if she was trapped here for a long time and couldn't get out, the inevitable outcome would be that she would gradually be controlled. It's not impossible for you to leave. I want to know where that demon emperor's coffin in Sky Wolf Valley went. Sunan threw out the question from his foreknowledge. As expected, just like in his foreknowledge, the Great Princess did not answer. Princess, you should think about it carefully. I have plenty of time. Sunan was not in a hurry either. Even if he had the answer now, he wouldn't be able to do that task. He only asked this question to stall for time. Until the Great Princess was under his control. It was clear to the Great Princess what Sunan was thinking, and she was both angry and helpless, but in the end, there was hesitation in her eyes. She didn't even realize that, unconsciously, she was no longer thinking about killing Sunan. If this had been in the past, it would have been unimaginable. Sunan collected the cosmic ring back into his personal space and then, through his personal space, teleported it to his true body's hand, wearing it again. Putting the cosmic ring in the personal space would seriously hinder his connection with the Great Princess, which would undoubtedly significantly slow down the effect of the bloodline coexistence technique. Only by keeping it on his hand could the bloodline coexistence technique's effect be maximized. If possible, he would prefer to let the great princess out, that way, the effect would be even better. Unfortunately, if he really did that, he would probably not even know how to die. It's not just that the great princess alone was not something he could deal with, the Green Wolf Demon King would definitely come looking for him the first chance he got. Without retracting his avatar, Sunan controlled it to head towards the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, preparing to accept the task of guarding the tower. As for his true body, it transformed into a wolf demon's appearance. Over 10 minutes later, in the small courtyard on Wutong Road, Old Goat, Eagle High and several other demons were standing in front of Sunan. You guys don't need to participate in this event. I want you to go to Central State County first and gather information about the situation there for me. This time it was a battlefield for Xian level experts, and even if these spirit level monsters went, they would only be cannon fodder. His master was going to Central State County? The few demons felt a tightness in their hearts. Central State County, as the center of the human realm, was home to the imperial city of the Great Yu dynasty and was filled with powerful people. Although the few demons were considered powerful in Tianyun County, even if their realms were not suppressed in Central State County, they would still be considered nothing more than small demons. Understood, Master. The few demons dared not ask any further and agreed. Where is my big brother now? Tiger Emperor is at the Tiger Emperor Palace, discussing with 2 demon kings. Tiger Emperor Palace? When did Tianyun City have a Tiger Emperor Palace? Sunan was surprised. That place originally was, Old Goat explained it to him. It turned out that the Tiger Emperor Palace was originally called Liuyun Palace, which was the largest palace in Tianyun City, besides the governor's mansion. After Hu Xiaotian arrived, he directly occupied the place by force and renamed it as Tiger Emperor Palace. Sunan found the Tiger Emperor Palace and walked straight in. Little brother, you're just in time. I was just about to send someone to find you. Last time, that human appeared as an interesting little guy who failed to destroy the array nodes. This time, I've gathered all the Xian level demons from the entire Tianyun County. I have full confidence that this time I will take down all the array nodes, and by that time, you can also collect the essence and blood underneath the array nodes. Just like last time, as Hu Xiaotian spoke, Lang 13's side quest appeared. The difference was that last time the task requirement only allowed him to attack Golden Dawn Tower, but this time there was no limitation, and he could go to either place. Ancient Demon Essence Blood? Sunan's heart was overjoyed, and he immediately agreed. In ancient times, demons were suppressed beneath the array nodes. Because of the unique environment there, it was possible to preserve the essence and blood. If he could obtain the secret power system's ancient demon essence blood from either of the 2 array nodes, he would not only be able to complete Lang 13's final bloodline, but also possibly attempt to break through to the Xian rank. Just as Lang 13 received the task, the other avatar also received a task. Everything was ready, and now all he had to do was wait quietly. The humans from all the districts have started retreating to Zhongtian County. It seems the humans are running out of steam. That means, after this task, players from all 9 districts and the entire East Chen state will be crowded into one place. Won't that be too crowded? Don't worry, Zhongtian County is the largest county in Dongchen State, covering about 1/6 of the state, which is even bigger than the combined size of Yangzhou County and Busan County, where the array has been broken. That's also good, the 9 districts' Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition power will be gathered to Zhongtian County, which will make it extremely safe, and our survival rate as players will also greatly increase. The actions of the humans alarmed all the players, and there was a lively discussion in the regional chat. This matter had a significant impact on many players, and once the humans retreated en masse, these ordinary players would also have no choice but to withdraw. However, if that were the case, many players would be unable to complete their mainline tasks as many of these tasks need to be done in specific places. This also affected Sunan. Of his 3 mainline tasks, Inheritance of Ancient Mighty Ones needed to be accomplished in Red Mountain Prefecture. As for the Demonic Emperor's Bloodline task, he needed to find the coffin of the Ancient Demon Emperor, which definitely wouldn't be located in Zhongtian County. Fortunately, these 2 tasks aren't time-limited, so there's no need to rush. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed, and it was almost midnight. Checking the number of foreknowledge chances left, there were still over 30 times left. Just like last time, Sunan transformed into the appearance of a wolf demon, preparing to deal with the players at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower first before returning to the Martial King Temple. This time, there were over 200 Xian-level demons gathered in Tianyun City, divided into two groups, each consisting of over 100 demons. Sunan saw that among the demons preparing to attack the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, there were 60 or 70 early-stage Xian-level demons and 20 or 30 mid-stage Xian-level demons. On a small hill in the distance, there were also 10 or 20 demons standing. They were all late Xian stage and peak of Xian level great demons. They were waiting for other prefectures' array nodes to be attacked and broken. Once that happened, they would be able to make their move. It was the case here at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, and it was likely the same for the demons attacking the Martial King Temple. Even if I wanted to hunt all these great demons by myself, it's impossible. I can only try my best and hunt as many as I can. Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. At this time, a large number of players had gathered here, an almost terrifying amount. 20,000? Or 30,000? Nobody could be sure. Further away, even more players were watching in anticipation. They were just here for the excitement as their strength wasn't even enough to qualify them as cannon fodder. After the second public beta test, there were already 80 or 90,000 players in Tianyun County, plus some moving from Busan County, totaling over 100,000. Where is deity Wang Nan? Why haven't we seen Wang Nan, the great god? This task is too high level. We, ordinary players, can only join the excitement. Only a great god like Wang Nan could truly participate in such a task. Many people were searching, trying to find Wang Nan's figure. Many of them had come just for Wang Nan. How many Xian-level demons do you think deity Wang Nan can hunt this time? I guess 2 won't be a problem. I guess 5 won't be an issue. 5? You're making Wang Nan sound too mythical. This time it's not just 1 or 2 demons, but hundreds of them. I have to admit that deity Wang Nan has the ability to kill higher level enemies, but there's a huge difference between Xian level and spirit level, not to mention facing hundreds of Xian level great demons. Even if Wang Nan were here, he could only hunt spirit level demons. If he dared to hunt Xian level demons, that would be like seeking his own death. For most players, their understanding of Wang Nan's strength was just hearsay and they had little actual knowledge of his real abilities. In their eyes, no matter how strong Wang Nan was, it was impossible for him to kill Xian-level demons as easily as killing spirit-level demons. It's a pity that during this time, Club of World Suppression's President Li Ye, Arson Guild's President Ma Hua and Blood Moon Pavilion's President Nai Yuan were all killed by deity Wang Nan in the ancient cave mansion. Even after midnight, when they resurrect, they will still be in the ancient cave mansion, making it impossible for them to participate in this task. Everyone was discussing the matter while waiting for the task to begin. Nobody noticed that in the distant mountain forest, an ordinary-looking young man was gazing at the players around the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, his eyes flashing with brilliance. How many contribution points can all these players contribute to me? The transformed avatar's eyes were filled with anticipation. Whether he would be able to afford technique seeds or divine ability seeds depended entirely on these players. It's almost time. I can use foreknowledge now. Chapter 199, Changing the Plan. Sunan looked at the time and began his foreknowledge. This time he still started the foreknowledge 5 to 6 minutes in advance. Doing so not only used up today's foreknowledge times, but also left him enough time to find a solution if anything unexpected happened. The foreknowledge began, and there was nothing interesting in the first 2 predictions, so he waited until the third premonition began. The demon army is on the move, quickly surrounding the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. You follow behind the demon army, preparing to hunt down ordinary outsiders. At the same time, your divine soul descends into your avatar, also preparing to slay demons. 1 minute later, the demon army arrives at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. Outsiders do not dare to resist and flee in all directions, making way for the demon army. You swiftly kill the fleeing outsiders. Seeing your appearance, the outsiders are both shocked and furious, but dare not attack you, only fleeing quickly. Their speed is too slow to escape from you. Your power of divine soul sweeps through, and the outsiders in front of you disappear like cut wheat. Your actions anger many outsiders, and they begin to counterattack, trying to kill you. You quickly hunt the surrounding outsiders while keeping an eye on the progress of the demon army. 2 minutes later, you find that human martial artists are no match for the demon army's onslaught and can only struggle to buy time. You know it's time for your avatar to enter the fray. Your divine soul descends into the avatar, and while no one is paying attention, you assume the avatar's appearance and swiftly attack the demons. The appearance of your avatar immediately attracts the attention of other outsiders. Some demons recognize you as the one who hunted many demons last time. An early-stage Xian level demon approaches and wants to blast you. You show no fear and control the avatar to strike with full force. With a punch, the early-stage Xian level demon is not your opponent and is killed by your blow. Your power shocks everyone, but also enrages many demons. Over a dozen demons surround you. 3 minutes later, your main body has hunted down more than 800 outsiders, and your avatar has killed 4 Xian level demons. End of the third premonition. Do you want to continue? Continue. This time is different from the last. Last time, his wolf demon disguise was at the forefront and was ambushed by the Dianxing sect in the first encounter. This time, he went after the players, and when the demons came, they all hid far away, creating a great opportunity for him to hunt. Not only did he not have to face the martial artists of the Dianxing sect, but he did not have to compete with those Xian level demons for players either. On top of that, the game had just refreshed, depriving the players of the chance to log out without restriction. These factors combined to make his hunting speed faster than ever. It could be described as harvesting players. These ordinary players were no match for his sweeping power of divine soul. There was no need to mention the avatar. Although the avatar could only use the power of one bloodline in the physique series and not the secret power system, Sunan's main body could. He could fully enhance the bloodline power of the physique series using the power of primordial qi in his main body. This allowed the avatar to indirectly use the power of the secret power system. Moreover, since the avatar possessed great strength and an astonishing recovery rate, it could display even greater power than Sunan's main body when facing an attack. However, after killing more than 10 Xian level demons, his avatar had completely agitated the other demons. More than a dozen mid-stage Xian level demons besieged him, greatly slowing down his hunting speed. If I use one force breaking the sky, I can easily kill not only mid-stage Xian level beasts but also late-stage Xian ones. But now I cannot use such a high consumption method, I can only use the most conventional bloodline combat skill. In this way, it's a bit difficult to easily kill mid-stage Xian level demons, let alone facing the siege of more than 10 Xian level demons. At the end of the fourth premonition, his main body had hunted down nearly 2,000 players, while his avatar had killed 15 Xian level demons. At the end of the fifth premonition, his main body had hunted down 3,100 players, while his avatar had killed 26 Xian level demons. At the end of the sixth premonition, his main body had hunted down 4,500 players, while his avatar had killed 38 Xian level demons. Not bad. At this rate, the harvest will be much greater than last time. With a smile on his face, Sunan looked at the information in the premonition. 4,500 players, even if they were all early-stage mortal level, amounted to 4,500 contribution points. Moreover, these new players in the second public beta test faced fewer challenges than the first batch of players due to various factors. After 7 or 8 days, many of these players have fused with their second bloodline. The premonition continued. But in the seventh premonition, something went wrong. As a mysterious force weakens, you suddenly feel lighter. You instantly realize that one of the formation nodes in the 9 districts of Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition has been broken. With the array node broken, the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition's suppression of demons is further weakened. Fortunately, the weakening of one node does not significantly weaken the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition's ability, and its suppression of demons remains at the mid-stage Xian level. Only 15 minutes had passed since the demon clan had made their move, and the formation node had already been broken. Sunan's expression was solemn, and it was evident that this was just the beginning. The only consolation was that the formation's suppression of the demons was still at the intermediate Xian stage, meaning his avatar Wang Nan would have more time to hunt them down. As he predicted, during his 9th foresight, the second Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition node was broken. Now, the formation's suppression of the demons finally dropped to the late Xian stage. Your true strength is immense, and by now, over 7,000 outsiders have fallen at your feet. Your terrifying power has chilled many of them to the bone. Your avatar has also gained significant harvest. Hundreds of early-stage and mid-stage Xian-level demons are no match for you. After more than 20 minutes of hunting, you have slain 50 to 60 of them. Your actions have shocked countless outsiders but have also thoroughly enraged the demons. A few miles away, more than 20 late-stage Xian-level demons are staring at you with furious rage. With the second node broken, those impatient great demons finally couldn't hold back. More than 20 late-stage Xian demons quickly surrounded your avatar, causing your pressure to intensify and making it difficult to continue slaying other demons. After more than 20 minutes of hunting, you know it's time for your real body to leave and head to another node. You seize the opportunity to follow a fleeing group of outsiders and quickly leave. 9 foresight opportunities used. Aside from the first 2 foresights spent waiting, the remaining 7 were all spent in the heat of battle. Over 21 minutes, more than 7,000 players were hunted down by Sunan. This number was more than the combined harvest of his previous instances of hunting. Based on the information from his foresight, Sunan conservatively estimated that the players would bring him more than 8,000 contribution points this time. A drop of spirit-level ancient demon blood was secured for sure. And his avatar, Wang Nan, gained even more. An early Xian stage demon equals 256 contribution points and a mid-stage Xian stage demon equals 512 contribution points. He had hunted down 50 to 60 of them in his foresight. Even if they were all early Xian stage demons, they should bring him at least 10,000 points. After this task, although only half of the time has passed for the human crisis task, humans have retreated to Zhongqian County. There won't be any more chances like this to gain a large number of contribution points. If I miss this chance, it will be difficult to accumulate a large number of contribution points next time. As Sunan pondered, he looked at his foresight. You finally arrive at another formation node. The warriors defending this location are besieged by many demons, and with the late-stage Xian demons joining in, they are in imminent danger of being breached. Your arrival does not bring joy to the struggling Great Yu Dynasty warriors, but as you join the fight, they see a glimmer of hope. With your divine soul's power combined with that of the law-controlling class, you strike with full force. Before the demons can react, you have already killed 3 of them. Unlike his avatar, Sunan's real body can easily hunt down demons even though he can only use the power of the law control class on the surface, thanks to the power of his divine soul. 3 minutes later, the first foresight at Martial King Temple came to an end. However, what troubled Sunan was that he had only killed 5 Xian-level demons. Only 5 demons killed in 3 minutes? That was much less than he had expected. The reason was that soon after his swift initial hunting, he was quickly targeted by more than 10 late-stage Xian-level demons. With more than 10 Xian-level demons attacking him, Sunan instantly fell into the same situation as his avatar, unable to deal with other demons. At this moment, the third formation node was broken. Fortunately, just like last time, the broken node did not lower the formation's suppression of the demons to the peak of Xian level but remained at the late stage of Xian level. However, this situation did not last long. By the 5th minute of Sunan's arrival at Martial King Temple, the 4th node was broken. At the 7th minute, the 5th node was broken. At the 9th minute, the 6th node was broken. It was evident that after half an hour of fighting, the strength of the humans from other counties could no longer withstand the offense of the demon clan. It seems that the humans really can't defend this time won. Sunan secretly sighed. The ferocity of the demon clan's attack this time exceeded the expectations of all major human forces. As a result, the humans in each county had no choice but to retreat urgently, as their plans could not keep up with the changing situation. When the 6th node was broken, the formation's suppression of the demons finally dropped to the peak of Xian level. As peak Xian level great demons appeared, though the human Shad Xian stage martial artists taking action too, their numbers simply couldn't compare to the demon clan. After 9 minutes of battle, you have slain a total of 15 Xian stage demons, but your actions have also enraged the distant peak Xian level demons, who now view you as someone they must eliminate. As the 6th formation node is broken, 5 peak Xian level demons are rushing towards you, blocking your escape route and intending to bombard you. Your strength is formidable, but facing the combined assault of 5 peak Xian level demons, you can only barely defend yourself and have no chance to care for others. The 6th node has been broken, and peak Xian level demons can take the stage. It seems I need to adjust my plan. Sunan frowned slightly. In his foreknowledge, he only killed a dozen demons at the Martial King Temple, which was too few. The reason was that he wasted a lot of time hunting players at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower before going to the Martial King Temple. When late-stage Xian-level demons appeared, they did not give him a chance to hunt other demons. If he wants to hunt more demons now, he can only adjust his plan. He intends to abandon hunting players first and focus on hunting demons instead. While there are many players, providing him with a considerable number of contribution points, they still pale in comparison to demons. If Avatar Wang Nan could slay 50 or 60 great demons, there's no reason he himself couldn't do the same. With this thought, he continued to foresee while quickly heading towards the Martial King Temple. As the peak Xian level great demons appeared on stage, the already disadvantaged humans were like a dam bursting under the pressure of a great flood. Soon, the 7th and 8th nodes were successively broken. At this point, whether or not other formation nodes would be broken was no longer important. Peak Xian level was the strongest combat strength that both Demon Clan and humans could deploy to attack the formation nodes. Those beings above the Xian level were extremely rare for both demons and humans, and their battlefield was not here, at the formation nodes. By this time, both the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower and the Martial King Temple could no longer hold on. Facing the attacks of peak Xian level great demons, martial artists of the Great Yu dynasty were successively injured, and you knew that the node at the Martial King Temple would inevitably be broken. You decisively choose to abandon hunting demons, rush into the interior of the Martial King Temple, prepare to break the formation node yourself and retrieve the ancient sacred weapon that serves as the core of the formation node. The critical moment is here. Sunan concentrated fully, carefully examining the information in his foreknowledge. The demons besieging you were unable to stop you, and you successfully entered the Martial King Temple. Upon seeing your arrival, several powerful fighters of the Great Yu dynasty who were struggling to defend against the demons told you that they would cover your actions. With the cover of several powerful Great Yu dynasty fighters, your pressure was greatly relieved, and you no longer hesitated as a huge fireball condensed in your hand, and you quickly launched it at the Martial King statue. Under the impact of the flames, the Martial King's statue shattered, revealing a staircase to the underground in front of you. You rushed into the underground passage at the fastest speed. Several peak Xian level great demons, knowing your intentions, abandoned chasing the Great Yu dynasty warriors and tried to rush into the underground passage as well. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, one of the warriors, in a self-sacrificing move, unleashed all of their power to successfully delay the great demons. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you smoothly entered the passage. However, you were unaware that during your battle with several peak Xian level great demons, one of them had already used a secret technique to leave an invisible mark on you. As long as you were within 100 miles, they could find you. Chapter 200, Double Front Operation. Mark. Seeing this, Sunan's face darkened. Clearly, the demon knew that it could no longer prevent him from obtaining the divine weapon, so it was planning to strike at him after he got the divine weapon. The difficulty of this task of escorting the divine weapon is ranked as a 3-star, and the difficult part is probably the escort after getting the divine weapon. Thinking of the difficulty of the task, Sunan was not too surprised. After all, it was an escort task, and if the process of escorting was smooth it would not have been rated as a 3-star task. The foreknowledge did not specify which demon performed the secret technique. Even if it's not the one using the racial talent, I have to kill it. But it doesn't matter, I can just try foreknowledge one by one later. I don't believe that after hunting all the 10 or so peak of Xian level great demons I still can't find the murderer. A few breaths later, you seem to have passed through an invisible barrier and arrived in another space. This is a space with a diameter of 1 kilometer, huge and vast. The ground is covered with dense white bones, which belonged to the demons that were suppressed here in ancient times. Scanning the surroundings, you immediately notice a blood-red longsword inserted into the ground at the center of this space. The longsword is sharp and cold. Even from far away, you can feel a faint stinging pain on your skin. You realize that it is the ancient sacred weapon you are looking for, the core of the array. Time is running out, you quickly rush towards the red longsword. To your astonishment, you find that your bloodline power within your body is being suppressed and the power you can exert is rapidly decreasing. By the time you reach near the longsword, the power you can exert is less than the peak of mortal level. Without thinking too much, you grab the red longsword and try to pull it out. Unexpectedly, the red longsword is easily pulled out by you. You do not know that this is because the chi luck of the human race has played a role. Congratulations, you have obtained an ancient sacred weapon. I've succeeded. Sunan's eyes lit up. As long as the divine weapon was in hand, the task would be considered completed. Now, even if the Demon King took action, he would not be afraid. Next, he only needed to find the ancient demon essence blood here, and the task would be perfectly finished. As the ancient sacred weapon is pulled out, the array node here is completely broken, the suppression on bloodlines disappears completely, and the space formed by the array power you are in is becoming unstable and may shatter at any moment. Instead of leaving immediately, you quickly search the space, trying to find the essence blood left by the ancient demons. However, there are too many bones left by the demons here, and you have no time to search. Demons are rushing in, the space is about to collapse, and you have no chance. Reluctantly, you prepare to give up on searching for the ancient demon essence blood and leave this place first. Just as you are about to take action, suddenly, your chi luck comes into play. Unintentionally, you are shocked to see a very inconspicuous red color caught your attention at a distance of 100 meters to your left. You are overjoyed, knowing that this is the ancient demon essence blood you want to find. You burst out with all your strength, reaching the red spot in an instant, grabbing a blood-red bone. Congratulations, you have obtained a bone containing ancient demon essence blood. At this moment, the space formed by the array suddenly collapses. At the critical moment, you use the across the heavens shift to leave the space. The 14th foreknowledge ends. Do you wish to continue? Chi luck has played its role. Sunan's eyes showed joy. If it wasn't for Chi luck, he wouldn't have had no way to find the essence blood. But in that case, it would require a lot of foreknowledge. Only through multiple foreknowledge attempts could he possibly find the object. With the divine weapon in hand and the essence blood obtained, all he had to do now was to hunt the demons according to the plan, and the goal of this time would be basically perfectly achieved, with the only surprise being that he was marked by the demon, and no other accidents occurred. He didn't stop the foreknowledge. Sunan chose to continue. Using the across the heavens shift, the next moment you arrive at a place 2 kilometers away from the Martial King Temple. Looking in the direction of the Martial King Temple, you see countless bones falling from the sky above the temple like bone rain. Taking advantage of the fact that no demons noticed you, you quickly leave and head towards the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower. At the same time, through your avatar, you learn that the array node of the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower has also been opened. A large number of demons and martial artists are fighting in the space formed by the array, trying to seize the last ancient sacred weapon. Fortunately, the closer to the divine weapon, the greater the suppression of bloodline power. In this place, the demons do not have too much advantage, and you want to take the opportunity to take away the divine weapon. But just as you are about to act, you are stopped by powerful members of the Daeonseeing sect. They don't want you to get the divine weapon, but plan to let another outsider collect it. Being stopped. Sunan's brow furrowed. If possible, he wouldn't mind taking both divine weapons for himself. This character, Wang Nan, does not have a side quest to escort the divine weapon, but if he can escort the divine weapon to Zhongtian County, he will surely receive rewards from the Great Yu dynasty. It's just 3,000 contribution points less. This should not be because the Daeonseeing sect doesn't want me to get the divine weapon, but because Zhou Cheng doesn't want me to get it. With a sudden thought, Sunan understood the reason behind it. Unfortunately, Zhou Cheng's calculations were doomed to fail. You do not give up on acquiring the divine weapon. Using across the heavens shift, you instantly surpass everyone and arrive at a place only 1 meter away from the ancient sacred weapon. Suddenly, you appear in front of the divine weapon, shocking all the demons and humans present. Both sides immediately attack you, trying to stop you. However, they are still a step too slow. You grab the divine weapon and pull it out. Congratulations, you have once again obtained an ancient divine weapon. The second divine weapon is in hand. Sunan shows a satisfied smile and continues to look at the foreknowledge. With the extraction of the ancient divine weapon, this formation node is completely broken, the suppression of the bloodline dissipates, and the space formed by the formation power begins to destabilize, possibly shattering at any moment. The second formation node in Tianyun County is broken, and the force suppressing the demons disappears completely. At this moment, the strength of all demons within Tianyun County is somewhat enhanced. Your actions have angered several peak mortal level demons, as well as martial artists from the Daeonseeing sect who want to seize the divine weapon. The peak mortal level demons immediately use their secret techniques to leave invisible marks on you, preventing you from escaping. Here they come again. Sunan frowns, suddenly feeling uneasy. He was marked earlier, and it can be attributed to the demon knowing a special technique. Now that he has several marks on him at once, there's clearly a problem. Is it possible that all peak Xian level demons know that secret technique? As the thought crosses his mind, Sunan's heart sinks. What's worse, the information from the foreknowledge confirms his suspicions. You don't know that this secret technique was bestowed by the demon monarch to better capture the martial artists protecting the divine weapon. A secret technique bestowed by the demon monarch? Sunan's face turns pale. Just now, he had been thinking about trying to find the demon using the secret technique in the foreknowledge. Now it seems that it's impossible. Even if he finds that demon, the others will still use the technique. He's not strong enough to kill all the Pixuan level demons on his own. No choice. I'll take it one step at a time. Sunan gives up. You don't plan to flee right away but want to find the ancient demon essence and blood remaining in the formation space. Too bad. Before you can even search, the formation space shatters, and your body falls amidst a large number of skeletons around the golden rosy clouds tower. Seeing the skeletons emerge, outsiders watching from afar know that treasure may be hidden within them. A large number of outsiders rush over, frantically searching through the skeletons. You know that finding the skeleton containing the ancient demon essence and blood in such a situation is no longer possible. Seeing several peak Xian level demons attacking you, you decisively choose to use the across the heavens shift to leave. Your avatar arrives 2 kilometers away from the golden rosy clouds tower, just in time to meet your arriving main body. I didn't get it. Sunan frowns. Perhaps it is because the formation node at the Martial King Temple was broken that the formation space at the golden rosy clouds tower shattered too quickly. He had barely pulled out the ancient divine weapon when the space shattered. He didn't even get a chance to search. It seems that I'll have to find the ancient demon essence and blood first before obtaining the divine weapon later. A thought strikes his mind, and he makes up his mind. Even if he doesn't take action, the divine weapon will soon be picked up by Zhou Cheng or others in a short amount of time. If he wants to find the ancient demon essence and blood within that time, he can only rely on numerous foreknowledge attempts. However, now is not the time to restart foreknowledge. After so much foreknowledge, he has finally arrived at the Martial King Temple. And yet, with only 2 minutes left of the original 5 minutes, there isn't enough time left to predict. Today, he doesn't have enough foreknowledge times left, so he can only wait until the golden rosy clouds tower being about to be broken and try again. Martial King Temple. Here too, a large number of players are gathered, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 and covering the landscape, not any fewer than the players at the golden rosy clouds tower. Seeing Sunan's arrival, they all cheer and jump. Zhang Yang. It's God Zhang Yang. Last time, God Zhang Yang single-handedly massacred the demon army. I wonder how many demons he can kill this time. Like the players at the golden rosy clouds tower, the crowd begins to guess and discuss how many demons Zhang Yang can hunt. Some players even act as bookies and organize other players to bet on how many demons Zhang Yang will kill. My young friend, I never thought that in just 8 or 9 days, you would have grown to this extent. Seeing Sunan, an old man approached him. The person Sunan recognized was the head of the 9 Pavilion counties Demon Hunting Bureau, Ji Changfeng. Senior, I didn't expect to meet you again here. Sunan said with a smile. Ji Changfeng had a complex expression. Even though he already knew that Sunan was very powerful and could easily hunt and kill peak spirit level demons when he was at the early stage of spirit level, he never imagined that after leaving Tianyun City, this young man would not only hunt several early stage Xian level demons but even kill higher level demons. Now, he's grown to the peak of the spirit level, his rate of growth was simply appalling. The governor has already told me about your situation, so you can do whatever you want. I'll do my best to help you seize the opportunity. Ji Changfeng said. Sunan knew Ji Changfeng was referring to the retrieval of the divine weapon and he nodded his head. As they were talking, suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded from several miles south of Tianyun City. Old man, from now on, Tianyun County will be taken over by this emperor. It was Hu Xiaoshan's voice. Immediately after, the voice of Tianyun County's governor rang out, Hu Xiaotian, don't be smug. The outcome is not yet decided, and it's still uncertain whose hands the deer will die in. Before his words had fallen, there were successive rumbling sounds. Hu Xiaotian and the governor began to fight. Sunan's gaze immediately looked in the direction of the fighting miles away, only to see the demon clan army rushing over at an extremely fast pace. It has begun. Taking a deep breath, Sunan prepared to take action. A few breaths later, the demon army arrived. Just like the players at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, the players at Martial King Temple were merely spectators. Seeing the demons charging towards them, the players immediately backed away from the Martial King Temple, showing no intention of attempting the task. Sunan made his move. The flames enveloped him, and in an instant, he incinerated 2 early-stage Xian-level demons. Seeing this scene, the surrounding players, martial artists from the Great Yu dynasty, and the demon army were all shocked by Sunan's power. What kind of flame is that? How is God Zhang Yang's flame so powerful? Instant kill. A Xian-level demon was instantly killed by God Zhang Yang's hand. This is too outrageous. Players gasped in astonishment, scared by Sunan's move. And the demons were even more shocked and angry. Everyone, be careful, it's the chief of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Don't let his realm deceive you, it's said that Go Lian and Purple Armor both died by his hand. It's him. He's the one that Whitewater Demon King specifically warned us about. We can't let him escape. Upon hearing about Sunan's identity, no demon dared to take it lightly. A group of mid-stage Xian-level demons looked at each other and, with a total of 15, surrounded Sunan. Sunan remained fearless and continued to make his move. 2 minutes later, even though he was besieged by mid-stage Xian-level demons, he found the opportunity to hunt down 4 early-stage Xian-level demons. At the same time, his divine soul descended upon another avatar, Wang Nan, and began controlling him in battle. The dual-line battle had begun. 3 minutes later, Sunan's 2 roles had collectively hunted down 9 demons. 6 minutes later, both roles together killed 20 demons. 15 minutes later, the 2 roles killed a total of 53 demons. It was at this moment, like in the foresight predictions, that the first array node was broken. Sunan didn't bother with it and continued to take action. 21 minutes later, the 2 roles had hunted down a total of 124 demons. On average, each role had killed more than 60 demons. The scene left the players of both Golden Rosy Clouds Tower and Martial King Temple dumbfounded. If it weren't for the realm rankings, they would have doubted that the 2 people were already at the spirit level. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? At the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower, Zhou Cheng stared in disbelief at Wang Nan, who was still killing demons despite facing the attacks of Xian-level demons. His eyes were bloodshot, and jealousy filled them. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't understand why there was such a big difference between people of the same spirit level.